She seemed pretty calm to me, Curlin said. She didn't seem particularly curious about why we wanted to talk to her or what the crime was. She was nonchalant about the whole thing. Where did you and your partner speak to her? She walked us into the kitchen where there was a table, and she invited us to sit down. She asked if we wanted water or coffee, and we both said no. And you started asking her questions then? Yes, we started by asking if she had been in the house all morning. She said she had been, except for when she drove her son to school in Sherman Oaks at 8. I asked if she had made any other stops on the way home, and she said no. And what did that mean to you? Well, that somebody was lying. We had the witness who put her near the bank at close to 9, so somebody was wrong, or somebody was lying. What did you do at that point? I asked if she would be willing to come with us to the police station where she would be interviewed and asked to look at some photographs. She said yes, and we took her to Van Nuys. Did you first apprise her of her constitutional rights not to speak to you without an attorney present? Not at that time. She was not a suspect at this point. She was simply a person of interest whose name had come to the surface. I didn't believe that we needed to give her the rights warning until we crossed that threshold. We weren't close to being there yet. We had a discrepancy between what she told us and what a witness had told us. We needed to explore that further before anybody became a suspect. Freeman was at it again, trying to patch holes before I could tear them open. It was frustrating, but there was nothing I could do about it. I was busy writing down questions I would later ask Curlin, ones that Freeman wouldn't anticipate. Skillfully, Freeman led Curlin back to Van Nuys Station and the interview room where he had sat with my client. She used him to introduce the video of the session. It was played for the jury on 2 overhead screens. Aronson had ably argued against showing the interview, but to no avail. Judge Perry had allowed it. We could appeal after conviction, but success there was a long shot. I had to turn things now. I had to find a way to make the jury see it as an unfair process, a trap into which my innocent client had stumbled. The video was shot from an overhead angle, and the defense scored a minor point right off the bat because Howard Curlin was a big man, and Lisa Trammel was small. Sitting across a table from Trammel, Curlin looked like he was crowding her, cornering her, even bullying her. This was good. This was part of a theme I planned to put into my cross-examination. The audio was clear and the sound crisp. Over my objection, the jurors as well as the other players in the trial had been given transcripts with which to read along. I had objected because I didn't want the jurors reading. I wanted them watching. I wanted them to see the big man bullying the little woman. There was sympathy to be gained there, but not in the words on the page. Curlin started casually, announcing the names of those in the room and asking Trammel if she was there voluntarily. My client said that she was, but the starkness and angle of the video belied her words. She looked like she was being held in a prison. "Why don't we start with you telling us about your movements today?" Curlin asked. "Starting when?" Trammel responded. "How about with the moment you woke up?" Trammel outlined her early morning routine of waking and preparing her son for school, then driving him there. The boy attended a private school, and the drive usually ranged from 20 to 40 minutes depending on traffic. She said she stopped after the drop-off to get coffee, and then she went back home. "You told us at your home you didn't make any stops. Now you stop for coffee?" "I guess I forgot." "Where?" "A place called Joe's Joe on Ventura." A veteran interrogator, Curlin abruptly went in a new direction, keeping his quarry off guard. "Did you go by Westland National this morning?" "No. Is that what this is about?" "So if someone said they saw you there, they would be lying." "Yes. Who said that? I have not violated the order. You—" "Do you know Mitchell Bondurant?" "Know him? No, I know of him. I know who he is, but I don't know him." "Did you see him today?" Trammel paused here, and this was detrimental to her cause. On the video, you could see the wheels working. She was considering whether to tell the truth. I glanced at the jury. I didn't see one face that wasn't turned up toward the screens. "Yes, I saw him." "But you just said you didn't go on Westland property." "I didn't. Look. I don't know who told you they saw me at the bank. And if it was him, then he's a liar. I wasn't there. I saw him, yes, but that was at the coffee shop, not the... Why didn't you tell us that this morning at your home? Tell you what? You didn't ask. Have you changed clothes since this morning? What? Did you change clothes this morning, after you got back home? Look, what is this? You asked me to come down to talk, and this is some sort of setup. I have not violated the order. Did you attack Mitchell Bondurant? What? Curlin didn't answer. He just stared at Trammel as her mouth came open in a perfect O. I checked the jury. All eyes were still on the screens. I hoped they saw what I saw. Genuine shock on my client's face. Is that... Mitchell Bondurant was attacked? Is he all right? No, actually. He's dead. And at this point, I want to advise you of your constitutional rights. Curlin read Trammel the Miranda rights warning, and Trammel said the magic words, the smartest 4 words to ever come out of her mouth. I want my attorney. That ended the interview, and the video concluded with Curlin placing Trammel under arrest for murder. And that was how Freeman ended Curlin's testimony. She surprised me by abruptly saying she was finished with the witness and then sitting down. She still had the search of my client's house to cover with the jury, and the hammer, but it looked like she wouldn't be using Curlin for these. It was 11:45, and the judge broke for an early lunch. That gave me an hour and 15 minutes to make final preparations for Curlin. Once more, we were about to do the jury dance. Chapter 27. I stepped over to the lectern, carrying 2 thick files and my trusty legal pad. The files were superfluous to my cross-examination, but my hope was that they would make an impressive prop. I took my time organizing everything on top of the lectern. I wanted Curlin to dangle. My plan was to treat him in the same manner he had treated my client, bobbing and weaving, jabbing with the left when he was expecting the right, a hit-and-run mission. Freeman had made the smart play, breaking up the testimony between the partners. I wouldn't get the chance to make a cohesive attack on the case through just Curlin. I would have to deal with him now and his partner Longstreth much later. Case choreography was one of Freeman's strong points, and she was showing it here. "Any time, Mr. Haller," the judge prompted. "Yes, Your Honor. Just getting my notes in order." "Good afternoon, Detective Curlin. I wonder if we could start by going back to the crime scene. Did you? Whatever you want." "Yes, thank you. How long were you and your partner at the crime scene before you went off to chase down Lisa Trammel?" "Well, I wouldn't call it chasing her down. Is that because she wasn't a suspect?" "That's one of the reasons." "She was just a person of interest. Is that what you call it?" "That's right." "So then how long were you at the crime scene before you left to find this woman who was not a suspect, but only a person of interest?" Curlin referred to his notes. "My partner and I arrived at the crime scene at 9:27, and one or both of us were there until we left together at 10:39. That's an hour and 12 minutes. You spent only 72 minutes at the crime scene before feeling the need to leave to pick up a woman who is not even a suspect? Do I have that right?" "It's one way to look at it." "How did you look at it, Detective?" "First of all, leaving the crime scene was not an issue, because the crime scene was under the control and direction of the Homicide Squad coordinator. Several technicians from the Scientific Investigation Division were also on hand. Our job was not the crime scene. Our job was to follow the leads wherever they took us, and they led us at that point to Lisa Trammel. She wasn't a suspect when we went to see her, but she became one when she started giving inconsistent and contradictory statements during the interview." "You're talking about the interview back at Van Nuys division, yes?" "That's correct." "Okay, then what were the inconsistent and contradictory statements you just mentioned?" "At her house, she said she made no stops after dropping the kid off. At the station, she suddenly remembers getting coffee and seeing the victim there. She says she wasn't near the bank, but we had a witness who put her a half block away. That was the big one right there." I smiled and shook my head like I was dealing with a simpleton. "Detective, you're kidding us, right?" Curlin gave me the first look of annoyance. It was just what I wanted. If it was perceived as arrogance, it would be all the better when I humiliated him. "No, I am not kidding," Curlin said. "I take my job very seriously." I asked the judge to allow me to replay a portion of the Trammel interview. Permission granted. I fast-forwarded the playback, keeping my eye on the time code at the bottom. I slowed it to normal play, just in time for the jury to watch the exchange centering on Trammel's denial of being near Westland National. Did you go by Westland National this morning? No. Is that what this is about? So if someone said they saw you there, they would be lying. Yes. Who said that? I have not violated the order. Do you know Mitchell Bondurant? Know him? No, I know of him. I know who he is, but I don't know him. Did you see him today? Yes, I saw him. But you just said you didn't go on Westland property. I didn't. Look, I don't know who told you they saw me at the bank. And if it was him, then he's a liar. I wasn't there. I saw him, yes. But that was at the coffee shop, not the... Why didn't you tell us that this morning at your home? Tell you what? You didn't ask. I stopped the video and looked at Curlin. Detective, where is it that Lisa Trammel contradicts herself? She says right there that she wasn't near the bank, and we have a witness who says she was. So you have a contradiction between two statements by different people, but Lisa Trammel did not contradict herself, correct? You are talking semantics. Can you answer the question, Detective? Yes, right. A contradiction between two statements. Curlin didn't consider the distinction important, but I hoped the jury would. Isn't it true, Detective, that Lisa Trammel has never contradicted her statement that she was not near the bank on the day of the murder? I wouldn't know. I'm not privy to everything she has ever said since then. Now he was just being churlish, which was fine by me. Okay, then as far as you know, Detective, has she ever contradicted that very first statement to you that she was not near the bank? No. Thank you, Detective. I asked the judge if I could replay another segment of the video, and was granted permission. I moved the video back to a time spot early in the interview and froze it. I then asked the judge if I could put one of the prosecution's crime scene photos on one of the overhead screens while leaving the video on the other. The judge gave me the go-ahead. The crime scene photo I put up was a wide-angle shot that took in almost the entire crime scene. The tableau included Bondurant's body, as well as his car, the open briefcase, and the spilled cup of coffee on the ground. Detective, let me draw your attention to the crime scene photo marked People's Exhibit 3. Can you describe what you see in the foreground? You mean the briefcase or the body? What else, Detective? You've got the spilled coffee, and the evidence marker on the left is where they found a tissue fragment, later identified as coming from the victim's scalp. You can't really see that in the photo. I asked the judge to strike the part of the answer concerning the tissue fragment as non-responsive. I had asked Curlin to describe what he could see in the photo, not what he couldn't see. The judge didn't agree, and let the whole answer stand. I shook it off and tried again. Detective, can you read what it says on the side of the coffee cup? Yes, it says Joe's Joe. It's a gourmet coffee shop about 4 blocks from the bank. Very good, Detective. Your eyes are better than mine. Maybe because they look for the truth. I looked at the judge and spread my hands like a baseball manager who just saw a fastball down the pipe called a ball. Before I could verbally react, the judge was all over Curlin. Detective, Perry barked. You know better than that. I'm sorry, Your Honor, Curlin said contritely, his eyes holding on mine. Mr. Holler somehow always seems to bring out the worst in me. That's no excuse. Another one like that, and you and I are going to have a serious problem. It won't happen again, Judge, I promise. The jury will disregard the witness's comment. Mr. Holler, proceed and take us away from this. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll do my best. Detective, when you were at the crime scene for 72 minutes before leaving to question Miss Trammel, did you determine whose coffee cup that was? Well, we later found out that... No, I didn't ask you what you later found out, Detective. I asked you about those first 72 minutes when you were at the crime scene. During that time, before you went to Lisa Trammel's house in Woodland Hills, did you know whose coffee that was? No, we had not determined that yet. Okay, so you didn't know who dropped that coffee at the crime scene, correct? Objection asked and answered, Freeman said. It was a useless objection, but she had to do something to try to knock me out of rhythm. I'll allow it, the judge said before I could respond. You can answer the question, Detective. Did you know who dropped that cup of coffee at the crime scene? Not at that time. I went back to the video and played the segment I had cued and ready to go. It was from the early part of the interview, when Trammel was recounting her routine activities during the morning of the murder. After I dropped my son off, I drove down Ventura and stopped to get coffee. After that, I headed home. Where did you stop to get the coffee? A place called Joe's Joe. It's on Van Nuys Boulevard, right by the intersection with Ventura. Do you remember, did you get a large or small cup? Large. I drink a lot of coffee. I stopped the video. Tell me something now, Detective. Why did you ask what size coffee she got at Joe's Joe? You throw out a big net. You go for as many details as you can. Was it not because you believed the coffee cup found at the scene of the murder might have been Lisa Trammel's? That was one possibility at that point. Did you count this as one of those admissions from Lisa Trammel? I thought it was significant at that point in the conversation. I wouldn't call it an admission. But then, under further questioning, she told you she saw the victim at the coffee shop, correct? Correct. So didn't that change your thinking on the coffee cup at the scene? It was just additional information to consider. It was very early in the investigation. We had no independent information that the victim had been in the coffee shop. We had this one person's statement, but it was inconsistent with the statement of a witness we had already spoken to. So we had Lisa Trammel saying she saw Mitchell Bondurant at the coffee shop, but that didn't make it a fact. We still needed to confirm that, and later we did. But do you see where what you considered an inconsistency early in the interview turned out to be totally consistent with the facts later? In this one instance, Curlin would give no quarter. He knew I was trying to back him up to the edge of a cliff. His job was to keep from going over. In fact, Detective, wouldn't you say that when all was said and done, the only thing inconsistent about the interview with Lisa Trammel was that she said she wasn't near the bank, and you had a witness who claimed she was? It's always easy to look back with 20/20 vision, but that one inconsistency was, and is, pretty important. A reliable witness put her close to the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. That hasn't changed since day one. A reliable witness. Based on one short interview with Margot Schaefer, she was deemed a reliable witness? I put the proper mix of outrage and confusion in my voice. Freeman objected, saying that I was simply badgering the witness because I was not getting the answers I wanted. The judge overruled, but it was a good message for her to get to the jury. The idea that I wasn't getting what I wanted, because in fact, I was. The first interview with Margot Schaefer was short, Curlin said, but she was re-interviewed several times by several investigators. Her observations on that day have not changed one iota. I believe she saw what she said she saw. Good for you, Detective, I said. Let's go back to the coffee cup. Did there come a time that you came to a conclusion as to whose coffee was spilled and left at the crime scene? Yes, we found a Joe's Joe receipt in the victim's pocket for a large cup of coffee purchased that morning at 8:21. Once we found that, we believed that the coffee cup at the crime scene was his. This was later confirmed by fingerprint analysis. He got out of the car with it and dropped it when he was attacked from behind. I nodded, making sure the jury understood that I was indeed getting the answers I wanted. What time was it when that receipt was found in the victim's pocket? Curlin checked his notes and didn't find an answer. I'm not sure because the receipt was found by the coroner's investigator, who was in charge of checking the victim's pockets and securing all property that had been on the victim's person. This would have been done before the body was transported to the coroner's office. But it was well after you and your partner took off in pursuit of Lisa Trammel, correct? We didn't take off in pursuit of Trammel, but the discovery of the receipt would have been after we left to talk to Trammel. Did the coroner's investigator call you and tell you about the receipt? No. Did you find out about the receipt before or after you arrested Lisa Trammel for murder? After. But there was other evidence in support of... Thank you, Detective. Just answer the question I ask if you don't mind. I don't mind telling the truth. Good. That's what we're here for. Now, wouldn't you agree that you arrested Lisa Trammel on the basis of inconsistent and contradictory statements that later turned out to be, in fact, consistent and not in contradiction with the evidence and the facts of the case? Curlin answered, as if by rote. We had the witness who placed her near the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. And that's all you had, correct? There was other evidence tying her to the murder. We have her hammer and— I'm asking about at the time of her arrest, I yelled. Please answer the question I ask you, detective. Hey, the judge exclaimed. There's only one person who's going to be allowed to raise their voice in my courtroom, and Mr. Haller, you aren't that person. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you please instruct the witness to answer the questions he is asked, and not those that are not asked? Consider the witness so advised. Proceed, Mr. Haller. I paused for a moment to collect myself and swept my eyes across the jury. I was looking for sympathetic reactions, but I didn't see any. Not even from Furlong, who didn't meet my eyes with his. I looked back at Curlin. You just mentioned the hammer. The defendant's hammer. This was evidence you didn't have at the time of the arrest, correct? That's correct. Isn't it true that once you made the arrest and realized that the inconsistent statements you relied upon were not actually inconsistent, you began looking for evidence to fit your theory of the case? Not true at all. We had the witness, but we still kept a wide-open view of this thing. We weren't wearing blinders. I would have been happy to drop the charges against the defendant, but the investigation was ongoing, and the evidence that we started accumulating and evaluating did not cut her way. Not only that, but you had motive too, didn't you? The victim was foreclosing on the defendant's house. As far as motive went, that looked pretty strong to me. But you were not privy to the details of that foreclosure, only that there was a foreclosure in process, correct? Yes, and that there was a temporary restraining order against her too. You mean you were saying that the restraining order itself was a motive to kill Mitchell Bondurant? No, that's not what I'm saying, and not what I mean. I'm just saying it was part of the whole picture. The whole picture adding up at that point to a rush to judgment. Correct, detective? Freeman jumped up and objected, and the judge sustained it. That was okay. I wasn't interested in Curlin's answer to the question. I was only interested in putting the question in each juror's mind. I checked the rear wall of the courtroom and saw it was 3:30. I told the judge that I was going to move in a new direction with my cross-examination, and that it might be a good time to take the afternoon break. The judge agreed and dismissed the jury for 15 minutes. I sat back down at the defense table, and my client reached over and squeezed my forearm with a powerful grip. You're doing so good, she whispered. We'll see. There's still a long way to go. She pushed her chair back to get up. Are you going for coffee? She asked. No, I need to make a call. You go. Just remember, no talking to the media. Don't talk to anybody. I know, Mickey. Loose lips sink ships. You got it. She left the table then, and I watched her head out of the courtroom. I didn't see her constant companion, Herb Dahl, anywhere. I pulled my phone and called Cisco's cell number. He answered right away. I'm out of time, Cisco. I need the letter. You got it. What do you mean? It's confirmed? Totally legit. We're lucky we're talking on the phone. Why's that, boss? Because I might have to kiss you for this. That won't be necessary. Chapter 28. I used the last few minutes of the break to prepare the second part of my cross-examination of Curlin. Cisco's news was going to send a wave through the whole trial. How I handled the new information with Curlin would impact the rest of the trial. Soon everyone was back in the courtroom, and I was at the lectern and ready to go. I had one last item on my list to hit before I got to the letter. Detective Curlin, let's go back to the crime scene photo you see on the screen. Did you identify the ownership of the briefcase that was found open next to the victim's body? Yes, it had the victim's property in it and his initials engraved on the brass locking plate. It was his. And when you arrived at the crime scene and saw the open briefcase next to the body, what were your initial impressions of it? None. I try to keep an open mind about everything, especially when I first come into a case. Did you think the open briefcase could mean that robbery was a motive for the murder? Among many possibilities, yes. Did you think that here was a banker dead and an open briefcase next to him? I wonder what the killer was after. I had to think of that as a possible scenario. But as I said, it was, thank you, detective. Freeman objected. saying I was not giving the witness time to fully answer the question. The judge agreed and let Curlin finish. I was just saying that the possibility of this being a robbery was just one scenario. Leaving the briefcase open could just as easily have been a move to make it look like a robbery when it wasn't. I pushed on without losing a beat. Did you determine what was taken from the briefcase? As far as we knew then and know now, nothing was taken from it. But there was no inventory as to what should have been in the briefcase. We had Mr. Bondurant's secretary look at his files and work product to see if she could determine if anything was missing, like a file or something. She found nothing missing. Then do you have any explanation for why it was left open? As I said before, it could have been done as misdirection. But we also believe there's a good chance that the case sprung open when it was dropped on the concrete during the attack. I put my incredulous look on. And how did you come to that determination, sir? The briefcase has a faulty locking mechanism. Any sort of jarring of the case could lead to its release. We conducted experiments with the case and found that when it was dropped to a hard surface from a height of 3 feet or more, it sprung open about 1 out of every 3 times. I nodded and acted like I was computing this information for the first time, even though I already had it from one of the investigative reports received in Discovery. So what you're saying is that there was a 1 in 3 chance that the briefcase came open on its own when Mr. Bondurant dropped it. That's correct. And you called that a good chance, correct? A solid chance. And of course there was a greater chance that that was not how the briefcase came open, right? You can look at it that way. There is a greater chance that someone opened the briefcase, correct? Again, you can look at it that way. But we determined that nothing was missing from the briefcase, so there was no apparent reason for it to have been opened except to create a misdirection of some kind. Our working theory was that it sprung open when it was dropped. Do you notice in the crime scene photograph, Detective, that none of the contents of the case have fallen out and onto the pavement? That's correct. Do you have an inventory of the briefcase in your binder there that you can read to us? Curlin took his time finding it and then read it to the jury. The briefcase contains 6 files, 5 pens, an iPad, a calculator, an address book, and 2 blank notebooks. When you conducted your tests, in which you dropped the briefcase to the ground to see about the possibility of it popping open, did the case have the same contents? It had similar contents, yes. And on the times that the case popped open, how often did all the contents remain inside it? Not every time, but most of the time. It definitely could have happened. Was that the scientific conclusion to your scientific experiment, Detective? It was done in the lab. It wasn't my experiment. With a pen and a noticeable wrist flourish, I made several check marks on my legal pad. I then moved on to the most important avenue of my cross-examination. Detective, I said, you told us earlier today that you received a threat assessment file from Westland National and that it contained information about the defendant. Did you ever check out any of the other names in the file? We reviewed the file several times and did some limited follow-up, but as evidence came in against the defendant, we saw less and less of a need to. You weren't going to go chasing rainbows when you had your suspect already in hand, is that it? I wouldn't put it that way. Our investigation was thorough and exhaustive. Did this thorough and exhaustive investigation include pursuing any other leads at any time that did not involve Lisa Trammel as a suspect? Of course, that's what the job involves. Did you review Mr. Bondurant's work product and look for any leads unrelated to Lisa Trammel? Yes, we did. You have testified about investigating threats made against the victim in this case. Did you investigate any threats he might have made against others? Where the victim threatened someone else? Not that I recall. I asked the court's permission to approach the witness with Defense Exhibit 2. I handed copies to all parties. Freeman objected, but she was simply going through the motions. The issue regarding Bondurant's letter of complaint to Louis Aparicio had already been decided during pretrial arguments. Perry was allowing it, if only to even the score for allowing the state to enter the hammer in the DNA. He overruled Freeman's objection and told me I could proceed. Detective Curlin, you hold a letter sent by certified mail from Mitchell Bondurant, the victim, to Louis Aparicio, president of Aloft, a contracted vendor to Westland National. Could you please read the letter to the jury? Curlin stared at the page I gave him for a long moment before reading. Dear Lewis, attached you will find correspondence from an attorney named Michael Haller, who is representing the homeowner in one of the foreclosure cases you are handling for Westland. Her name is Lisa Trammel, and the loan number is 0409719. The mortgage is jointly held by Jeffrey and Lisa Trammel. In his letter, Mr. Haller makes allegations that the file is replete with fraudulent actions perpetrated in the case. You will note that he gives specific instances, all of which were carried out by Aloft. As you know, and we have discussed, there have been other complaints. These new allegations against Aloft, if true, have put Westland in a vulnerable position, especially considering the government's recent interest in this aspect of the mortgage business. Unless we come to some sort of arrangement and understanding in regard to this, I will be recommending to the board that Westland withdraw from its contract with your company for cause, and any ongoing business be terminated. This action would also require the bank to file an SAR with appropriate authorities. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to further discuss these matters. Curlin held the letter out to me, as if he was finished with it. I ignored the gesture. Thank you, Detective. Now the letter mentions the filing of an SAR. Do you know what that is? A suspicious activity report. All banks are required to file them with the Federal Trade Commission if such activity comes to their attention. Have you ever before seen the letter you hold, Detective? Yes, I have. When? While reviewing the victim's work product. I noticed it then. Can you give me a date when this happened? Not an exact date. I would say I became aware of this letter about 2 weeks into the investigation. And that would have been 2 weeks after Lisa Trammel was already arrested for the murder. Did you investigate further upon becoming aware of this letter? Maybe talk to Louis Aparicio? At some point, I made inquiries and learned that Mr. Aparicio had a solid alibi for the time of the killing. I left it at that. What about the people working for Aparicio? Did they all have alibis? I don't know. You don't know? That's right. I did not pursue this because it appeared to be a business dispute and not a legitimate motive for murder. I do not view this letter as a threat. You did not consider it unusual that in this day of instant communication, the victim chose to send a certified letter instead of an email or a text or a fax. Not really. There were several other copies of letters sent by certified mail. It seemed to be a way of doing business and keeping a record of it. I nodded. Fair enough. Do you know if Mr. Bondurant ever filed a suspicious activity report in regard to Louis Aparicio or his company? I checked with the Federal Trade Commission. He did not. Did you check with any other government agency to see if Louis Aparicio or his company were the subject of an investigation? As best I could. There was nothing. As best you could. And so this whole thing was a dead end to you, correct? That's correct. You checked with the FTC and you ran down a man's alibi, but then dropped it. You already had a suspect and a case against her was easy and just fell into place for you, correct? A murder case is never easy. You have to be thorough. You can leave no stone unturned. What about the U.S. Secret Service? Did you leave that stone unturned? The Secret Service? I'm not sure what you mean. Did you have any interaction with the U.S. Secret Service during this investigation? No, I didn't. How about the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles? I did not. I can't speak for my partner or other colleagues who worked the case. It was a good answer, but not good enough. In my peripheral vision, I could see that Freeman had moved to the edge of her seat, ready for the right moment to object to my line of questioning. Detective Curlin, do you know what a federal target letter is? Freeman leapt to her feet before Curlin could respond. She objected and asked for a sidebar. I think we better step back into chambers for this, the judge said. I want the jury and court personnel to stay in place while I confer with counsel. Mr. Haller, Miss Freeman, let's go. I pulled a document in the attached envelope from one of my files and followed Freeman toward the door that led to the judge's chambers. I was confident that I was about to tilt the case in the defense's direction, or I was headed to jail for contempt.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Fifth Witness by Michael Connolly. Read by Peter Giles. Chapter 29. Judge Perry was not a happy jurist. He didn't even bother to go behind his desk and sit down. We entered his chambers, and he immediately turned on me and folded his arms across his chest. He stared hard at me and waited for his court reporter to take a seat and set up her machine before he spoke. "Okay, Mr. Haller. Ms. Freeman is objecting because my guess is that this is the first she's heard about the Secret Service and the U.S. Attorney's Office and a federal target letter, and what it all may or may not have to do with this case. I'm objecting myself because it's the first I remember any mention of the federal government, and I'm not going to allow you to go on a federal fishing trip in front of the jury. Now, if you have something, I want an offer of proof on it right now, and then I want to know why Ms. Freeman doesn't know anything about it." "Thank you, Judge," Freeman said indignantly, hands on her hips. I tried to diffuse the situation a bit by casually stepping away from our tight grouping and moving toward the window with the view that rolled up the side of the Santa Monica Mountains. I could see the cantilevered homes edging the crest. They looked like matchboxes ready to drop with the next earthquake that came through. I knew what that was like, clinging to the edge. "Your Honor, my office received an anonymously sent envelope in the mail that contained a copy of a federal target letter addressed to Louis Aparicio and Aloft. It informed him that he and his company were the target of an investigation into fraudulent foreclosure practices undertaken on behalf of his client banks." I held up the document and envelope. "I have the letter right here. It is dated 2 weeks before the murder and just 8 days after the letter of complaint Bondurant sent to Aparicio." "When did you receive this supposedly anonymous envelope?" Freeman asked, her voice dripping with skepticism. "It turned up yesterday in my P.O. box, but wasn't opened until last night. If counsel does not believe me, I will have my office manager come over and you can ask her any question you like. She's the one who went to the box." "Let me see it," the judge demanded. I handed Perry the letter and envelope. Freeman moved in close to him to read it as well. It was a short letter, and he soon gave it back to me without asking Freeman if she was finished reading. "You should have brought this up this morning," the judge said. "At the very least, you should have provided a copy to opposing counsel and told her you planned to introduce it." "Judge, I would have, but it's obviously a photocopy and it came in the mail. I've been sandbagged before. We probably all have. I needed to verify the document and make sure it was legitimate before I told anyone. I didn't get that confirmation until less than an hour ago, during the afternoon break." "What was the source of the confirmation?" Freeman asked, before the judge could. "I don't know the exact details. My investigator simply told me that the letter was confirmed by the feds as legitimate. If you want further detail, I can also call in my investigator." "That won't be necessary because I am sure Ms. Freeman will want to do her own due diligence. But bringing it up in cross-examination was far out of line, Mr. Haller. You should have informed the court this morning that you had received something in the mail that you were in the process of checking out and planned to introduce in court. You blindsided the state and the court." "I apologize, Your Honor. My intention was to handle it properly. I guess it was a learned behavior, seeing how the state has blindsided me at least twice so far, with surprise evidence and questions about timing and chain of custody." Perry gave me a hard look, but I knew he got the point. Ultimately, I believed he was a fair judge and would act accordingly. He knew the letter was legitimate and vital to the defense's case. Basic fairness held that I be allowed to pursue it. Freeman read the same thing I did and tried to head the judge off. "Your Honor, it's 4:15. I request that court be adjourned for the day so that the prosecution can digest this new material and be adequately prepared to proceed in the morning." Perry shook his head. "I don't like losing court time," he said. "I don't either, Judge," Freeman responded. "But no doubt, as you just said, I've been blindsided here. Counsel should have brought this information forward this morning. You cannot allow him to just proceed with it without the prosecution being prepared and conducting its own confirmation and due diligence as to the context of this information. I am asking for 45 minutes, Judge. Surely the state is entitled to that." The judge looked at me for opposing argument. I held my hands wide. Doesn't matter to me, Judge. She can take all the time in the world, but it doesn't change the fact that Aparicio was and is under federal investigation for his dealings with Westland, among other banks. That would make the victim in this case a potential witness against him. The letter we introduced earlier makes that clear. The police and prosecution completely missed this aspect of the case, and now Ms. Freeman wants to blame the messenger for their shallow Okay, Mr. Holler, we're not in front of the jury here, Perry said, cutting me off. I understand your point. I'm going to adjourn early today, but we'll start at 9 sharp tomorrow, and I expect all parties to be prepared and for there to be no further delays. Thank you, Your Honor, Freeman said. Let's go back, Perry said. And we did. My client was clinging to me as we left the courthouse. She wanted to know what other details I had about the federal investigation. Herb Dahl trailed behind us like the tail on a kite. I was uncomfortable speaking to both of them. Look, I don't know what it means, Lisa. That's one reason why the judge broke early today, so both the defense and the prosecution could do some work on it. You have to just back off for a bit and let me and my staff handle it. But this could be it, right, Mickey? What do you mean, it? The evidence that shows it wasn't me. That proves it. I stopped and turned to her. Her eyes were searching my face for any sign of affirmation. Something about her desperation made me think for the first time that she may have truly been framed for Bondurant's murder. But that wasn't like me, to believe in innocence. Look, Lisa, I am hoping that it will very clearly demonstrate to the jury that there is a strong alternate possibility, complete with motive and opportunity. But you need to calm down and recognize that it might not be evidence of anything. I expect that the prosecution is going to come in tomorrow with an argument to keep it away from the jury. We have to be prepared to fend that off, as well as to proceed without it. So I have a lot. They can't just do that. This is evidence. Lisa, they can argue anything they want, and the judge will decide. The good thing is he owes us one. In fact, he owes us 2 for the hammer and the DNA dropping out of the sky. So I hope he'll do the right thing here, and we'll get it in. That's why you have to let me go now. I need to get back to the office and get to work on this. She reached up and patted down my tie and adjusted the collar on my suit coat. Okay, I get it. You do what you have to do, but call me tonight, okay? I want to know where things stand at the end of the day. If there's time, Lisa, if I'm not too tired, I will call. I looked over her shoulder at Dahl, who stood 2 feet behind her. I actually needed the guy at the moment. Herb, take care of her. Get her home so I can go back to work. I've got her, he said. No worries. Right, no worries. I had the whole case to worry about, and I couldn't help but worry about my client going off with the man I just sent her with. Was Dahl for real, or was he just protecting his investment? I watched them head off across the plaza toward the parking garage. I then walked past the library and north toward my office. I was probably more excited about the possibilities that had dropped into my lap than Lisa was. I just wasn't showing it. You never show your cards, unless your opponent has called the final bet. When I got back to the office, I was still floating on adrenaline. The pure, high-octane form that comes with the unexpected twist in your favor. Cisco and Bullocks were waiting for me when I entered. They both started talking at once, and I had to raise my hands to cut them both off. Hold on, I said. One at a time, and I go first. Perry adjourned early so the state could jump on the target letter. We need to be ready for their best shot in the morning, because I want to get it before the jury. Cisco, now you, what have you got? Tell me about the letter. My momentum, carried all the way from the courthouse, took us into my office and I went behind the desk. The seat was warm, and I could tell someone had been working there all afternoon. Okay, Cisco said. We confirmed the letter was legit. The U.S. Attorney's Office wouldn't talk to us, but I found out that the Secret Service agent who's named in the letter, Charles Vasquez, is assigned to a joint task force with the FBI that is looking into all angles of mortgage fraud in the Southern California district. Remember last year when all the big banks temporarily halted foreclosures and everybody in Congress said they would investigate? Yeah, I thought I was going out of business until the banks started foreclosing again. Yeah, well, one of the investigations that did get going was right here. Lattimore put together this task force. Reggie Lattimore was the U.S. attorney assigned to the district. I knew him years ago when he was a public defender. He later switched sides and became a federal prosecutor, and we moved in different orbits. I tried to stay away from the federal courthouse. I saw him from time to time at lunch counters downtown. Okay, he won't talk to us. What about Vasquez? I tried him too. I got him on the line, but as soon as he knew what it was about, he had no comment. I called back a second time and he just hung up on me. I think if we want to talk to him, we're going to have to paper him. I knew from experience that trying to serve a subpoena on a federal agent could be like fishing without a hook on the end of your line. If they don't want to be papered, they'll be able to avoid it. We might not have to, I said. The judge adjourned early so the prosecution could run the letter down. My guess is she'll bring either Lattimore or Vasquez in and put him on before we can do it. Then she can try to spin it her way. She won't want this to blow up in her face during the defense phase, Aronson added, like the seasoned trial veteran she was not. And the best way to guard against that is to bring Vasquez in as a witness herself. What do we know about this task force? I asked. I don't have anybody inside, Cisco said, but I've got someone close enough to know what is going on. The task force is obviously very political. The thinking was that there is so much fraud out there, it would be like shooting fish, and they could grab headlines and look like they were doing something on their end about the whole mess. Aparicio is a perfect target, rich, arrogant, and Republican. Whatever they are working in regard to him, it's just starting and hasn't gone very deep. Doesn't matter, I said. The target letter is all we need. It will make Bondurant's letter look like a legitimate threat. Do you really think this is what happened? Or are we just using this coincidence to deflect the jury's attention? Aronson asked. She was still standing even though Cisco and I had sat down. There was something symbolic about it. As if by not sitting down with us as we schemed this out, she was not buying in or selling her soul. It doesn't matter, Bullocks, I said. We have one job here, and that's to put a not guilty on the scoreboard. How we get there? I didn't need to finish. I could see in her face that she was continuing to have difficulty with the lessons taught outside the classroom. I turned back to Cisco. So who leaked the letter to us? That I don't know, he said. I kind of doubt it was Vasquez. He acted too surprised and edgy on the phone. I'm thinking somebody in the U.S. Attorney's office. I agreed. Maybe Lattimore himself. If we're lucky enough to get Aparicio on the stand, it might actually help the feds to have him locked into some sworn testimony. Cisco nodded. It was as good a possibility as anything else. I moved on. Cisco, I said, the text you sent me in the courtroom said you had something unrelated to this to tell me. To show you. We need to take a ride when we're finished here. Where? I'd rather just show you. I could tell by the way his face froze that he wasn't going to talk in front of Bullocks. It didn't matter that she was a trusted part of the team. I got the message and turned back to her. Bullocks, you wanted to say something when I first came in. No. I just wanted to talk about my testimony. But we have a few days before we need to touch base. I guess we should just stay in the moment. You sure? I can talk. No, go with Cisco. Maybe we'll get some time tomorrow. I could tell that something in the initial conversation was bothering her. I let it go and got up from my desk. I felt sympathy for her, but not too much. Idealism dies hard with everybody. Chapter 30. I drove the Lincoln because Cisco had ridden his motorcycle to work. He directed me north on Van Nuys Boulevard. Is this about Lisa's husband? I asked. You found him? No, not about that. It's about the two guys in the garage, boss. The guys who attacked me? You connected them to Aparicio? Yes and no. It's about them, but it's not connected to Aparicio. Then who the hell sent them after me? Herb Dahl. What? You gotta be shitting me. I wish. I looked over at my investigator. I completely trusted him, but wasn't seeing the logic in Dahl's putting the two goons on me. We'd had the dispute over movie control and money, but how would busting my ribs and twisting my nuts help him in that regard? At the time of the attack, I had just found out he had made the deal with McReynolds. I got mugged before I could even register a protest. You better run this down for me, Cisco. I can't really do that yet. That's why we're in the car. Then talk to me. What's going on? I'm in the middle of trial here. Okay, you told me you didn't trust Dahl and that I should check him out. I did. I also had a couple of my guys start to keep an eye on him. By your guys, you mean saints. That's right. Once upon a time, long before he married Lorna, Cisco was with the Road Saints, a motorcycle club that was somewhere on the spectrum between the Hells Angels and the Shriners Clowns on Wheels. He managed to retire from membership without a criminal record, and now maintained an association with the club. For a long time, I did too, serving as house counsel and handling various traffic, brawling, and drug offenses that distracted the membership. That was how I had first met Cisco. He was running security investigations for the club, and I started using him on the criminal cases that came up. The rest was history. On more than one occasion over the years, Cisco had enlisted the Saints on my behalf. I even credit them with saving my family from potential harm when I was involved in the Louis Roulet case. So it was not a surprise to me that he had called on them again, except that he hadn't bothered to clue me in. Why didn't you tell me this? I didn't want to complicate things for you. You had the case to worry about. I was handling the two dirtbags who messed you up. By messed up, he meant more than physically. He was keeping me out of things because he knew that sometimes the psychological beating you take is worse than the physical. He didn't want me distracted or looking over my shoulder. Okay, I get it, I said. Cisco reached inside his black leather riding vest and pulled out a folded photograph. He handed it to me, and I waited until I stopped at the light at Roscoe before I looked. I unfolded it and saw a picture of Herb Dahl getting into a car with the two black-gloved assailants who had so expertly put me down on the floor of the parking garage by the Victory Building. Recognize them? Cisco asked. Yeah, it's them, I said, anger rising in my throat. Fucking Dahl. I'm gonna kick his fucking ass. Maybe. Turn left here. We're going to the compound. I looked over my shoulder and squeezed the car into the turning lane just as the light changed and I got the signal. We headed west, and I had to flip down the visor against the dropping sun. By compound, I knew he meant the Saints Clubhouse, which was near the brewery on the other side of the 405 freeway. It had been a while since I had been there. When was that photo taken? I asked. While you were in the hospital. They didn't... You've been sitting on this since then? Relax. I wasn't checking with my guys every day, okay? They also didn't know about your ass getting kicked. So they saw Dahl with these guys, took a couple of pictures, and never showed them to me because I didn't print them out for more than a month. It was a fuck-up, I know. But these guys aren't pros. They're lazy. I take responsibility for it. So if you need to blame someone, blame me. I saw the photo for the first time last night. The other thing is, my guys told me they didn't get it with the camera, but they also saw Dahl give both of these assholes a roll of cash, so I think it's pretty clear. He hired them to kick your ass, Mick. Son of a bitch. I was seized with the same sense of helplessness I had felt when one of the assailants had pinned my arms and held me, while the other one hit me with his gloved fists. I felt sweat popping on my scalp, and sympathetic pain throbbed in my ribs and testicles. If I ever get a chance to... I stopped and looked across the seat at Cisco. He had a slight smile playing on his face. Is that what this is? You have these two guys at the clubhouse? He didn't answer, but he kept the smile. Cisco, I'm in the middle of a trial, and now you're telling me the guy who has his fingers in my client's pie is the one who set me up for that assault? I don't have time for this, man. I have too much... They want to talk. That shut my protest down quick. Did you interview them? Nope. Waiting for you. Thought you should get first crack at them. I drove in silence the rest of the way, pondering what lay ahead. Soon we pulled to a stop in front of a compound on the east side of the brewery. Cisco got out to open the gate, and the car immediately became infected with the sour smell of the brewery. The compound was surrounded by a chain-link fence with a twist of razor wire running along top. The concrete block clubhouse, which sat in the middle of the hard-scrabble lot, looked unimpressive in comparison to the gleaming row of machines parked out front. Harleys and Triumphs only. No rice rockets for this crew. We entered the clubhouse, took a moment to let our eyes adjust, and then I saw Cisco walk up to a serve-yourself bar, where two other men in leather vests sat on stools. Ready to do this? He said. The two men spun off their stools and stood up. Both of them went an easy 6'4" and 300 pounds. They were enforcers. Cisco introduced them to me as Tommy Guns and Bam Bam. "They're back here," said Tommy Guns. The two men led us down a hallway behind the bar. They were so big they had to walk in single file. There were doors on either side. Bam Bam opened a door midway down the right side, and we entered a windowless room with the walls and ceiling painted black and a single bulb hanging from above. In the dim light, I could see sketches painted on the walls. Men with beards and long hair. I realized this was like a dark chapel where the fallen saints were memorialized. My first thought as I looked about was Pulp Fiction. My second was that I didn't want to be here. Two men were lying on the floor, hogtied, with their arms and feet up behind their backs. They had black bags over their heads. Bam Bam leaned down and started to pull the bags off. This started a chorus of groans and fearful sounds from the two men. "Wait a minute," I said. "Cisco, I can't be here. You're bringing me into—" "Is it them?" Cisco said, not waiting for me to finish my protest. "Look closely. You don't want to make a mistake." "Me? It's not my mistake. I didn't ask you to do this." "Calm down. You're here, so just look. Is it them?" Jesus Christ. Both men were gagged with duct tape wrapped completely around their heads. Their faces were distorted further by the swelling and bruising already forming around their eyes. They had been beaten. The features didn't match with what I remembered from the Victory Building garage, or even the photograph Cisco had shown me earlier. I bent down to look closer. Both men looked up at me, complete fear in their eyes. "I can't tell," I said. "It's a yes or no question, Mick." "Yeah, but they weren't scared shitless when they beat the crap out of me, and they weren't gagged." "Take off the tape," Cisco ordered. Bam Bam moved in, springing a switchblade open and roughly cutting through the tape on the first man. He then tore it off, taking chunks of neck hair with it. The man yelped in pain. "Shut the fuck up!" Tommy Guns yelled. The second man learned from his friend's example. He took the harsh tape removal process without making a sound. Bam Bam threw the gag to the side of the room and then moved behind the men. He grabbed the nexus of the rope that tied the arms and legs together and knocked each man onto his side so I could see his face better. "Please don't kill us," one of the men said, desperation tightening his voice. "It wasn't personal. We were paid to do a job. We could have killed you, but we didn't." I suddenly recognized him as the one who did all the talking in the garage. "It's them," I said, pointing down. "He did the talking, and he did the punching. Who are they?" Cisco nodded, as though the confirmation was only a formality. "They're brothers. The talker is Joey Mack. The puncher is, get this, Angel Mack." "Listen, we don't even know what it was about," the talker yelled out. "Please, we made a mistake. You're fucking A right you made a mistake," Cisco yelled, his voice coming down on both of them like the wrath of God. "And now you pay. Who wants to go first?" The puncher started to whimper. Cisco walked over to a card table where there was a spread of tools and weapons, plus the roll of tape. He chose a pipe wrench and a set of pliers and turned back. I thought and hoped it was all an act. But if it was, Cisco was turning in an Oscar-caliber performance. I put my hand on his shoulder and held him from approaching the two men. I didn't have to say anything, but the message was clear. Let me have a shot at them. I took the wrench from Cisco and squatted like a baseball catcher in front of the captives. I hefted the heavy tool in my hand for a few seconds, getting a good feel for its weight before speaking. "Who hired you to hurt me?" The talker answered immediately. He wasn't interested in protecting anybody but himself and his brother. "A guy named Dahl. He told us to hit you hard but not kill you. You can't do this, man." "I think we can do whatever we want. How do you know Dahl?" "We don't, but we had a mutual connection." "And who is that?" No answer. I didn't have to wait long before Bam Bam lived up to his moniker and leaned down and hit them both with piston-like punches to the jaw. The talker was spitting blood when he gave me the name. "Jerry Castile." "And who's Jerry Castile?" "Look, you can't tell anybody this." "You're not in a position to tell me what I can or can't do. Who's Jerry Castile?" He's the West Coast representative. I waited, but that was it. I don't have all night, man. West Coast representative of what? The bloodied man nodded, like he knew there was only one way to go here. Of a certain East Coast organization. You get it? I looked at Cisco. Herb Dahl had ties to East Coast organized crime? It seemed far-fetched. No, you don't get it, I said. I'm a lawyer. I want a direct answer. Which organization? You have exactly 5 seconds until... He works for Joey Giordano out of Brooklyn, okay? Now you've sealed the deal on us anyway, so go fuck yourself. He reared back and spit blood at me. I had left my suit coat and tie at the office. I looked down at my white shirt and saw a blood stain just outside the area that would be covered by a tie. This is a monogrammed shirt, you shithead. Tommy Guns suddenly moved between us, and I heard the brutal impact of fist on face, but didn't see it because of Tommy's massive size. He then stepped back, and I could see the talker was now spitting out teeth. Monogrammed shirt, man, Tommy Guns said, as if offering an explanation for his vicious action. I stood up. Okay, cut them loose, I said. Cisco and the two saints turned to look at me. Cut them loose, I said again. You sure? Cisco said. They'll probably go running back to this fucker Castile and tell him we know. I looked down at the two men on the floor and shook my head. No, they won't. They tell him that they talked and they'll probably end up dead. So cut them loose and it's like this never happened. They'll drop out of sight until the bruises go away, and that will be the end of it. I bent down to get close to the two captives. I have that right. Right? Yeah, said the talker, a bulge the size of a marble forming on his upper lip. I looked at his brother. Is that right? I want to hear it from both of you. Yeah, right, the puncher said. I looked at Cisco. We were finished here. He gave the order. Okay, Guns, listen up. You wait till dark. You leave them in here and wait till dark. Then you bag them and take them back to wherever they want to go. You drop them off, but you leave them alone. You got it? Yeah, I got it. Poor Tommy Guns. He truly looked disappointed. I took one last look at the bloodied men on the floor, and they looked up at me. The feeling of holding their lives in my hands sent an electric jolt through me. Cisco tapped me on the back, and I followed him from the room, closing the door behind me. We started down the hall, but I put my hand on my investigator's arm and stopped him. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have brought me here. Are you kidding? I had to bring you here. What are you talking about? Why? Because they did something to you, inside. You lost something, Mick, and if you don't get it back, you aren't going to be much good to yourself or anybody else. I stared at him for a long moment, and then nodded. I got it back. Good. Now we never have to talk about this again. Can you take me back to the office so I can pick up my bike? Yeah, I can do that. Chapter 31. Driving by myself after dropping Cisco in the garage, I thought about the law of the land and the law of the streets and the differences between them. I stood in courtrooms and insisted that the law of the land be applied fairly and appropriately. There was nothing that had been fair and appropriate about what I had just been party to in the black room. Still, it didn't bother me. Cisco had been right. I needed to gain the upper hand inside my own soul before I could gain it in court or anywhere else. I felt renewed as I drove. I opened all the Lincoln's windows and let the evening air course through the car as I came down Laurel Canyon toward home. This time, Maggie had used her key. She was already inside when I got there, an unexpected but pleasant surprise. The refrigerator door was open and she was leaning down and looking in. I really came because you always used to stock up before a trial. Your refrigerator was like going down the cold aisle at Gelson's. But what happened? There's nothing here. I dropped my keys on the table. She had been to her own home from work first and had changed. She wore faded denim jeans, a peasant shirt, and sandals with thick cork heels. She knew I liked that outfit. I guess I didn't get around to it this time. Well, I wish I'd known. Might have considered going somewhere else on my one night this week with a sitter. She smiled slyly. I couldn't figure out why we weren't still living together. How about we go down to Dan's? Dan Tana's? I thought you went there only when you won a case. You already counting your chickens, Holler? I smiled and shook my head. No way. But if I went there only when I won, then I'd hardly ever get to eat there. She pointed a finger at me and smiled. It was a dance, and we were both well used to it. She closed the fridge and walked through the kitchen door, and then right past me without so much as a kiss. Dan Tana's is open late, she said. I watched her walk down the hallway toward the master bedroom. She pulled the peasant blouse up over her head just as she disappeared into the room. We didn't really make love. Something about what I had seen and felt in the black room at the Saints was still with me. Call it residual aggression, or the release of the impotent anger I had felt. Whatever it was, it informed all my moves with her. I pulled and pushed too hard. I bit her lip and held her wrists together above her head. I controlled her, and I knew what it was all about while I did it. Maggie went with it at first. The newness of it was probably interesting, but curiosity eventually turned to concern, and she turned her face from mine and struggled to free her hands. I held her wrists tighter. Finally, I saw tears well in her eyes. What? I whispered into her ear, my nose pressing hard into her hair. Just finish, she said. All aggression and drive and desire went down the psychic drain after that. Her tears and telling me to finish made me unable to. I pulled out and off, rolling to the side of the bed. I put a forearm across my eyes, but still could feel her watching me. What? What is it with you tonight? Is this something to do with Andrea? Getting me back for what's going on in court or something? I felt her move off the bed. Maggie, of course not. Court's got nothing to do with it. Then what? But the bathroom door had closed before I could answer, and the shower immediately was turned on, cutting off the exchange. I'll tell you at dinner, I said, even though I knew she couldn't hear me. Dantana's was packed, but Christian came through and got us quickly into a booth in the left corner. Maggie and I had not spoken during the 15-minute ride into West Hollywood. I had tried some small talk about our daughter, but Maggie had been unresponsive, so I let it go. I thought that I would try again in the restaurant. We both ordered the steak Helen with pasta on the side, Alfredo for Maggie, and Bolognese for me. Maggie picked an Italian red for herself, and I ordered a bottle of fizzy water. After the waiter left, I reached across the table and put my hand on her wrist, gently this time. I'm sorry, Maggie. Let's start over. She pulled her arm away from me. You still owe me an explanation, Holler. That wasn't making love. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't think you should treat anyone that way, but especially not me. Maggie, I think you're overdoing it a bit. For a while there you liked it, and you know it. And then you started to hurt me. I'm sorry. I never want to hurt you. And don't try to act like it was a passing thing. If you ever want to be with me again, you'd better start telling me what is happening with you. I shook my head and looked out at the crowded room. The Lakers were on the overhead TV in the bar that divided the place. People were crowded 3 deep behind the lucky patrons who had the stools. The waiter brought our drinks, and that bought me some more time. But as soon as he left the table, Maggie was on me. Talk to me, Michael, or I'm taking my dinner to go. I'll take a cab. I took a long drink of water and then looked at her. It has nothing to do with court or Andrea Freeman or anybody or anything else you know, okay? No, not okay. Talk to me. I put my glass down and folded my arms on the table. Cisco found the 2 guys who attacked me. Where? Who are they? That doesn't matter. He didn't call the police. He didn't turn them in. You mean he just let them go? I laughed and shook my head. No, he held them. Him and 2 of his associates from the Saints. For me. In this place they have. To do what I wanted. Whatever I wanted. He said I needed it. She reached across the checked tablecloth and put her hand on my forearm. Holler, what did you do? I held her eyes for a moment. Nothing. I questioned them and then told Cisco to let them go. I know who hired them. Who? I'm not going to get into that. It's not important. But you know what, Maggie? When I was in the hospital waiting to find out, if they were going to be able to save my twisted nut. All I could think about were these violent images of me getting those two guys back. I mean, Hieronymus Bosch torture stuff. Medieval shit. I wanted to hurt them so bad. Then I'd get my chance, and believe me, these guys would have just disappeared after. And I let it go. And then I'm with you, and... She leaned back in the booth. She stared off into space, a mixture of sadness and resignation on her face. Pretty fucked up, huh? I wish you hadn't told me all of that. You mean as a prosecutor? There's that. Well, you kept asking. I guess I should have made up a story about being mad at Andrea Freeman. That would have been okay with you, right? If it was about men and women, you could understand that. She looked back at me. Don't patronize me. Sorry. We sat in silence and watched the activities in the bar. People drinking, being happy. At least outwardly. The waiters in tuxedos moving about and squeezing between the crowded tables. When our food came, I was no longer particularly hungry, even though the best steak in town was on the plate in front of me. Can I ask you one final thing about it? Maggie asked. I shrugged. I didn't see the point in talking about it anymore, but relented. Ask away. How do you know for sure that Cisco and his associates let those two men go? I cut into my steak, and blood oozed onto the plate. It was undercooked. I looked up at Maggie. I guess I don't know for sure. I went back to my steak, and in my peripheral vision, I saw Maggie wave down the busboy. I'm going to take this to go and try to grab a cab out front. Can you bring it out to me? Of course, right away. He hustled off with the plate. Maggie, I said, I just need some time to think about all of this. She slid out of the booth. I can drive you. No, I'll be fine. She stood next to the table, opening her purse. Don't worry about it, I've got it. You sure? If there's no cab out there, look down the street at the Palm. There might be one there. Okay, thanks. She left then, to wait for her food outside. I pushed my plate a few inches back and contemplated the half-full glass of wine she left behind. 5 minutes later, I was still considering it, when Maggie suddenly appeared, the to-go bag in her hand. They had to call a cab, she said. It should be here any minute. She picked up her glass and sipped from it. Let's talk after your trial, she said. Okay. She put the glass down, leaned over, and kissed me on the cheek. Then she left. I sat there for a while thinking about things. I thought maybe that last kiss had saved my life. Chapter 32. This time in his chambers, Judge Perry sat down. It was 9:05 Wednesday morning, and I was there along with Andrea Freeman and the court reporter. Before resuming trial, the judge had agreed with Freeman's request for one more conference out of the public eye. Perry waited for us to settle in our seats, then checked that his reporter's fingers were poised over the keys of her steno machine. Okay, we're on the record here in California versus Trammel, he said. Ms. Freeman, you called for an in-camera conference. I hope you're not going to tell me you need more time to pursue the issue involving the federal target letter. Freeman moved to the front edge of her seat. Not at all, Your Honor. There is nothing worth pursuing. The issue has been thoroughly vetted, but full knowledge of what is going on with the federal agencies involved does not comfort me. I believe it is clear from what I know now that Mr. Haller is going to attempt to push this trial off the rails with issues that are clearly irrelevant to the matter before the jury. I cleared my throat, but the judge stepped in first. We handled the issue of third-party guilt in pre-trial, Ms. Freeman. I am allowing the defense the leeway to pursue it to a point. But you have to give me something here. Just because you don't want Mr. Haller to pursue this target letter doesn't make it irrelevant. I understand that, Judge, but what— Excuse me, I said. Do I get a turn here? I'd like the chance to respond to the insinuation that I'm pushing— Let Ms. Freeman finish, and then you'll get a good long tug, Mr. Haller. I promise you that. Ms. Freeman? Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to say is that a federal target letter essentially means almost nothing. It is a notice of a pending investigation. It is not a charge. It's not even an allegation. It doesn't mean that they have found something or will find something. It is simply a tool used by the feds to say, hey, we heard something and we're going to look into it. But in Mr. Holler's hands in front of the jury, he's going to spin this into the harbinger of doom and attach it to someone not even on trial here. Lisa Trammel is the one on trial, and this whole thing about federal target letters is not even remotely relevant to the material issues. I would ask that you disallow Mr. Holler from making any further inquiry of Detective Curlin in this regard. The judge was leaning back with his hands in front of his chest, the fingers of each hand pressed against each other. He swiveled to face me. Finally, my cue. Judge, if I were in Your Honor's position, I think that I would ask counsel, since she says she thoroughly vetted this letter and its origin, if there is a sitting federal grand jury looking into foreclosure fraud in Southern California. And then I would ask how she has concluded that a federal target letter amounts to almost nothing. Because I don't think the court is getting a very accurate assessment of what the letter means or what its impact is on this case. The judge swiveled back to Freeman and broke one of his fingers free to point in her direction. What about that, Ms. Freeman? Is there a grand jury? Judge, you are putting me in an awkward position here. Grand juries work in secret and— We're all friends here, Ms. Freeman, the judge said sternly. Is there a grand jury? She hesitated and then nodded. There is a grand jury, Your Honor, but it has not heard any testimony in regard to Louis Aparicio. As I said, the target letter is nothing more than a notice of a pending investigation. It's hearsay, Judge, and it doesn't fit into any exception that would speak to its admissibility in this trial. Though the letter was signed by the U.S. Attorney for this district, it was actually authored by a Secret Service agent handling the inquiry. I have the agent waiting downstairs in my office. If the court wishes, I can have him in chambers in 10 minutes to tell you exactly what I just did. That this is a lot of smoke and mirrors on Mr. Holler's part. At the time of Mr. Bondurant's death, there was no active investigation yet, and no connection between the two. There was just the letter. That was a mistake. By revealing that Vasquez, the Secret Service agent who penned the target letter, was in the building, Freeman had put the judge into a difficult position. That the agent was nearby and easily accessible would make it harder for the judge to dismiss the issue out of hand. I stepped in before the judge could respond. Judge Perry, I would suggest that since counsel says she has the federal agent who wrote the letter right here in the courthouse, she simply put him on the stand to counter anything that I might draw from Detective Curlin on cross-examination. If Ms. Freeman is so sure the agent will say the target letter he wrote amounts to nothing, then let him tell the jury that. Let him blow me out of the water. I remind the court that we've already dipped our toes into these waters. I asked Curlin about the letter yesterday. To simply go back out there and not mention it again, or have you tell the jurors to unring the bell and dismiss it from memory, that could be more damaging to our collective cause than a full airing of this issue. Perry answered without hesitation. I tend to think that you are correct about this, Mr. Holler. I don't like the idea of leaving the jury all night with this mysterious target letter to ponder, and then pulling the rug out from under them this morning. Your Honor, Freeman said quickly, may I be heard once more? No, I don't think that is necessary. We need to stop wasting time in here and get the trial started. But, Your Honor, there is one other exigent issue the court has not even considered. The judge looked frustrated. And what is that, Ms. Freeman? My patience is drawing thin. Allowing testimony about a target letter directed at the defense's key witness will likely complicate that witness's previous decision not to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights during testimony in this case. Louis Aparicio and his legal counsel may well reconsider that decision once this target letter is introduced and discussed publicly. Therefore, Mr. Holler may be building a defense case that ultimately results in his key witness and straw man, if you will, refusing to testify. I want it on record now that if Mr. Holler plays this game, he must abide by the consequences. When Aparicio decides next week that it's in his best interest not to testify and asks for a new hearing on the subpoena, I don't want defense counsel crying to the court for a do-over. No do-overs, Judge. The judge nodded, agreeing with her. I guess that would be tantamount to the man who killed his parents asking the court to show mercy on him because he's an orphan. I'm in agreement, Mr. Holler. You are on notice that if you play it this way, you must be prepared to shoulder the consequences." "I understand, Judge," I said, "and I will make sure my client does as well. I only have one point of argument, and that is counsel's labeling of Louis Aparicio as a straw man. He's no straw man, and we'll prove it." "Well," the judge said, "at least you'll get a chance to. Now, time is wasting. Let's get back into the courtroom." I followed Freeman out, leaving the judge behind while he put on his robe. I expected her to hit me with a verbal assault, but I got the opposite. "Well played, counselor," she said. "Thanks, I think." "Who do you think sent the letter?" "I wish I knew." "Have the feds contacted you? My guess is they're going to want to find out who's leaking sensitive and confidential documents to the public." "Nobody said jack yet. Maybe it was the feds who leaked it. If I get Aparicio on the stand, he's stuck with his testimony. Maybe I'm just an instrument of the federal government here. Ever think of that?" The suggestion seemed to put a pause in her step. As I passed her, I smiled. As we entered the courtroom, I saw Herb Dahl in the front row of the gallery behind the defense table. I suppressed the urge to pull him over the rail and pound his face into the stone floor. Freeman and I took our positions at our respective tables, and in a whisper, I filled my client in on what had happened in chambers. The judge entered and brought the jury in. The last piece of the picture was filled in when Detective Curlin returned to the witness stand. I grabbed my files and legal pad and went back to the lectern. It seemed like a week since my cross-examination had been interrupted, but it had been less than a day. I acted as though it had been less than a minute. "Now, Detective Curlin, when we left off yesterday, I had just asked you if you knew what a federal target letter is. Can you answer that question now?" "My understanding is that when a federal agency is interested in gathering information from an individual or company, they sometimes send out a letter that tells that individual or company that they want to talk. It's sort of a letter that says, 'Come on in and let's talk about this so there's no misunderstanding.'" "And that's it?" "I'm not a federal agent." "Well, do you think it's a serious matter to receive a letter from the federal government telling you that you are the target of an investigation?" "It could be, I guess. I would assume that it depends on the crime they're looking into." I asked the judge for permission to approach the witness with the document. Freeman objected for the record, citing relevance. The judge overruled without comment and told me I could give the document to the witness. After handing the document to Curlin, I returned to the lectern and asked the judge to mark the document as Defense Exhibit 3. I then told Curlin to read the letter. "Dear Mr. Aparicio, this letter is to inform—" "Wait," I interrupted. "Could you first read and describe what is at the top of the letter, the letterhead?" "It says, Office of the United States Attorney, Los Angeles, and it's got a picture of an eagle on one side and the U.S. flag on the other. Should I read the letter part now?" "Yes, please do." "Dear Mr. Aparicio, this letter is to inform you that A. Louis Aparicio Financial Services, Incorporated, known as Aloft, and you individually are among the targets of a multi-agency task force investigating all levels of mortgage fraud in Southern California. Receipt of this letter puts you on notice not to remove or destroy any documents or work materials related to the business of your company. Should you wish to discuss this investigation and cooperate with members of the task force, please do not hesitate to call or have your legal counsel make contact with me or Charles Vasquez of the U.S. Secret Service, who has been assigned to the Aloft investigation as case agent. We will make every effort to meet with you to discuss this matter. If you do not wish to cooperate, you can be assured that you will be contacted shortly by agents of the task force. I once again have to remind you not to destroy or remove any documents or work product from your offices or associated premises. To do so after receiving this notice would be to commit a serious crime against the United States of America. Sincerely, Reginald Lattimore, U.S. Attorney, Los Angeles." That's it, except it gives everybody's phone numbers at the bottom. A low murmur went through the courtroom. I was sure most of the general citizenry was unaware of things like federal target letters. It was law enforcement in the new era. I was sure the so-called task force amounted to token contributions of agents from a handful of agencies on no budget. Instead of mounting expensive investigations, it would take a shot at scaring people into coming in and begging for mercy. A design to pick the low-hanging fruit, grab a few headlines, and call it a day. Someone like Aparicio probably used the original letter received via certified mail as toilet paper, but that didn't matter to me. My plan was to use the letter to help keep my client out of prison. Thank you, Detective Curlin. Now, can you tell us, is the letter dated? Curlin checked the copy before answering. It's dated January 18th of this year. Now, Detective, had you seen that letter before yesterday? No, why should I have seen it? It's got nothing to do with... Move to strike as unresponsive, I said quickly. Your Honor, the question was simply whether he had seen the letter before. The judge instructed Curlin to answer only the question asked. I had not seen this letter before yesterday. Thank you, Detective. And now let's go back to the other letter I asked you to read yesterday, from the victim, Mitchell Bondurant, to the same Louis Aparicio, who is addressed in the federal target letter. Do you have that handy there in your binder? If I could have a moment. Please. Curlin found the letter in the binder, removed it, and held it up. Good. Can you tell us the date of that letter, please? January 10th, this year. And that letter was delivered to Mr. Aparicio by certified mail, correct? It was sent certified. I cannot tell you if Mr. Aparicio received it or ever saw it. It has someone else's name listed as signing for it. But no matter who signed for it, it is a certainty that it was sent on January 10th, correct? I think that's correct. And the second letter we've talked about here, the target letter from the Secret Service agent, was sent by certified mail as well, am I right? That's right. So the date of January 18th is certified as to when it was mailed? Correct. So let me see if I have this right. Mr. Bondurant sends Louis Aparicio a certified letter that threatens to expose alleged fraudulent practices in his company. And then, 8 days later, a federal task force sends Mr. Aparicio another certified letter. This one saying he is the target of an investigation into foreclosure fraud. Do I have this timeline right, Detective Curlin? As far as I know, yes. And then less than 2 weeks later, Mr. Bondurant is brutally murdered in the garage at Westland, right? That's right. I paused and rubbed my chin like a deep thinker. I really wanted to hold the jury with this. I wanted to look at their faces but knew it would reveal my play, so I went with the deep thinker pose. Detective, you have testified about your wealth of experience as a homicide detective, correct? I have a lot of experience, yes. Hypothetically speaking, do you wish you knew then what you know now? Curlin squinted, like he was confused, even though he knew exactly what I was doing and where I was going. I'm not sure I understand, he said. Put it this way. Would it have been good for you to have those letters in hand on the first day of the murder investigation? Sure, why not? I'd take all evidence and information on the first day any time, but that never happens. Hypothetically speaking, if you knew that your victim, Mitchell Bondurant, had sent a letter threatening to expose another man's criminal behavior, just 8 days before that man learned he was the target of a criminal investigation, wouldn't that be a significant avenue of investigation for you? It is hard to say. Now I looked at the jury. Curlin was waffling, refusing to acknowledge what common sense dictated he should own up to. You didn't need to be a detective to understand that. Hard to say. Are you saying that if you had this information and these letters on the day of the murder, it would be hard to say if you would follow up on them as a significant lead? I'm saying that we don't have all the details, so it is hard to say how significant it was or wasn't. But as a general answer, all leads are followed up. It's as simple as that. As simple as that. Yet you never pursued this angle of investigation, did you? I didn't have this letter. How could I have followed it up? You had the victim's letter, and you did nothing with it, didn't you? Not true at all. I checked it out and determined it had nothing to do with the murder. But isn't it true that by that time you already had your supposed murderer, and you weren't going to let anything change your mind or make you deviate from that path? No, not true. Not true at all. I stared at Curlin for a long time, hoping that my face showed my disgust. No further questions at this time, I finally said. Chapter 33. Freeman kept Curlin on the stand for another 15 minutes of redirect, and did her best to resculpt his account of the investigation into a sterling effort of crime fighting. When she was through, I passed on another crack at him because I was convinced that I was already ahead on Curlin. My effort had been to sell the investigation as an exercise in tunnel vision, and I believed I had succeeded. Freeman apparently felt that the need to address the federal target letter was urgent. Her next witness was the Secret Service agent Charles Vasquez. He had not even been known to her 24 hours earlier, but now had been interjected into her carefully orchestrated lineup of witnesses and evidence. I could have objected to his testimony, on the grounds that I had not had the opportunity to question or prepare for Vasquez, but I thought that would be pushing it with Judge Perry. I decided to at least see what the agent had to say on direct before I'd go that far. Vasquez was about 40, with a dark complexion and hair to match. During the preliminaries, he said he had formerly been a DEA agent before shifting to the Secret Service. He went from chasing drug dealers to chasing counterfeiters, until the opportunity came to join the foreclosure task force. He said the task force had a supervisor and 10 agents coming from the Secret Service, FBI, the Postal Service, and the IRS. An assistant U.S. attorney oversaw their work, but the agents, assigned to pairs, largely worked autonomously, with freedom to pursue targets of their choice. Agent Vasquez, on January 18th of this year, you authored a so-called target letter to a man named Louis Aparicio, and it was signed by U.S. Attorney Reginald Lattimore. Do you recall that? Yes, I do. Before we get into that specific letter, can you tell the jury exactly what a target letter is? It's a tool we use to smoke out suspects and offenders. How so? We basically inform them that we are looking into their affairs, their business practices, and actions they have taken. A target letter always invites the recipient to come in to discuss the situation with the agents. A high percentage of the time, the recipients do just that. Sometimes it leads to cases. Sometimes it leads to other investigations. It's become a useful tool because investigations cost a lot. We don't have the budget. If a letter can result in charges being filed, or a witness cooperating, or a solid investigative lead, then it's a good deal for us. So in regard to the letter to Louis Aparicio, what made you send him a target letter? Well, my partner and I were very familiar with his name, because it came up often in other cases we were working. Not necessarily in a bad way, just that Aparicio's company is what we call a foreclosure mill. It handles all the paperwork and filing on foreclosures for many of the banks operating in Southern California. Thousands of cases. So we kept seeing the company aloft, and sometimes there were complaints about the methods the company was using. My partner and I decided to take a closer look. We sent out the letter to see what sort of response we'd get. Does that mean you were fishing for a reaction? It was more than fishing. As I said, there was quite a lot of smoke from this place. We were looking for fire, and sometimes the reaction we get from a target letter dictates what our next moves are. At the time you authored and sent the target letter, had you gathered any evidence of criminal wrongdoing on the part of Louis Aparicio or his company? Not at that point, no. What happened after you sent the letter? Nothing so far. Has Louis Aparicio responded to the letter? We got a response from an attorney saying that Mr. Aparicio welcomed the investigation because it would give him the opportunity to show he ran a clean business. Have you availed yourself of that welcome and investigated Mr. Aparicio or his company further? No, there hasn't been time. We have several other ongoing investigations that appear to be more fruitful. Freeman checked her notes before finishing. Finally, Agent Vasquez, is Louis Aparicio or Aloft currently under investigation by your task force? Technically, no, but we plan to follow up on the letter. So the answer is no. Correct. Thank you, Agent Vasquez. Freeman sat down. She was beaming, and obviously pleased with the testimony she had drawn from the agent. I stood up and took my legal pad back to the lectern. I had written down a few questions off the direct examination. Agent Vasquez, are you telling the jury that an individual who does not respond to your target letter by immediately coming in and confessing must be innocent of any wrongdoing? No, I'm not. Because Louis Aparicio did not do so, do you consider him to be in the clear now? No, I don't. Do you make it a practice to send target letters to individuals you believe are innocent of any criminal activity? No, I don't. Then what is the threshold, Agent Vasquez? What does one need to do to receive a target letter? Basically, if you come across my radar in any sort of suspicious way, then I'll do some preliminary checking and that may lead to the letter. We're not sending these out scattershot. We know what we're doing. Did you or your partner or anyone from the task force speak with Mitchell Bondurant in regard to the practices of Aloft? No, we didn't. Nobody did. Would he have been someone you would have talked to? Freeman objected, calling the question vague. The judge sustained the objection. I decided to leave the question floating out there unanswered in front of the jury. Thank you, Agent Vasquez. Freeman went back to her scheduled rollout of the case after Vasquez, calling the gardener who found the hammer in the bushes of the home, a block and a half from the scene of the murder. His testimony was quick and uneventful, by itself unimportant, until it would be tied in later with testimony from the state's forensic witnesses. I did score a minor point by getting the gardener to acknowledge that he had worked in and around the bushes at least 12 different times before he found the hammer. It was a little seed to plant for the jury, the idea that maybe the hammer itself had been planted long after the murder. After the gardener, the prosecution followed with a few quick hits of testimony from the homeowner and the cops who carried the chain of custody of the hammer to the forensic lab. I didn't even bother with cross-examination. I was not going to contest chain of custody or the fact that the hammer was the murder weapon. My plan was to agree not only that it was the weapon that killed Mitchell Bondurant, but also that it belonged to Lisa Trammel. It would be an unexpected move, but the only one that worked with the defense theory of a setup. The lead through Jeff Trammel that the hammer might be in the back of the BMW he'd left behind when he disappeared to Mexico didn't pan out. Cisco was able to locate that car, still in use at the dealership where Jeff Trammel had worked, but there was no hammer in the trunk, and the man in charge of fleet management said there never was. I dismissed Jeff Trammel's story as an effort to get paid off for information that might be helpful to his estranged wife's case. The murder weapon sequence brought us to lunch, and the judge, as was beginning to be his custom, broke 15 minutes early. I turned to my client and invited her to go to lunch with me. "What about Herb?" she said. "I promised him I would go to lunch with him." "Herb can come too." "Really?" "Sure, why not?" "Because I thought you didn't—" "Never mind, I'll tell him." "Good, I'll drive." I had Rojas pick us up and we went down Van Nuys to the hamlet near Ventura. The place had been there for decades, and while it had classed itself up since the days it was called Hamburger Hamlet, the food was just the same. Because the judge had gotten us out early, we avoided the noon lineup and were immediately shown to a booth. "I love this place," Dahl said, "but I haven't been here in ages." I sat across from Dahl and my client. I didn't respond to his enthusiasm for the restaurant. I was too busy working out how I was going to play the lunch. We ordered quickly, because even with the early start, our time window was small. Our conversation was focused on the case and how Lisa perceived things to be going. She was pleased so far. "You get something that helps me from every witness," she said. "It's quite remarkable." "But the question is, do I get enough?" I responded. "And what you have to remember is that the mountain gets steeper with each witness. Do you know Bolero? It's classical music. I think it was composed by Ravel." I got 2 blank stares back. "It's okay, it doesn't matter. The point is, it's a long piece, maybe 15 minutes or so, and it starts off slow, with just a few quiet instruments, and then it gathers momentum and builds into a crescendo, a big finish, with all the instruments in the orchestra coming in together. And that's what the prosecutor is doing here. She's building sound and momentum. Her best stuff is still to come, because she's going to bring everything together with drums and strings and horns by the time she's finished. You understand, Lisa?" She nodded reluctantly. "I'm not trying to knock you down. You're excited and hopeful and righteous, and I want you to stay that way. Because the jury picks up on it, and it helps just as much as anything I do in there. But you have to remember, the mountain is getting steeper. She's got the science still to come, and juries love science, because it gives them a way out, a way of deferring. People think they want to be on jury duty. You get out of work, you sit front row on an interesting case, real-life drama in front of you instead of on the tube at home. But eventually, they have to go back into that room and look at each other and decide. They have to decide somebody's life. Believe me, not too many people want to do that. The science makes it easier. Oh, well, if the DNA matches, then it can't be wrong. Guilty as charged. You see, this is what we still face, Lisa, and I don't want there to be any illusions about it. Dahl gallantly put his hand on her arm, which leaned on the table. He gave it a comforting squeeze. Well, what will we do about their DNA? Trammel asked. Nothing, I said. There's nothing I can do. I told you before trial we had our own people test it and we got the same answers. It's legit. Her eyes were cast down in defeat, and I saw the start of tears, which was what I wanted. The waitress chose that moment to show up with our lunch plates. I waited until we were left alone before continuing. Cheer up, Lisa. The DNA is just window dressing. She looked up at me in confusion. I thought you just said it's legit. It is, but that doesn't mean there isn't an explanation for it. I'll handle the DNA. Like you said when we sat down, my job here is to drop a doubt into each piece of their puzzle. Then, we hope when all their pieces are in place and they hold the picture up to the jury, that all the little seeds of doubt we have sown have grown into something that changes that picture. If we do that, then we get tan. What's that mean? We go home, we go to the beach, and we get tan. I smiled at her, and she smiled back. Her tearing up had smeared the intricate makeup work she had performed that morning. The rest of lunch was punctuated by small talk and uninformed or inane observations of the criminal justice system by my client and her paramour. This was a common thing I had observed in my clients. They don't know the law, but are quick to tell me what is wrong with it. I waited until Trammel forked the last bite of salad into her mouth. Lisa, your mascara got a little smeared during the first part of our conversation. It's very important that you stay strong and look strong. I want you to go into the restroom and make yourself look strong, okay? Can I just do it at the courthouse? No, because we might be going in at the same time as some of the jurors or the reporters. You never know who will see you. I don't want anyone thinking you're spending your lunch hour crying, okay? I want you to do it now, and I'll call Rojas to come pick us up. It might take me a few minutes. I checked my watch. Okay, take your time. I'll wait a little bit on Rojas. Dahl got up so she could slide out of the booth. Then we were left alone. I had pushed my plate to the side and had my elbows on the table. I had my hands clasped together in front of my mouth, like a poker player holding up his cards to help hide his face. At heart, a good lawyer was a negotiator, and now it was time to negotiate Herb Dahl's exit. So, Herb, it's time for you to go. He gave me a small smile of misunderstanding. What do you mean? We all came together. No, I mean from the case. From Lisa. It's time for you to disappear. He kept the I don't understand demeanor going. I'm not going anywhere. Lisa and me, we're close. And I have a lot of money tied up in this thing. Well, your money's gone. And as far as Lisa goes, that's a charade that is coming to an end right now. I reached into the inside pocket of my coat and pulled out the photo of Herb with the brothers Mac that Cisco had given me the night before. I handed it across the table to him. He gave it a quick look and then laughed uneasily. Okay, I'll bite. Who are they? The Mac brothers, the men you hired to work me over. He shook his head and glanced over his shoulder at the rear hallway that led to the restrooms. He then turned back to me. Sorry, Mickey, but I don't know what you're talking about. I think you have to remember here that you and I have a deal on the movie. A deal involving circumstances I'm sure the California bar would be interested in reviewing. But other than that, are you threatening me, Dahl? Because if you are, you're making a mistake. No threat. I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from. I'm coming from a dark room, where I had an interesting conversation with the Mac brothers. Dahl refolded the photo and handed it back to me. These two? They were asking me for directions, that's all. Directions, huh? Are you sure it wasn't money they were asking for? Because we have photos of that, too. I might have given them a few bucks. They asked for help and seemed nice enough. Now I had to smile. You know, you're good, Herb, but I got their story. So let's just skip all the bullshit and get down to the play. He shrugged. Okay, this is your show. What's the play? The play is what I said at the top. You're gone, Herb. You kiss Lisa goodbye. You kiss the movie deal goodbye. You kiss your money goodbye. That's a lot of kissing. What do I get for all that? You get to stay out of prison. That's what you get. He shook his head and glanced over his shoulder again. Doesn't work that way, Mick. You see, that wasn't my money. It didn't come from me. Who'd it come from? Jerry Castile? His eyes made a quick movement and then settled. The name had hit him like an invisible punch. He now knew that the Mac brothers had caved and talked. Yeah, I know about Jerry, and I know about Joey in New York, too. No honor among thugs, Herb. The Mac brothers are ready to start singing like Sonny and Cher. And the song is, I've Got You, Babe. I've got you all wrapped up in a nice little package, and unless you slink on out of Lisa's life and my life right today, I'm going to drop it off at the DA's office, where I happen to have an ex-wife who's a prosecutor, and who is very distressed by that attack on me. I figure she'll sail this one through the grand jury in a single morning, and you, asshole, will go down for aggravated assault with GBH. That means with great bodily harm. It's called a charging enhancement. It will get you an extra 3 years on the sentence. And as the victim, I'm going to insist on that. That's for my twisted nut. I'd say that all told with game time, you're looking at 4 years inside, Herb. And there's one thing you should know. They don't let you wear no fucking peace sign in Soledad. Dahl put his elbows on the table and leaned forward. For the first time, I could see desperation enter his eyes. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know who you're dealing with. Listen, asshole. Can I call you asshole? I don't give a rat's ass who I'm dealing with. I'm looking at you, and I want you away from me and this case, and... No, you don't get it. I can help you. You think you know what's going on in this case? You don't know shit. But I can school you, Holler. I can help you reach the beach, and we can all get tan. I leaned back away from him, my arm up on the booth's padded backrest. Now I was puzzled. I flicked a wrist like this was a complete waste of time. So school me. You think I just showed up on her picket line and said, let's make a movie? You dumb fuck. I was sent there. Before Bondurant was even put down, I was getting close to Lisa. You think that was happenstance? Sent by who? Who do you think? I stared at him and felt the coalescing of all aspects of the case, like streams to the river. The hypothesis of innocence was not a hypothesis. The setup was real. Aparicio. He made one slight nod in confirmation, and at that moment I saw Lisa come through the back hallway, heading toward us, her eyes shiny and bright again for court. I looked back at Dahl. I wanted to ask many questions, but we were out of time. 7 o'clock tonight, be at my office, alone. You tell me about Aparicio then. You tell me about everything, or I go to the DA. The one thing is, I'll never testify to anything. Never. 7 o'clock. I'm supposed to have dinner with Lisa. Yeah, well, change of plans. Think of something. You just be there. Now let's go. I started to slide out of the booth as Lisa arrived. I pulled my phone and called Rojas. We're ready, I said. Pick us up out front. Chapter 34. After court reconvened, the prosecution called Detective Cynthia Longstreth to the witness stand. By going with Curlin's partner as her next witness, Freeman was confirming what had been my growing assumption that her version of Bolero climaxed with the science. It was the smart play. Go with what can't be questioned or denied. Lay out the investigation through Curlin and Longstreth, and then bring it all together with the forensics. She would finish out the case with the medical examiner and the DNA evidence. A nice, tight package. Detective Longstreth did not look as tough and as severe as she did the first day of the case, when I had met her at Van Nuys division. First of all, she was wearing a dress that made her look more like a schoolteacher than a detective. I had seen this sort of transformation before, and it always bothered me. Whether it was at the instruction of the prosecutor, or by the detective's own wiles, many a time I had been faced with a female police witness who had transformed herself to be softer and more pleasing to the jury. But if I dared point this out to the judge, or anybody for that matter, I ran the risk of being slapped down as a misogynist. so most times I just had to grin and eat it. Freeman was using Longstreth to outline the second half of the investigation. Her testimony would be primarily about the search of the Trammel house and its findings. I was expecting no surprises here. After Freeman got her witnesses' bona fides on the record, she went right to it. "Did you obtain a search warrant from a judge granting you access to Lisa Trammel's home?" Freeman asked. "Yes, I did." "What is that process? How do you get a judge to issue such an order?" "You make a request that contains a probable cause statement, which lists the facts and evidence that have led you to the point of needing to search the premises. I did that here, using the statement of the witness who saw the suspect in the vicinity of the bank, as well as the suspect's own inconsistent statements during the interview. The warrant was signed and issued by Judge Compagnoni, and we proceeded to the house in Woodland Hills." "Who is we, Detective?" "My partner, Detective Curlin, and I, and we decided to bring a videographer and a crime scene team with us to process anything we might find during the search." "So the whole search was put on video?" "Well, I would not say it was the whole search. My partner and I split up to make things move faster. But there was only one cameraman, and he couldn't be with both of us at once. The way we worked it was that when we found something that looked like evidence, or something we wanted to take into custody for examination, we would call for the camera." "I see. And did you bring the video with you today?" "I did, and it has been placed in the player and is ready to go." "Perfect." The jury was then treated to a 90-minute video, accompanied by Longstreth's narration. The camera followed the police team as they arrived at the house and made a complete circuit around it before entering. While the view was in the backyard, Longstreth made sure to point out to jurors an herb garden, stepped with railroad ties and freshly turned soil. It was what the great filmmakers would call foreshadowing. Its meaning would become apparent later, once the camera was inside the garage. I was having trouble concentrating on the testimony. Dahl had dropped a bomb when he revealed the connection to Aparicio. I kept thinking about the possible scenario and what it could mean to the case. I wanted court to be over and for it to be 7 o'clock. On the video, a key taken from Lisa Trammel's belongings following her arrest was used to gain entrance to the house without damaging the property. Once inside, the team began a systematic search of the premises that seemed to follow a protocol born of experience. The shower and bathtub drains were examined for blood evidence, the washer and dryer as well. The longest part of the search took place in the closets, where every shoe and piece of clothing was carefully examined and subjected to chemical and lighting treatments designed to draw attention to blood evidence. The camera eventually followed Longstreth as she left a side door to the house and crossed a small portico to another door. This door was unlocked, and she went through it, bringing the camera into the garage. Freeman stopped the video here. Like an expert Hollywood craftsman, she had built her viewers' anticipation, and now came the big tease. What was found in the garage became very important to the investigation, correct, Detective? Yes, it did. What did you find? Well, in one instance, it was what we didn't find. Can you explain what you mean by that? Yes, there was a tool bench that ran along the back wall of the garage. It appeared to be fully stocked with tools. Most of them were hanging on hooks attached to a pegboard installed above the bench and along the wall. The different locations for hanging the tools were marked with the name of the tool. Everything had its place on the board. Okay, can you show us? The video was restarted, and soon it came to a head-on view of the workbench. At this point, Freeman froze the image on the overhead screens. Okay, so this is the workbench, correct? Yes. We see the tools hanging on the pegboard. Is there anything missing? Yes, the hammer is missing. Freeman asked the judge for permission for Longstreth to step down and use a laser pointer to show on the screens where the spot for the hammer was on the pegboard. The judge allowed it. Longstreth pointed it out on both screens and then returned to the witness stand. Now, Detective, was that spot specifically marked as being for a hammer? Yes, it was. So the hammer was missing. It was not found anywhere in the garage or the house. And did there come a time when you identified the make and model of the tools that were on the pegboard? Yes, by using the tools that were still there, we were able to determine that the Trammels had a set of Craftsman tools that came in a specific package. It was a 239-piece set called the Carpenter's Tool Package. And was the hammer from this package available outside of this set? No, it was not. There was a specific hammer that came from this particular set of tools. And it was missing from the tool set in Lisa Trammel's garage. That is correct. Now, did there come a time during the investigation that a hammer was turned into police that had been found near the scene of the murder of Mitchell Bondurant? Yes, a hammer was found by a gardener in some bushes a block and a half from the garage where the murder took place. Did you examine this hammer? I examined it briefly before turning it over to the Scientific Investigation Division for analysis. What kind of hammer was it? It was a claw hammer. And do you know who manufactured the hammer? It was produced by Sears Craftsman. Freeman paused, as though she was expecting the jury to collectively gasp at the revelation when everybody in the courtroom had known exactly what was coming. She then stepped over to the prosecution table and opened a brown evidence bag. From it, she pulled out a hammer that was encased in a clear plastic bag. Holding the hammer aloft, she returned to the lectern. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with an exhibit? You may. She walked the hammer to Longstreth and handed it to her. Detective, I ask you to identify the hammer you are holding. This is the hammer that was found and turned over to me. My initials and badge number are on this evidence bag. Freeman retrieved the hammer from her and asked that it be marked as state's evidence. Judge Perry gave his approval. After returning the hammer to the prosecution table, Freeman went back to the lectern and proceeded with her examination. You testified that the hammer was turned over to SID for forensic examination, correct? Yes, correct. And subsequent to that, did you get a forensics report on the tool? Yes, and I have it here. What were their findings? Two things of note. One was that they identified the hammer as being made exclusively for the Craftsman Carpenter's tool package. The same set that was found in the defendant's garage? Yes, but minus the hammer. Correct. And the other forensic finding of note was what? They found blood on the hammer's handle. Even though it had been found in the bushes and been there for several weeks? I stood and objected, arguing that no testimony or evidence established how long the hammer had been in the bushes. Your Honor, Freeman responded, the hammer was found several weeks after the murder occurred. It only stands to reason that it was in the bushes during that time. Before the judge could make a ruling, I quickly countered. Again, Judge, the state has introduced nothing in the way of evidence or testimony that concludes the hammer was in that bush for that long a time. In fact, the man who found it testified he had worked in and around those bushes at least 12 times since the murder and didn't see it until the morning he actually found it. The hammer could easily have been planted the night before it was— Objection, Your Honor! Freeman shouted. Counsel is using his objection to put forth the defense's case because he knows it will— Enough! The judge bellowed. From both of you. The objection is sustained. Miss Freeman, you need to reword your question so that it does not assume facts not in evidence. Freeman looked down at her notes, calming herself. Detective, did you see blood on the hammer when it was turned into you? No, I did not. Then how much blood was actually on the hammer? It is described in the report as trace blood, a minute amount that was beneath the upper part of the rubber grip that encases the wood handle. Okay, so what did you do after receiving the report? I arranged for the blood from the hammer to be tested at a private DNA lab in Santa Monica. Why didn't you use the regional crime lab at Cal State? Isn't that normal procedure? It is normal procedure, but we wanted to put a rush on this. We had the money in the budget, so we thought we should move quickly with it. I had the results reviewed by our lab. Freeman paused there and asked the judge to include the forensic report on the hammer as a prosecution exhibit. I didn't object, and the judge approved. Freeman then changed course, leaving the DNA revelation for the DNA expert, who would come in at the end of the prosecution's case. Let's go back to the garage now, Detective. Were there any other significant findings? I objected again, this time to the form of the question, which assumed that there had been a significant finding when in fact none had been testified to. It was a cheap shot, but I took it, because the last skirmish over an objection had knocked down Freeman's momentum. I wanted to keep trying to do that. The judge told her to rephrase the question, and she did. Detective, you've testified about what you didn't find in the garage, the hammer. What can you tell us that you did find? Freeman turned to me after asking it, as if to get my approval, I nodded at her and smiled. The fact that she would even acknowledge me was a sign I had gotten to her with the last two objections. We found a pair of gardening shoes and got a positive reaction for blood when we conducted a luminol test. Luminol being one of the agents that reacts to blood under ultraviolet lighting, correct? That's correct. It is used to detect locations where blood has been cleaned or wiped away. Where was the blood found here? On the shoelace of the left shoe. Why were these particular shoes tested with luminol? First of all, it is routine to test all shoes and clothing when you are looking for the possibility of blood evidence. There was blood at the scene of the crime, so you work under the assumption that some must have gotten on the assailant. Secondly, we had noticed in the backyard that the garden had been recently worked. The soil had been overturned, and yet these shoes were very clean. Well, wouldn't someone clean their gardening shoes before going into the house? Possibly, but we weren't in the house. We were in the garage, and the shoes were in a cardboard box that contained a lot of loose dirt, presumably from the garden, and yet the shoes were quite clean. It drew our attention. Freeman forwarded the video to the point where the shoes were shown. They were sitting side by side in a case box that said Coca-Cola on the side. They were on a shelf under the workbench, not hidden by any means, just in the spot where they were probably routinely stored. Are these the shoes? Yes, you can see one of the forensic techs collecting them there. So you are saying that the fact that they were so clean, but stored in a dirty box, made them suspicious? I objected, stating she was leading the witness. I won the point, but the message got to the jury. Freeman moved on. What made you think the shoes were Lisa Trammel's? Because they were small, obviously a woman's shoes, and because we found a framed photograph in the house that depicted Lisa working in the garden. She was wearing the shoes. Thank you, Detective. What became of the shoes and the spot on the one shoelace that initially tested as showing blood? The shoelace was turned over to the regional crime lab at Cal State for DNA testing. Why didn't you use the private lab for this? The sample of blood was quite small. We decided not to risk that we might lose the sample in an outside lab. My partner and I actually hand-delivered it to the Cal State lab. We also sent along other exemplars for comparison. Other exemplars for comparison? What does that mean? Blood from the victim was sent under separate delivery to the lab as well so that it could be compared to what was found on the shoe. Why separate delivery? So there would be no chance of cross-contamination. Thank you, Detective Longstreth. I have no further questions at this time. The judge called for the mid-afternoon break before cross-examination would begin. My client, unaware of the true purpose of my lunch invitation, invited me to join her and Dahl for coffee. I declined, saying I had to write out my questions for cross. The truth was, I already had my questions ready. While before the trial I had thought Freeman would use Curlin to introduce and testify about the hammer, the shoes, and the search of Lisa Trammel's home, I was nonetheless ready, because the direct examination had gone exactly as I had expected it would. Instead, I spent the break on the phone with Cisco, preparing him for the meeting with Dahl at 7. I told him to clue in bullocks and have Tommy guns and Bam Bam outside the Victory Building for security. I wasn't sure whether Dahl was going to play it straight or not, but I was going to be ready either way. Chapter 35. After the break, Detective Longstreth retook the stand, and the judge turned it over to me. I threw no softballs and got right to the points I wanted to make in front of the jury. Primarily, this was testimony that informed the judge that the neighborhood surrounding Westland was searched by police on the day of the murder. This included the house and presumably the landscaping where the hammer was eventually found. Detective, I asked, did it trouble you that this hammer was found so long after the murder, and yet so close to the murder scene and in a spot that was inside a rather intense search perimeter? No, not really. After the hammer was found, I went out and looked at the bushes in front of that house. They were big and very dense. It didn't surprise me or trouble me at all that a hammer could have been in there all that time. In fact, I thought we had been pretty lucky that it had been found at all. Good answer. I was beginning to see why Freeman had broken things up between Curlin and Longstreth. Longstreth was damn good on the stand, maybe even better than her veteran partner. I moved on. One of the rules of the game was to distance yourself from mistakes. Don't compound things by dwelling. Okay, let's move on to the house in Woodland Hills now. Detective, wouldn't you agree that the search of the house was a bust? A bust? I'm not sure I would call it a bust. Did you find the defendant's bloody clothes? No, we did not. Did you find the victim's blood in the shower or bathtub drains? No, we did not. What about in the washing machine? No. What evidence has the state presented during this trial that was obtained from inside the defendant's home? I'm not talking about the garage, just the home. It took Longstreth a few long moments of silence as she conducted an internal inventory. Finally, she shook her head. I can't recall anything at the moment, but that still doesn't mean the search was a bust. Sometimes not finding evidence is just as useful as finding it. I paused. She was baiting me. She wanted me to ask her to explain. But if I did that, I had no idea where she would go. I decided to pull back, not take the bait, and move on. Okay, but the real treasure, the evidence you did find, was found in the garage, right? The evidence that has been or will be brought to court in this trial. I would think so, yes. We're talking about the shoe with the blood on it and the tool set missing the hammer, correct? That is correct. Am I missing something else? I don't think so. Okay, then let me show you something here on the overhead screens. I grabbed the remote, which Freeman had conveniently left on the lectern. I reversed the search warrant video, keeping my eyes on the rewinding images. I ran it right by the images I wanted and stopped it, then moved forward to the right spot and paused. Okay, can you tell the jury what is happening at this point in the video? I hit the play button and the image on the screen started to move. It showed Longstreth and one of the forensic techs leaving the main house and crossing the portico to the door that led to the garage. This is when we go into the garage, Longstreth said. Then her voice came from the recording. We might need the key from Curlin, she said. But on the video, she reached a gloved hand to the doorknob, and it turned. Never mind, it's open. I let the video run until Longstreth and the forensic tech had entered the garage and turned on the lights. I then paused it again. Was this the first time you had entered the garage, Detective? Yes. I see you turned on the lights here. Had anybody else from the search team entered the garage before you? No, they had not. I slowly backed up the video to the point where she had opened the door to enter. I started the playback again and asked my questions as it played. I notice you don't use a key to enter the garage, Detective. Why is that? I tried the door, as you can see here, and it was unlocked. Do you know why? No, it was just unlocked. Was anybody at the home when the search team arrived? No, the house was empty. And the door to the house itself was locked, correct? Yes, Miss Trammel had locked it when she agreed to accompany us to Van Nuys. Did she want to lock it, or did you have to tell her? No, she wanted to lock up. So at the time that she locked the house, she left the outside door that led into the garage unlocked, correct? It would appear so. It's safe to say that it was unlocked at the time you and the others arrived with the search warrant, correct? That is correct. Meaning anyone could have entered the garage while its owner, Lisa Trammel, was in police custody, correct? I guess it's possible, yes. By the way, when you and Detective Curlin left the house with Miss Trammel that morning, did you leave a police officer on post at the house to sort of watch over it, make sure nothing was disturbed or taken from inside? No, we did not. Didn't you think that would be prudent, considering that the house might contain evidence in a murder investigation? At the time, she was not a suspect. She was just someone we wanted to talk to. I almost smiled, and Longstreth almost smiled. She had tiptoed past a trap I had set for her. She was good. Ah, I said, not a suspect, that's right. So how long would you say was that side door left unlocked and the garage available for anyone to enter? That would be impossible for me to tell. I don't know when it was left unlocked in the first place. It's possible she never locked the garage. I nodded and put a pause under her answer. Did you or Detective Curlin instruct the forensics team to see if there were any fingerprints on the door leading to the garage? No, we did not. Why not, Detective? We didn't think it was necessary. We were searching the house, not holding it as a crime scene. Let me ask you hypothetically, Detective. Do you think that someone who has carefully planned and carried out a murder would then leave a pair of bloody shoes in their unlocked garage? Especially after taking the time to get rid of the murder weapon? Freeman objected, citing the compound nature of the question and arguing that it assumed facts not in evidence. I didn't care. The question hadn't been for Longstreth to consider. It had been directed at the jury. Your Honor, I withdraw the question, I announced, and I have nothing further for this witness. I moved away from the lectern and sat down. I stared pointedly at the jurors, my eyes sweeping across one row of them and then the other. Finally, I held them on Furlong in the 3 spot. He held my stare and didn't look away. I took that as a very good sign. Chapter 36. Herb Dahl came alone. Cisco met him at the door of my office suite and escorted him into my office, where I was waiting. Bullock sat to my left, and we had an empty seat for Dahl right in front of my desk. Cisco stayed standing, which was by design. I wanted Cisco pacing and pensive. I wanted Dahl to feel unease, that the wrong words spoken could unleash the big man in the tight black t-shirt. I didn't offer Dahl coffee, soda, or water. I didn't start with any platitudes or efforts to mend our strained relationship. I simply got down to business. What we're going to do here, Herb, is find out exactly what you've done, what your involvement with Louis Aparicio has been, and what we're going to do about it. As far as I know, I'm not needed anywhere until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we've got all night if that's what it takes. Before we start, I want to know that we have a deal if I cooperate, Dahl said. I told you at lunch, the deal is you stay out of prison. In exchange, you tell me what you know. Beyond that, no promises. I won't testify to anything. This is informational only. Besides, I have something better for you than my testifying. We'll see about that. But right now, why don't we start at the beginning? You said today that you were told to go on Lisa Trammel's picket line. Start there. Dahl nodded, but then disagreed. I think I have to start before that. This goes back to the beginning of last year. I raised 2 open hands. Have at it. We've got all night. Dahl then proceeded to tell a long story about a movie he produced a year earlier called Blood Racer. It was a warm family movie about a girl who is given a horse named Chester. She finds a tattooed number inside the animal's lower lip that indicates he was once a thoroughbred racehorse, thought to have been killed in a barn fire years before. So she and her pop do some more investigating, and— Look, I interrupted. It sounds like a nice story, but can we talk about Louis Aparicio? I may have all night, but let's stay on point anyway. That is the point. This movie. It was supposed to be low budget all the way, but I love horses, ever since I was a little kid, and I really thought I could get out of the racks with this one. The racks? The straight-to-DVD track you see out there. I was thinking this story was a diamond in the rough, and if we did it right, we could get a major theatrical release. But to get that, you need production value, and to get that, you need money. It always comes down to money. You borrowed the money. I borrowed the money and put it into the flick. Stupid, I know. And this was on top of the investor money I took at the start. But the director was this perfectionist freak from Spain. Guy barely spoke English, but we hired him. He did take after take on every setup. 30 takes at a frickin' snack bar scene. Bottom line is we ran out of money, and I needed $250,000 minimum just to finish the film. I had already been all over town, and everybody was tapped. But I loved this flick. To me, it was like the little movie that could, you know? You got the money on the street, Cisco said from a position behind Dahl's chair. Dahl twisted around to look up at him and nodded. Yeah, from a guy I know. A bent-nosed guy. What's his name? I asked. We don't need his name in this, Dahl said. Yes, we do. What's his name? Danny Green. I thought you said— Yeah, I know. He's with them, but his name's Green. What can I say? It's Green with an E at the end. I gave Cisco a look. He would need to check this out. Okay, so you took $250,000 from Danny Green, and what happened? Dahl raised his palms in a gesture indicating frustration. That's just it. Nothing happened. I finished the flick, but I couldn't sell it. I took it to every frickin' festival in North America, and nobody wanted it. I took it to the American film market, rented a frickin' suite at the Loews in Santa Monica, and only sold it to Spain. Of course, the one country that was interested was where my asshole director was from. So Danny Green wasn't too happy, was he? Nope, he wasn't. I mean, I had been keeping up with the payments, but it was a 6-month loan and he called it in. I couldn't pay it all. I gave him the Spanish money, but most of that was on the come. They gotta dub it and all that shit, and I won't see most of that cash till the end of this year, when the movie comes out over there. So I was seriously fucked. What happened? Well, one day, Danny comes to me. I mean, he just shows up, and I'm thinking he's here to break my legs. But instead, he says they need me to do something. It's like a long-term job, and if I do it, they'll restructure my loan, and I can even lay off a good chunk of the remaining principal. So, man, I'm sitting there. I've got no choice. What am I going to do? Tell Danny Green no? Doesn't work that way. So you said yes. That's right, I said yes. And what was the job? To get close to these people who were agitating and protesting about all the foreclosures. This organization called FLAG. He wanted me to get inside their camp if I could. So I did, and that's how I met Lisa. She was the top agitator. This sounded crazy, but I played along with it. Were you told why? Not really. I was just told there was a guy out there who was sort of paranoid and he wanted to know what she was up to. He had some kind of deal going and didn't want these people to mess it up. So if Lisa was planning a protest or something, then I was supposed to tell Danny where it would be and who the target was, and like that. The story was starting to have the ring of truth to it. I thought about the Lemur deal. Aparicio had been in the process of setting up the sale of a loft to the publicly traded company. It was prudent business practice to keep tabs on any potential threats to the deal before it was finished in February. That could even include Lisa Trammel. Bad publicity could hinder the sale. Stockholders always want squeaky clean acquisitions. Okay, what else? Not a whole lot else, just intelligence gathering. I got close to Lisa, but then like a month later, she got popped for the murder. Danny came back then. I thought he was going to say deal's off because she was in jail. But he said he wanted me to put up the money and get her out. He gave me the money in a bag, 200 thou. Then, when I got her out, I was supposed to do the same thing again, only with you people. Get inside the defense camp, see what was going on, and report back. I looked over at Cisco. His pensive moves were no longer an act. We both knew that Dahl could be the tip of an iceberg that would tear the bottom out of the prosecution's case and sink it. We also knew we might have a client in Lisa Trammel who was completely unlikable but innocent. And if she was innocent... Where does Aparicio come into this? I asked. Well, he sort of doesn't, at least not directly. But when I called Danny to check in, he always wants to know what you've got on Aparicio. That's how he says it. What do they have on Aparicio? He asks that every time. So I'm thinking, maybe he's the guy I'm really doing this work for, you know? I didn't respond at first. I swiveled in my chair, thinking the story over. You know what I don't get and what isn't in your story, Dahl? Cisco said. What? The part about you hiring those 2 guys to go after Mick. You left that part out, asshole. What about that? I added. Dahl raised his hands in surrender to show his innocence. Hey, they told me to do it. They sent me those 2 guys. Why beat me up? What did that do? It slowed you down, didn't it? They want Lisa to go down for this, and they started thinking you were too good. They wanted to slow you down. Dahl avoided eye contact by brushing imaginary lint off his thigh as he spoke. It made me think he might be lying about the reason behind the attack on me. It was the first false note I had picked up during the confession. My guess was that Dahl had been freelancing on the attack, that maybe he was the one who wanted me hurt. I looked at Bullocks, and then at Cisco. My quibble with Dahl's last answer aside, we had an opportunity here. I knew what Dahl was going to offer next, himself as a double agent. We'd reach the beach with him feeding Aparicio false intelligence. I had to think about this. I could easily give Dahl misleading information to take back to Danny Green. but it would be a risky maneuver, not to mention the ethical considerations. I stood up and signaled Cisco toward the door. Everybody sit tight for a minute. I want to talk to my investigator out here. We stepped into the reception area, and I closed the door behind me. I walked over to Lorna's desk. You know what this means? I asked. It means we're going to win this fucking case. I opened the middle drawer of Lorna's desk and took out the stack of delivery menus for local restaurants and fast food chains. No, it means those two guys at the clubhouse? They might have been Bondurant's killers, and we fucked things up with that little play in the back room. I don't know about that, boss. Yeah, what did your two associates do with them? Exactly what I told them to do, drop them off. They told me later that both of them wanted to be left off at some bottle club in downtown. That was it. I mean it, Mick. It's still fucked up. With the menus in my hand, I headed toward the door to my office. Cisco spoke to my back. Do you believe Dahl? I looked back at him before opening the door. To a point. I went into the office and put the menus down in the middle of the desk. I took my seat again and looked at Dahl. He was a weasel, always on the make, and I was about to go down the path with him. We shouldn't do it, Bullock said. I looked at her. Do what? Use him to feed bad intel back to Aparicio. We should put him on the stand and make him tell the story to the jury. Dahl immediately protested. I'm not testifying. Who the fuck is she, saying how this... I raised my hands in a calming gesture. You're not testifying, I said. Even if I wanted you to, I couldn't get you on the stand. You have nothing that directly connects Aparicio to this. Have you ever even met the man? No. Have you ever seen him before? Yeah, in the court. Before that? No. And I'd never even heard his name until Danny asked me about him. I looked at Bullock's and shook my head. They're too smart to leave a direct link out there. The judge wouldn't let him anywhere near the stand. Then what about Danny Green? We put him on the stand. And what do we use to compel him to testify? He'd take the fifth before we even got to his name. There's only one thing to do here. I waited for further protest, but Bullock's was finally and sullenly silent. I looked back at Dahl. I disliked the man intensely and trusted him about as much as I trusted that he had his own hair. But that didn't stop me from taking the next step. Dahl, how is contact initiated with Danny Green? I usually call him about 10. Every night? Yeah. During the trial, it's been that way. He always wants to hear from me. Most night he answers, and if not, he calls me back pretty quick. Okay, let's dig in and order some takeout. Tonight, you make the call from here. What am I going to say? We're going to work that out between now and 10 when you make the call. But essentially, I think you are going to tell Danny Green that Luis Aparicio doesn't have a thing to worry about when he takes the stand. You're going to tell him that we've got nothing, that we've been bluffing, and that the coast is clear. Chapter 37. Thursday was supposed to be the day when all the orchestral elements came together in a crescendo for the prosecution. Since Monday morning, Andrea Freeman had carefully rolled out her case, easily handling the variables and unknowns, like the potshots I had taken and the intrusion of the federal target letter, in a strategic build-up that gathered momentum and led inalterably to this day. Thursday was the science day, the day that all elements of evidence and testimony would be tied together with the unbreakable bindings of scientific fact. It was a good strategy, but this is where I intended to turn her plans upside down. In the courtroom, there are three things for the lawyer to always consider: the knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. Whether at the prosecution or defense table, it is the lawyer's job to master the first two and always be prepared for the third. On Thursday, I intended to be one of the unknown unknowns. I had seen Andrea Freeman's strategy from a mile away. She would not see mine until she had stepped into it like quicksand, and it silenced her crescendo. Her first witness was Dr. Joaquin Gutierrez, the assistant medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Mitchell Bondurant's body. Using a morbid slideshow that I had half-heartedly and unsuccessfully objected to, the doctor took the jury on a magical mystery tour of the victim's body, cataloging every bruise, abrasion, and broken tooth. Of course, he spent the most time describing and showing on the screens the damage created by the 3 impacts of the murder weapon. He pointed out which had been the first blow and why it was fatal. He called the second 2 strikes, delivered when the victim was face down on the ground, overkill, and testified that in his experience, overkill was equated with an emotional context. The 3 brutal strikes revealed that the killer had personal animosity toward the victim. I could have objected to both the question and answer, but they played nicely into a question I would later ask. "Doctor," Freeman asked at one point, "you have 3 brutal strikes on the top of the head, all within a circle with a 4-inch diameter. How is it that you can tell which one came first and which one was the fatal blow?" "It is a painstaking process, yet a very simple one. The blows to the skull created 2 fracture patterns. The immediate and most damaging impact was in the contact area, where each strike of the weapon created what is termed a depressed calvarial fracture, which is really just a fancy way of saying it created a depression in the skull or a dent." "A dent?" "You see, all bone has a certain elasticity. With injuries like this, a forceful, traumatic impact, the skull bone depresses in the shape of the striking instrument, and 2 things happen. You get parallel break lines on the surface. These are called terraced fractures. And on the interior, you get a deep depression fracture, the dent. On the inside of the skull, this depression causes a fracture that we call a pyramid splinter. This splinter projects through the dura, which is the interior lining, and directly into the brain. Often, and as was found in this case, the splinter breaks and is propelled deep into the brain tissue like a bullet. It instantly causes the termination of brain function and death." "Like a bullet, you said. So these 3 impacts on the victim's head were so forceful that it was literally tantamount to him being shot 3 times in the head?" "Yes, that is correct. But it only took one of these splinters to kill him, the first one. Which brings me back to my initial question. How can you tell which impact was the first one? Can I demonstrate this?" The judge gave permission for Gutierrez to put a diagram of a skull on the video screens. It was an overhead view, and it showed the 3 impact spots where the hammer had struck. These points were drawn in blue. Other fractures were drawn in red. To determine the sequence of blows in a multiple trauma situation, we go to the secondary fractures. Those are the fractures in red. I called these parallel fractures, but they are also known as terraced fractures because, as I said earlier, they are like steps moving away from the impact point. A fracture or crack like this can extend completely across the bone, and here you see that with this victim these fracture lines stretch across the parietal temporal region. But such fractures always end when they reach an already existing fracture. The energy is simply absorbed by the existing fracture. Therefore, by studying the victim's skull and tracing the terraced fractures, it becomes possible to determine which of these fractures came first. And then, of course, you trace these back to the impact point, and you can easily see the order of the blows. On the drawing on the screen, the numbers 1, 2, and 3 were in place, depicting the order of blows that rained down on Mitchell Bondurant's head. The first blow, the fatal impact, had been to the very top of his head. Freeman moved on from there and spent most of the morning milking the testimony, finally reaching a point where she was belaboring the obvious in many areas with too many questions that were repetitive or not germane. Twice the judge asked her to move along to other areas of testimony, and I began to believe she was in a stall. She had to keep the witness going through the morning because her next witness was possibly not on hand and may have even flaked out on her. But if she was nervous about some problem, Freeman didn't show it. She kept her focus on Gutierrez and steadfastly walked him through his testimony, finishing with what was most important, tying the craftsman hammer found in the bushes to the wounds on the victim's head. To do this, she brought out the props. Following the Bondurant autopsy, Gutierrez had made a mold of the victim's skull. He also took a series of photos of the scalp and had prints made that depicted the wounds in 1:1 size. Presented with the hammer that had been entered into evidence, Gutierrez removed it from its plastic bag and began a demonstration that showed how its flat, circular face fit the wounds and skull indentations perfectly. The hammer also had a notch on the top edge of its facing that could be used to hold a nail. This notch was clearly seen in the depression left on the skull. It all fit together in a perfect prosecutorial puzzle. Freeman was beaming as she saw a key element of proof solidify in front of the jury. Doctor, do you have any hesitation in telling the jury that this tool could have created the fatal injury to the victim? None. You realize that this tool is not unique, correct? Of course. I'm not saying that this specific hammer caused these injuries. I am saying it was either this hammer or one that came out of the same mold. I can't be more specific than that. Thank you, Doctor. Now, let's talk about the notch on the strike surface of the hammer. What can you tell about the position of the notch in the wound pattern? Gutierrez held up the hammer and pointed to the notch. The notch is on the top edge. This area is magnetized. You put the nail in place here, the hammer holds it, and then you drive the nail into the surface of the material you are working with. Because we know the notch is on the top edge, we can then look at the wounds and see which direction they came from. And what direction is that? From the rear. The victim was struck from behind. So he may never have seen his assailant coming. That is correct. Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. I have no further questions at this time. The judge turned the witness over to me, and as I passed Freeman on the way to the lectern, she gave me a deadpan look that transmitted the message. Take your best shot, asshole. I intended to. I put my legal pad down on the lectern, tightened my tie and shot my cuffs, then looked at the witness. Before I sat down again, I wanted to own him. Around the medical examiner's office, they call you Dr. Guts, don't they, sir? It was a good out-of-the-gate question. It would make the witness wonder what other inside information I knew and could possibly spring on him. Sometimes, yes. Informally, you might say. Why is that, Doctor? Freeman objected on relevance, and it got the judge's attention. Do you want to tell me how this ties into the reason we are here today, Mr. Haller? He asked. Your Honor, I think if allowed to respond, the answer Dr. Gutierrez will give will reveal that he has an expertise in pathology that is not in the area of tool patterns and head wounds. Perry mulled things over and then nodded. The witness will answer. I turned my focus back to Gutierrez. Doctor, you can answer the question. Why are you called Dr. Guts? It is because, as you said, I have an expertise in identifying diseases of the gastrointestinal tract, the guts, and it also goes with the name, especially when it is pronounced incorrectly. Thank you, Doctor. Now, can you tell us how many times you have had a case in which you matched a hammer to the wounds on a victim's skull? This would be the first one. I nodded to underline the point. So you're sort of a rookie when it comes to a killing with a hammer. That's right. But my comparison was painstaking and cautious. My conclusions are not wrong. Play to his superiority complex. I am a doctor. I am not wrong. Have you ever been wrong before in giving court testimony as a witness? Everyone makes mistakes. I'm sure I have. What about the Stone Ridge case? Freeman quickly objected, as I knew she would. She asked for a sidebar, and the judge waved us up. I knew this would go no further, but I'd gotten it out in front of the jury. They knew, from what little had just been said, that somewhere in his past, Gutierrez had testified and been wrong. That was all I needed. Judge, we both know where counsel is going, and not only is it not relevant to this matter, but Stone Ridge is still under investigation, and there's been no official conclusion. What could... I withdraw it. She looked at me with searing hostility in her eyes. No problem. I have another question. Oh, as long as the jury hears the question, you don't care what the answer is. Judge, I want an instruction on this because what he is doing is not right. I'll take care of it. Go back. And Mr. Haller, you watch yourself. Thank you, Your Honor. The judge instructed the jurors to disregard my question and reminded them that it would be unfair of them to consider anything outside of the evidence and testimony while later conducting their deliberations. He then told me to proceed, and I went in a new direction. Doctor, let's zero in on the fatal wound and get a little more detailed. You called this a depression fracture, correct? Actually, I called it a depressed calvarial fracture. I always loved it when the prosecution's witnesses corrected me. Okay, so the depression, or dent, that was left by this traumatic impact, did you measure it? Measure it in what way? How about its depth? Did you measure that? Yes, I did. May I refer to my notes? You sure can, Doctor. Gutierrez checked his copy of the autopsy protocol. Yes, we called the fatal impact wound 1A, and yes, indeed, I did measure the definitions of the wound pattern. Shall I give you those measurements? My next question. Please tell us, Doctor, how did it measure out? Gutierrez looked at his report while speaking. Measurements were taken at 4 points of the circular impact location. Using a clock face, the measurements were at 3, 6, 9, and 12, the 12 being where the notch on the surface was located. And what did the measurements tell you? There was very little play in these numbers. Less than 1/4 of a centimeter separated the 4 measurements. They averaged out to 7 centimeters in depth, which is approximately 1/4 of an inch. He looked up from his notes. I was writing his numbers down, even though I had already gotten them off the autopsy protocol. I glanced over at the box and saw a few jurors writing in their notebooks, a good sign. So, Doctor, I noticed that this part of your work didn't come up on direct examination by Ms. Freeman. What did these measurements mean to you in terms of the angle of impact of the weapon? Gutierrez shrugged. He stole a glance at Freeman and got the message. Be careful here. There is nothing really to conclude from these numbers. Really? Wouldn't the fact that the impression in the bone, the dent as you called it, left by the hammer, was almost even at all measurable points, indicate to you that the hammer struck the victim evenly on the top of the head? Gutierrez looked down at his notes. He was a man of science. I had just asked him a science-based question, and he knew how to answer it. But he also knew he had somehow strayed into a minefield. He didn't know how or why, only that the prosecutor sitting 15 feet from him was nervous. Doctor, do you want me to repeat the question? No, that is not necessary. You must remember that in science, 1/10 of a centimeter can mean quite a difference. Are you saying that the hammer did not strike Mr. Bondurant evenly, sir? No, he said in an annoyed tone. I am just saying that it is not as cut and dried as people think. Yes, it appears that the hammer struck the victim flush, if you will. Thank you, Doctor. And when you look at your wound depth measurements on the second and third strikes, they are not as even, correct? Yes, that is correct. In both of these impacts, the deviation ranges up to 3 centimeters in each. I had him now. I was rolling. I stepped back from the lectern and started to wander to my left, into the open space between the lectern and the jury box. I put my hands in my pockets and adopted a pose of a completely confident man. And so, Doctor, you have the fatal blow delivered clean and flush to the top of the head. The next two, not the same way. What would account for this difference? The orientation of the skull. The first strike stopped brain function within a second. The abrasions and other injuries to the body, the broken tooth, for example, indicate an immediate dead fall from a standing position. It is likely that the second and third strikes occurred after he was down. You just said the other injuries indicate an immediate dead fall from a standing position. Why are you sure the victim was standing when attacked from behind? The abrasions to both knees are indicative of this. So he could not have been kneeling when attacked. It seems unlikely. The abrasions on the knees indicate otherwise. What about crouching, like a baseball catcher? Again, not possible when you look at the damage to his knees. Deep abrasions and a fracture to the left patella, the kneecap, as it is more commonly called. So no doubt in your mind that he was standing when struck with the fatal blow. None. It was perhaps the most important answer to any question in the whole trial, but I glided on like it was just part of the routine. Thank you, Doctor. Now let's go back to the skull for a moment. How strong would you say the skull is in the area where the fatal impact occurred? Depends on the age of the suspect. Our skulls grow thicker as we age. Our subject is Mitchell Bondurant, Doctor. How thick was his skull? Did you measure it? I did. It was 0.8 centimeters thick in the impact region, about 1/3 of an inch. And have you conducted any sort of study or test to determine what kind of force it would have taken for a hammer to create the fatal dent fracture in this case? I have not, no. Are you aware of any such studies of this question in general? There are studies in the area. The conclusions are very broad. I happen to think each case is unique. You can't go by general studies. Isn't it widely held that the threshold measurement of pressure needed to create a depression fracture is 1,000 pounds of pressure per square inch? Freeman stood and objected. She said that I was asking questions outside the scope of Dr. Gutierrez's expertise as a witness. Mr. Haller himself was quick to point out in his cross-examination that the witness's expertise is in diseases of the GI tract, not bone elasticity and depression. It was a no-win situation for her, and she had chosen the lesser of two evils, burning her witness or allowing me to continue to ask him questions that he didn't know the answers to. Sustained, the judge said. Let's move on, Mr. Haller. Ask your next question. Yes, Your Honor. I flipped a few pages on my pad and acted like I was reading. It would buy me a few moments while I considered the next move. I then turned and looked at the clock on the back wall of the courtroom. It was 15 minutes till lunch. If I wanted to send the jury out with a final bit of food for thought, I needed to act now. Doctor, I said, did you record the height of the victim? Gutierrez checked his notes. Bondurant was 6 feet 1 inch tall at the time of his death. So this area at the crown of the head would be 6 feet and 1 inch high. Is that fair to say, Doctor? Yes, it is. Actually, with Mr. Bondurant wearing shoes, he would have been even taller, correct? Yes, maybe 1.5 inches to account for the heels. Okay, so knowing the victim's height and knowing the fatal wound came in flush on the top of his head, what does that tell us about the angle of attack? I'm not sure what you mean by angle of attack. Are you sure about that, Doctor? I am talking about the angle the hammer was at in relation to the impact area. But this would be impossible to know, because we don't know the posture of the victim or whether he was ducking from the blow or what the exact situation was when he was struck. Gutierrez ended his answer with a nod, as though proud of the way he had handled the challenge. But Doctor, didn't you testify during direct examination from Ms. Freeman that it appeared to you, at least, that Mr. Bondurant was struck from behind in a surprise attack? I did. Doesn't that contradict what you just said about ducking from the blow? Which is it, Doctor? Feeling cornered, Gutierrez reacted in the way most cornered men do, with arrogance. My testimony is that we do not know exactly what happened in that garage, or what posture the victim was in, or what the orientation of his skull was when he was struck with the fatal blow. To be minutely guessing and second-guessing at this point is a fool's errand. You are saying it is foolish to attempt to understand what happened in the garage? No, I'm not saying that at all. You were taking the words and twisting them. Freeman had to do something. She stood and objected and said I was badgering the witness. I wasn't, and the judge said as much, but the little interruption was enough for Gutierrez to collect himself and resume his calm and superior demeanor. I decided to wrap things up. I had largely been using Dr. Guts as a setup man for my own expert, who had testified during the defense phase. I believed I was almost there. Doctor, would you agree that if we could determine the victim's posture and the orientation of his skull at the time of that first fatal blow, then we would have insight as to the angle at which the murder weapon was held? Gutierrez considered the question for longer than it had taken me to ask it, then reluctantly nodded. Yes, it would give us some insight, but it is impossible. Thank you, Doctor. My next question is if we knew all of these things, the posture, the orientation, the angle of the weapon, wouldn't we then be able to make some assumptions about the height of the attacker? It doesn't make sense. We can't know these things. He held both his hands up in frustration and turned to look at the judge for help. He got none. Doctor, you're not answering the question. Let me ask you again. If we did indeed know all of these factors, could we then make assumptions about the attacker's height? He dropped his hands in an I give up gesture. Of course, but we do not know these factors. We, Doctor? Don't you mean you don't know these factors because you didn't look for them? No, Don't you mean you didn't want to know these factors because they would reveal that it was physically impossible for the defendant at 5'3" to have ever committed objection? This crime against a man 10 inches taller than her? Luckily, they no longer used gavels in California courtrooms. Perry would have smashed his through the bench. Sustained! 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 I picked up my pad and flipped over all the folded back pages in a show of frustration and finality. I have nothing further for... Mr. Haller, the judge barked. I have warned you repeatedly about acting out in front of the jury. Consider this your last warning. Next time, there will be consequences. Noted, Your Honor. Thank you. The jury will disregard the last exchange between counsel and the witness. It is stricken from the record. I sat down, not daring to glance at the jury box. But that was okay. I felt the vibe. Their eyes were on me. They were riding with me. Not all of them, but enough. Chapter 38. I spent the lunch hour schooling Lisa Trammel on what to expect during the afternoon session of court. Herb Dahl was not present, having been dispatched on a phony errand, so I could be alone with my client. As best I could, I tried to explain to her the risks we would be taking as the prosecution's case wound down, and the defense took center stage. She was scared, but she trusted me, and that's about all you can ask from a client. The truth? No. But trust? Yes. Once court reconvened, Freeman asked Dr. Henrietta Stanley to the witness stand. She identified herself as a supervising biologist for the Los Angeles Regional Crime Laboratory at Cal State LA. My guess was that she would be the last witness for the prosecution, and her testimony would have two parts of major significance. She would confirm that DNA testing of the blood found on the recovered hammer matched Mitchell Bondurant's DNA perfectly, and that the blood found on Lisa Trammel's gardening shoe also matched the victim's. The scientific testimony would bring the case full circle, with blood being the link. My only intention was to rob the prosecution of the moment. Dr. Stanley, Freeman began, you either conducted or supervised all DNA analysis that came from the investigation of Mitchell Bondurant's death, did you not? I supervised and reconfirmed one analysis conducted by an outside vendor. The other analysis I handled myself, but I must add that I have 2 assistants in the lab who help me, and they do a good portion of the work under my supervision. At one point in the investigation, you were asked to have a small amount of blood that had been found on a hammer analyzed for a DNA comparison to the victim, were you not? We used an outside vendor on that analysis because time was of the essence. I supervised that process and later confirmed the findings. Your Honor? I was standing at the defense table. The judge looked annoyed with me for interrupting Freeman's examination. What is it, Mr. Haller? To save the court's time and the jury from going through a long, drawn-out explanation of DNA analysis and matching, the defense stipulates. Stipulates to what, Mr. Haller? That the blood on the hammer came from Mitchell Bondurant. The judge didn't miss a beat. The chance to jump the trial forward an hour or more was welcomed, with caution. Very well, Mr. Haller, but you will not get the opportunity to challenge this during the defense phase. You know that, right? I know it, Judge. There will be no need to challenge it. And your client does not object to this tactic. I turned my body slightly toward Lisa Trammel and gestured to her. She is perfectly aware of this tactic and agrees. She is also willing to go on record if you wish to ask her directly. I don't think that is necessary. How does the state feel about this? Freeman looked suspicious, like she was looking for the trap. Judge, she said, I want it clear that the defendant is acknowledging that the blood found on the hammer was indeed Mitchell Bondurant's blood, and I want a waiver on ineffective counsel. I don't think a waiver is necessary, Perry said, but I will get the stipulation directly from the defendant. He then asked Lisa questions that confirmed she was on board with the stipulation. Once Freeman said she was satisfied, Perry turned his chair and rolled to the end of the bench so he could address the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, the witness was going to take you through an explanation of the science of DNA typing and matching, leading you to testimony in regard to lab tests, matching blood found on the hammer that is in evidence to that of our victim, Mitchell Bondurant. By stipulating, the defense is saying they agree with those findings and will not object to them. So what you take from this is that the blood found on the handle of the hammer, found in the bushes near the bank, did indeed come from the victim Mitchell Bondurant. This is now stipulated as a proven fact, and I will have that in writing for you when you begin your deliberations." He nodded once, and then rolled back into place where he told Freeman to proceed. Knocked out of rhythm by my unexpected move, she asked the judge for a few moments while she got her bearings and found the place from which to restart her examination. Finally, she looked up at her witness. "Okay, Dr. Stanley, the blood from the hammer was not the only sample of blood from this case that you were asked to have analyzed, correct?" "That is correct. We were also given a separate sample of blood discovered on a shoe found on the defendant's premises. In the garage, I believe. We typed—" "Your Honor," I said as I rose from my seat again. "Once more, the defense wishes to stipulate." This time, the move brought complete silence to the courtroom. Nobody was whispering in the gallery. The bailiff wasn't using his hand to muffle his voice on his telephone. The court reporter's fingers were held steady over the keys. Complete silence. The judge had been sitting with the fingers of both hands knitted together beneath his chin. He held his pose for a long moment, before using both hands to signal Freeman and me forward to the bench. "Come on up here, counsel." Freeman and I stood side by side in front of the bench. The judge whispered, "Mr. Haller, your reputation preceded you when you came into my courtroom on this case. I was told by more than one source that you were a damn fine lawyer and a tireless advocate. I need to ask, however, if you know what you're doing here. You want to stipulate to the prosecution's contention that the victim's blood was found on your client's own shoe. Are you sure about that, Mr. Haller?" I nodded, as if to concede that he had made a good point in questioning my trial strategy. "Judge, we did the analysis ourselves, and it came back as a match. The science doesn't lie, and the defense is not interested in trying to mislead the court or the jury. If a trial is a search for truth, then let the truth come out. The defense stipulates. We will prove later that the blood was planted on the shoe. That is where the real truth lies, not with whether or not it was his blood. We acknowledge that it was, and we're ready to move on." "Your Honor, may I be heard?" Freeman said. "Go ahead, Miss Freeman." "The state objects to the stipulation." She had finally caught on. The judge looked aghast. "I don't understand, Miss Freeman. You get what you want. The victim's blood on the defendant's shoes." "Your Honor, Dr. Stanley is my last witness. Counsel is seeking to undercut the state's case by robbing me of the ability to present evidence in the way I wish to present it. This witness's testimony is devastating to the defense. He just wants to stipulate to lessen its impact on the jury. But a stipulation must be agreed to by both parties. I made a mistake taking the stipulation on the hammer, but not this time. Not on the shoes. The state objects to this." The judge was undaunted. He saw a savings of at least a half day of court time, and he wasn't going to let it go. "Counsel, understand that the court can overrule your objection in the cause of judicial economy. I'd rather not do that." He was telling her not to go against him on this, to accept the stipulation. "I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the state still objects." "Overruled. You can step back." And so it went. As with the hammer, the judge relayed the stipulation to the jury and promised they would receive a document outlining the evidence and facts agreed to by the start of deliberations. I had successfully silenced the crescendo of the prosecution's case. Instead of going out with the crashing of cymbals, drums, and evidence that screamed, "She did it, she did it, she did it," the prosecution went out with a whimper. Freeman was seething. She knew how important the payoff was to the gradual build-up. You don't listen to Bolero for 10 minutes and turn it off with the final 2 minutes to go. Not only did the truncating of her case hurt, but I had effectively turned her last and most important witness into the first witness for the defense. By stipulating, I had made it seem as if the DNA returns were the initial building blocks of my case, and there was nothing Freeman could do. She had put the whole case out and had nothing left. After excusing Stanley from the witness stand, she sat at the prosecution table, turning through her notes, probably thinking about whether she should put Curlin or Longstreth back on the stand to finish the case with a detective's roundup of all the evidence. But there were risks to that. She had rehearsed their testimony before, but not this time. "Ms. Freeman," the judge finally asked, "do you have another witness?" Freeman looked over at the jury box. She had to believe she had the verdict. So what if the evidence wasn't delivered according to the plan she had choreographed? The evidence was still there and in the record. The Vic's blood on the hammer and on the defendant's shoes. It was more than enough. She had the verdict in her pocket. She slowly rose, still looking at the jurors. Then she turned and addressed the judge. "Your Honor, the people rest." It was a solemn moment, and again the courtroom turned still and silent, this time for almost a whole minute. "Very well," the judge finally said. "I don't think any of us thought we would be at this place so soon. Mr. Haller, are you ready to proceed with the presentation of the defense's case?" I stood. "Your Honor, the defense is ready to proceed." The judge nodded. He still seemed a bit shell-shocked by the defense's decision to acknowledge and accept as evidence the victim's blood on the defendant's shoes. "Then we'll take our afternoon break a little early," he said, "and when we come back, the defense phase will begin." Part 4. The Fifth Witness. Chapter 39. If the defense tactics during the latter stages of the prosecution's case were surprising, the first step out of the corner during the defense phase did nothing to lessen some observers' doubts as to the competence of counsel. Once everyone was back in place following the afternoon break, I went to the lectern and threw another "what the hell" move into the trial. The defense calls the defendant, Lisa Trammel. The judge asked for quiet as my client stood and made her way to the stand. That she was called at all was shocking and caused a roll of whispers and chatter in the courtroom. As a general rule, defense attorneys don't like to put a client on the witness stand. In a risk-to-reward ratio, this tactic ranks quite low. You can never be sure what your client will say because you can never fully believe anything she has told you. And to be caught in a single lie while under oath and on the stand in front of the 12 people determining your guilt or innocence is devastating. But this time and this case were different. Lisa Trammel had never wavered in her claim to innocence. She had never once waffled in her response to the evidence against her. And she had never once been remotely interested in any sort of deal. Given this, and the developments regarding the Herb Dahl-Louis Aparicio connection, I was viewing her differently than I had at the start of the trial. She insisted on having the chance to tell the jury she was innocent, and it occurred to me the night before that she should be given the opportunity the very moment it became available. She would be the first witness. The defendant took the oath with a slight smile on her face. It may have seemed out of place to some. After she was seated and her name was in the record, I jumped right on it. "Lisa, I just saw you smiling a little bit when you were taking the oath to tell the truth. Why were you smiling?" "Oh, nervousness and relief." "Relief?" "Yes, relief. I finally get the chance to tell my side, to tell the truth." It had started out well. From there, I quickly took her through the standard list of basic questions about who she was, what she did for a living, and the state of her marriage, as well as touching on the state of her home ownership. "Did you know the victim of this terrible crime, Mitchell Bondurant?" "Know him? No. Know of him? Yes." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, over the past year or so, when I started to get in trouble with the mortgage, I had seen him. I went to the bank a couple times to plead my case to him. They never let me talk to him, but I saw him back there in his office. The wall of his office was completely made of glass, which was a joke. Like you could see him, but not talk to him." I checked the jury. I didn't see any outright head nods, but I thought the answer and the image my client had conjured were perfect. The banker hiding behind a wall of glass, while the downtrodden and disadvantaged are kept away. "Did you ever see him anywhere else?" "On the morning of the murder. I saw him at the coffee shop I stop at. He was 2 people behind me in line. That's why I was confused when I was talking to the detectives. They were asking about Mr. Bondurant, and I had just seen him that morning. I didn't know he was dead. I didn't realize they were investigating me for a murder I didn't know had even been committed. So far, so good. She was playing it as we had discussed and rehearsed, right down to always referring to the victim with complete respect, if not sympathy. Did you talk to Mr. Bondurant that morning? No, I didn't. I was afraid he might think I was stalking him or something and take me to court. Also, I had been warned by you to avoid any encounter or confrontation with people from the bank. So I quickly got my coffee and left. Lisa, did you kill Mr. Bondurant? No, of course not. Did you sneak up behind him with a hammer from your garage and hit him on the head so hard that he was dead before he hit the ground? No, I did not. Did you hit him 2 more times when he was on the ground? No. I paused as if to study my notes. I wanted her denials to echo in the courtroom and in each juror's mind. Lisa, you made quite a name for yourself fighting the foreclosure of your home, didn't you? It wasn't my intention. I just wanted to keep my home for myself and my son. I did what I thought was right. It ended up getting a lot of attention. It wasn't good attention for the bank, was it? Freeman objected, arguing that I was asking Trammel a question she would not have the knowledge to answer. The judge agreed and told me to ask something else. There came a time when the bank sought to stop your protests and other activities, correct? Yes, they took me to court and got a restraining order against me. I couldn't have any more protests at the bank, so I had them at the courthouse. And did people join your cause? Yes, I started a website and hundreds of people, a lot of them like me, losing their homes, joined in. You became quite visible as the leader of this group, didn't you? I guess so, but it was never about getting attention for myself. It was about what they were doing, the frauds they were committing when they took away people's houses and condos and everything. How many times do you think you were on the television news or in the newspaper? I didn't keep count, but a few times I went national. I was on CNN and Fox. By the way, speaking of going national, Lisa, on the morning of the murder, did you walk by Westland National in Sherman Oaks? No, I didn't. That wasn't you on the sidewalk, just a half block away. No, it was not. So the woman who testified she saw you was lying under oath? I don't want to call anyone a liar, but it wasn't me. Maybe she just made a mistake. Thank you, Lisa. I looked down at my notes and shifted directions. By seemingly keeping my own client off guard with changing subjects and questions, I was in effect keeping the jury off guard, which is what I wanted to do. I didn't want them thinking ahead of me. I wanted their undivided attention, and I wanted to feed them the story in pieces and in an order of my choosing. Do you normally keep your garage door locked? I asked. Yes, always. Why is that? Well, it's not attached to the house. You have to go outside the house to go in the garage, so I always have the door locked. I have mostly junk in there, but some stuff is valuable. My husband always treated the tools like they were precious, and I have the helium tank for balloons and parties, and I don't want any of the older kids in the neighborhood to get into that. And, well, I once read about somebody who had a detached garage like mine and she never locked her door. And then one day, she went into the garage and a man was in there stealing stuff. He raped her. So I always keep the door locked. Do you have any idea why it was unlocked when the police searched your home on the day of the murder? No, I always kept it locked. When was the last time before this trial that you saw the hammer from your workbench in its place in the garage? I don't remember ever seeing it. My husband was the one who had all the tools set up in there. I'm not really good with tools. What about gardening tools? Well, I take that back if you mean tools like that. I do the gardening and those are my tools. Do you have any idea how a micro dot of blood from Mr. Bondurant ended up on one of your gardening shoes? Lisa stared forward, with a troubled look on her face. Her chin wavered slightly as she spoke. I don't know. There's no explanation. I hadn't worn those shoes in a long time, and I didn't kill Mr. Bondurant. Her last line was spoken almost as a plea. It carried a sense of desperation and truth. I paused to savor it, and hoped the jurors had noted it as well. After that, I spent another half hour with her, working mostly the same themes and denials. I got into more details about her coffee shop encounter with Bondurant, as well as the foreclosure process and the hopes she had of winning the case. Her purpose in the defense case was threefold. I needed her denial and explanations on record. I needed her personality to engender sympathy from the jury and put a human face on a case about murder. And finally, I needed to have the jurors start to wonder if this diminutive and seemingly fragile woman could lie in wait and then forcefully swing a hammer at a man's head 3 times. By the time I came to the end of the direct examination, I felt I had gone a long way toward accomplishing all 3 of these goals. I tried to go out with a little crescendo of my own. "Did you hate Mitchell Bondurant?" I asked. "I hated what he and his bank were doing to me and others like me. But I didn't hate him personally. I didn't even know him." "But you had lost your marriage, and you had lost your job, and now you were in danger of losing your house. Didn't you wish to lash out at the forces you believed were hurting you?" "I was already lashing out. I was protesting my mistreatment. I had hired a lawyer and was fighting the foreclosure. Yes, I was angry, but I wasn't violent. I am not a violent person. I'm a school teacher. I was lashing out, if you have to use those words, in the only way I knew, peacefully protesting something that was wrong. Very definitely wrong." I glanced at the jury and thought I caught a woman in the back row wiping away a tear. I hoped to God she was. I turned back to my client and moved in for the big closing. "I ask you once again, Lisa, did you kill Mitchell Bondurant?" "No, I didn't." "Did you take a hammer and strike him with it in the garage at the bank?" "No, I wasn't there. It wasn't me." "Then how was the hammer from your garage used to kill him?" "I don't know." "How was his blood found on your shoes?" "I don't know. I didn't do it. I was set up." I paused for a moment and calmed my voice before finishing. "One last question, Lisa. How tall are you?" She looked confused, like a rag doll that had been pulled one way and then the other. "What do you mean?" "Just tell us how tall you are." "I'm 5'3". "Thank you, Lisa. I have nothing further." Freeman had her work cut out for her. Lisa Trammel had been a solid witness, and the prosecutor wasn't going to break her. She tried in a few places to get contradictory responses, but Lisa more than held her own. After a half hour of Freeman trying to break down a door with a toothpick, I began to think my client was going to sail through. But it never pays to think you're safe until your client is off the stand and sitting next to you. Freeman had at least one card up her sleeve, and she eventually played it. "When Mr. Haller asked you a little while ago if you had committed this crime, you said you were not violent. You said you were a school teacher and that you weren't violent. Do you remember that?" "Yes, it's true." "But isn't it true that you were forced to change schools and undergo anger management treatment 4 years ago when you struck a student with a 3-sided ruler?" I quickly stood and objected and asked for a sidebar. The judge allowed us to approach. "Judge," I whispered before Perry even asked, "there's nothing in any of the discovery about a 3-sided ruler. Where's this coming from?" "Judge," Freeman whispered before Perry even asked, "it's new information that just came to us late last week. We had to verify it." "Oh, come on," I said. "You're going to say you didn't have her full teaching record from the get-go? You expect us to believe that?" "You can believe whatever you want," Freeman responded. "We didn't offer it in discovery because I had no intention of bringing it up until your client started testifying about her nonviolent history. This obviously puts a lie to that and has become fair game." I turned my attention back to Perry. "Judge, her excuse doesn't matter. She's not playing by the rules of discovery. The question should be stricken and she should not be allowed to pursue this line of questioning." "Judge, this is—" "Counsel is right, Ms. Freeman. You can save it for rebuttal provided you come up with the witnesses, but you're not going to bring it in here. It should have been part of discovery." We returned to our positions. I would now have to put Cisco on the incident, because no doubt Freeman would be bringing it up again later. This annoyed me, because one of the first assignments I had given Cisco when we got the case was to completely vet our client. This event had somehow been missed. The judge instructed the jury to disregard the prosecutor's question and then told Freeman to proceed with a different line of questioning. But I knew that bell had been rung loud and clear for the jury. The question might have been wiped from the record, but not from their minds. Freeman went on with her cross-examination, pot-shotting Trammel here and there, but not penetrating the armor of her direct testimony. My client could not be shaken from her contention that she was not walking near Westland National on the morning of the murder. With the exception of the three-sided ruler, it was a damn good start because it put the jury on immediate notice that we were engaged in an affirmative defense. We would not be going down without a fight. The prosecutor took it right on up to 5 o'clock, thus preserving the ability to come up with something overnight and hit Trammel with it in the morning. The judge recessed for the evening and everybody was sent home, except for me. I was heading back to the office. There was still more to do. Before leaving the courtroom, I huddled with my client at the defense table and whispered angrily to her. "Thanks for telling me about the three-sided ruler. What else don't I know?" "Nothing. That was stupid." "What was stupid? That you hit a kid with a ruler, or that you didn't tell me?" "It was 4 years ago, and he deserved it. That's all I'm going to say about it." "It's not going to be your choice. Freeman can still bring it up on rebuttal, so you better start thinking about what you're going to say." A look of concern creased her face. "How can she? The judge told the jury to forget it was brought up." "She can't bring it up on cross, but she'll find a way to bring it up later. There are different rules about rebuttal, so you'd better tell me all about it, and anything else I should know but you've neglected to tell me." She glanced over my shoulder, and I knew she was looking for Herb Dahl. She had no idea what Dahl had revealed to me, or about the double agent work he was doing. "Dahl isn't here," I said. "Talk to me, Lisa. What else should I know?" When I got back to the office, I found Cisco in the reception area, hands in his pockets and chatting up Lorna, who was behind the front desk. "What's going on?" I demanded. "I thought you were going to the airport to get Shammy." "I sent Bullock's," Cisco said. "She got her and is on the way back." "She should have stayed here preparing for her testimony, which will probably come tomorrow. You're the investigator. You should have gone to the airport. Both of them together probably can't carry the dummy." "Relax, boss. They got it covered, and they're fine together. Bullock's just called from the road, so you keep your cool and we'll do the rest." I stared hard at him. I didn't care if he was 6 inches taller and 75 more pounds of muscle. I'd had it. I'd been carrying everything, and I'd had it. "You want me to relax? You want me to be cool? Fuck you, Cisco. We just started the defense, and the problem is, we don't have a defense. I have a lot of talk and a dummy. The problem is, unless you get your hands out of your fucking pockets and find me something, I'm the one who's going to look like the dummy. So don't tell me to be cool, okay? I'm the one who's standing in front of the jury every fucking day." First Lorna burst out laughing, and soon Cisco followed. "You think this is funny?" I said in full outrage. "It's not funny. What the fuck makes it so fucking funny?" Cisco held up his hands in a calming gesture until he could contain himself. "Sorry, boss. It's just that when you get yourself worked up, and that thing about the dummy." This made Lorna start another cycle of laughter. I made a mental note to fire her after the trial. In fact, I'd fire them both. That would really be funny. "Look," Cisco said, apparently sensing I wasn't picking up on the humor of the situation. "Go into your office, take your tie off, and sit down in the big chair. I'll go get my stuff and I'll show you what I've got working. I've been dealing with Sacramento all day, so the going is slow, but I'm getting close." "Sacramento? The state crime lab?" "No, corporate records. Bureaucrats, Mickey. That's why it's taking forever. But you don't have to worry. You do your job and I'll do mine." "Kind of hard to do my job when I'm waiting on you to do yours." I headed toward my office. I threw a baleful look at Lorna as I went by. It only served to make her laugh again. Chapter 40. I was uninvited and unexpected. But having not seen my daughter in a week, I'd had to cancel Wednesday night pancakes because of the trial, and leaving things last time on a rough note with Maggie. I felt compelled to drop by the home they shared in Sherman Oaks. Maggie opened the door with a frown, apparently after seeing me through the peephole. "Bad night for surprise visitors, Holler," she said. "Well, I'll just visit Haley for a bit, if that's okay. She's the one having the bad night." She stepped back and to the side to allow me to enter. "Really?" I said. "What's the problem?" "She's got a ton of homework and she doesn't want to be bothered by anyone, even me." I looked from the entry area into the living room but didn't see my daughter. "She's in her room with the door closed. Good luck. I'll be cleaning up in the kitchen." She left me there, and I looked up the stairs. Haley's bedroom was up there, and all at once the climb looked forbidding. My daughter was a teenager, and subject to all the mood swings that come with that designation. You never knew what you were going to get. I made the journey anyway, and my polite knock on her bedroom door was greeted with a, "What?" "It's Dad. Can I come in?" "Dad, I have a ton of homework." "So that means I can't come in?" "Whatever." I opened the door and stepped in. She was in the bed and under the covers. She was surrounded by binders, books, and a laptop. "And you can't kiss me. I have zit cream on." I came to the side of the bed and leaned down. I managed to kiss her on the top of the head before the arm came up to push me away. "How much more have you got?" "I told you, tons." The math book was open and face down so she wouldn't lose her place. I picked it up to see what the lesson was. "Don't lose my spot." Sheer panic, end-of-the-world angst in her voice. "Don't worry, I've been handling books going on 40 years now." As far as I could tell, the lesson was about equations assigning values to x and y, and I was completely lost. They were teaching her things beyond my reach. It was too bad it was stuff she'd never use. "Boy, I couldn't help you even if I wanted to." "I know, neither can Mom. I'm all alone in the world." "Aren't we all?" I realized that she hadn't looked up at me once since I'd been in the room. It was depressing. "Well, I just wanted to say hi. I'll leave now." "Bye, I love you." Still no eye contact. "Good night." I closed the door behind me and went down to the kitchen. The other female, who seemed to be able to control my mood at her whim, was sitting on a stool at the breakfast counter. She had a glass of Chardonnay in front of her and an open file. She at least looked up at me. She didn't smile, but she made eye contact, and I took that as a victory in this home. Her eyes then went back to the file. "What are you working on?" "Oh, just refreshing. I have a prelim tomorrow on a strong arm, and I haven't really looked at it since I filed it." The usual grind of the justice system. She didn't offer me a glass of wine because she knew I didn't drink. I leaned against the counter opposite the breakfast bar. "So I'm thinking of running for district attorney," I said. Her head shot up, and she looked at me. "What?" "Nothing, just trying to get somebody's attention around here." "Sorry, but it's a busy night. I've got to work." "Yeah, well, I'll go. Your pal Andy's probably burning the oil too." "I think so. I was supposed to meet her for a drink after work, but she canceled." "What did you do to her, Holler?" "Oh, I clipped her wings a little bit at the end of her case, then came out on mine like gangbusters. She's probably trying to figure out how to counter." "Probably." She went back to her file. I was clearly being wordlessly dismissed. First my daughter, now the ex-wife I still loved. I did not want to go gentle into that good night. "So what about us?" I asked. "What do you mean?" "You and me. Things didn't end so good the other night at Dantana's." She closed the file, slid it aside, and looked up at me. Finally. "Some nights are like that. It doesn't change anything." I pushed off the counter and came to the breakfast bar. I leaned down on 2 elbows. We were eye to eye. "So if nothing's changed, then what about us? What are we doing?" She shrugged. "I want to try again. I still love you, Mags. You know that. I also know that it didn't work before. We are the kind of people who bring home what we do. It wasn't good. I'm beginning to think my client is innocent and that she was set up, and that even with all of that, I still might not be able to get her off. How would you like to bring that home with you?" "If it bothers you so much, then maybe you should run for DA. The job's open, you know." "Yeah, maybe I just will." Holler for the people. Yeah. I hung around for a few minutes after that, but could tell I wasn't making any headway with Maggie. She had a skill for freezing you out and making you feel it. I told her I was going, and to tell Haley I said goodnight. There was no rush to bar the door before I could exit, but Maggie did call one thing after me that made me feel good. "Just give it time, Michael." I turned back to her. "What are you talking about?" "Not what, who. Haley. And me." I nodded and said I would. Driving back to my place, I let the accomplishments of the court day boost my spirits. I started thinking about the next witness I planned to put on the stand after Lisa. The task ahead was still formidable, but it didn't help to think that far ahead. You start with the day's momentum and go from there. I took Beverly Glen up to the top, then drove Mulholland east toward Laurel Canyon. I got glimpses of the city lights both to the north and the south. Los Angeles spread out like a shimmering ocean. I kept the music off and the windows down. I let the chill air work like loneliness into my bones. Chapter 41. All that had been won the day before was lost in a span of 20 minutes Friday morning, when Andrea Freeman continued her cross-examination of Lisa Trammel. Being sandbagged by the prosecution in the midst of trial is certainly never a good thing, but in many ways it is acceptable as part of the game. It's one of the unknown unknowns. But being sandbagged by your own client is the worst thing that can happen. One of the unknown unknowns should never be the person you are defending. With Trammel in place on the witness stand, Freeman went to the lectern carrying a thick document with crisp edges and one pink post-it sticking out of the pages. I thought it was a prop, designed to distract me, and paid it no mind. She started things off with what I call setup questions. These were designed to get a witness's answers on the record before they were proven false. I could see the trap forming, but wasn't sure where the net was going to fall. "Now, you testified yesterday that you did not know Mitchell Bondurant, is that correct?" "Yes, correct." "You never met him?" "Never." "Never spoke to him?" "Never." "But you tried to meet him and speak to him, right?" "Yes, I went to the bank twice to try to meet him to talk about my home, but he wouldn't see me." "Do you remember when you made those efforts?" "They were last year, but I don't remember the exact dates." Freeman then seemed to shift directions, but I knew it was all part of a careful plan. She asked Trammel a series of seemingly innocuous questions about her flag organization and its purpose. Much of this had already been touched on during my direct examination. I still couldn't see the play. I glanced over at the document with the bright pink post-it and started to believe it was no prop. Maggie had told me yesterday that Freeman was working the night shift. Now I knew why. She had obviously found something. I leaned across the defense table in the direction of the witness stand, as if being closer to the source would speed the arrival of understanding. "And you have a website that you use to support the efforts of FLAG, don't you?" Freeman asked. "Yes," Trammel replied. CaliforniaForeclosureFighters.com. "And you are also on Facebook, aren't you?" "Yes." I could tell by the timid, cautious way in which my client said that one word that this was where the trap was set. It was the first I'd heard of Lisa on Facebook. "For those on the jury who might not know, what exactly is Facebook, Miss Trammel?" I leaned back in my chair and surreptitiously pulled my phone. I quickly tapped out a text to Bullocks telling her to drop whatever she was doing and see what she could find out about Lisa's Facebook page. "See what's there," I said. "Well, it's a networking site, and it lets me stay in touch with people involved in FLAG. I post updates on what is happening. I tell them where we are going to meet or march, things like that. People can set it up so they get automatic notifications on their phone or computer whenever I put a post on there. It has been very useful in our organizing." "You can post on your Facebook page right from your phone, too, correct?" "Yes, I can." "And this digital location where you make these posts is called your wall, correct?" "Yes." "And you have used your wall to do more than just send out messages about protest marches, haven't you?" "Sometimes." "You gave regular updates on your own foreclosure case as well, didn't you?" "Yes, I wanted it to be like a personal journal of a foreclosure." "Did you also use Facebook to alert the media to your activities?" "Yes, that too." "So, in order to receive this information, someone would have to sign up as a friend, correct?" "Yes, that's how it works. People who want to friend me make the request, I accept them, and then they have access to my wall. How many friends do you have? I didn't know where this was going, but I knew it wasn't going to be good. I stood and objected, telling the judge that it appeared we were on a fishing expedition with no defined purpose or relevance. Freeman promised that relevance would become clear very soon, and Perry let her go on. You can answer the question, he said to Trammel. I think... Well, last time I checked, I had over 1,000. When did you first join Facebook? Last year. I think it was in July or August, when I filed papers for Flag and started the website. I did it all at once. So let's make this very clear. As far as the website goes, anybody with a computer and the internet has access, correct? Right. But your Facebook page is a little more private and personal. To gain access, a person has to be accepted by you as a friend. Is that correct? Yes, but I generally friend anybody who asks. I don't know them all because there are too many. I just assume they've heard about our good work and are interested. I don't turn anybody down. That's how I got to 1,000 in less than a year. Okay, and you've been making regular posts on your wall since you joined Facebook, correct? Pretty regular, yes. In fact, you've posted updates on this trial, have you not? Yes, just my opinion of things. I could feel my temperature rising. My suit was beginning to feel like it was made of plastic and was trapping my body heat inside. I wanted to loosen my tie, but knew if a juror saw such a move during this questioning, it would send a disastrous signal. Now, can anyone go on the page and post a message under your name? No, just me. People can respond and make their own posts, but not under my name. How many posts would you say you've put on your wall since last summer? I have no idea. A lot. Freeman held up the thick document with the post-it sticking out. Would you believe that you've posted more than 1,200 times on your wall? I don't know. Well, I do. I have every one of your posts printed right here. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with this document? Before the judge could respond, I asked for a sidebar. Perry waved us up. Freeman brought the thick document with her. Your Honor, what's going on? I said. I have the same objection I did yesterday to the prosecution's deliberate avoidance of discovery. There has been nothing about this previously, and now she wants to introduce 1,200 Facebook posts? Come on, Judge, this isn't right. There has been nothing in discovery because this Facebook account was unknown until last night. Judge, if you believe that, I have some property west of Malibu I'd like to sell you. Judge, yesterday afternoon, my office came into possession of a printout of all posts made by the defendant to her Facebook page. I was pointed to a set of posts from last September that are relevant to this case and the defendant's own testimony. If I can be allowed to proceed, this will become very obvious, even to counsel. Came into possession, I said. What's that mean? Judge, you have to be an invited friend to see my client's Facebook wall. If the government engaged in it was given to me by a member of the media who is friends with the defendant on Facebook. Freeman interjected. There was no subterfuge, but its source should not be at issue here. The document speaks for itself, Judge, and I am sure the defendant can identify her own Facebook posts for the jury. Counsel is simply engaged in trying to prevent the jurors from seeing what he knows is evidence of his client's... Judge, I have no idea what she's even talking about. The first I heard about a Facebook page was during her cross. Counsel's view of... Very well, Ms. Freeman, Perry interrupted. Give her the document, but get to the point quickly. Thank you, Your Honor. As I sat back down, I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I pulled it and read the text under the table and out of the judge's view. It was from Bullock's, and she simply said she had access to Lisa's Facebook wall and was working on my request. I typed with one hand, telling her to check the posts from September, then pocketed the phone. Freeman gave Trammel the printout and had her verify the most recent posts as coming from her Facebook wall. Thank you, Miss Trammel. Could you now go to the page I have marked with the post-it? Lisa reluctantly did as instructed. You will see that I have highlighted a series of 3 of your posts from last September 7th. Could you please read the first one to the jury, including the time of the posting? 1:46. I am heading into Westland to see Bondurant. This time, I'm not taking no for an answer. Now, you just pronounced the name Bondurant, but it is misspelled, is it not, in the post? Yes. How is it spelled in your post? Bondurant. Bondurant. I noticed that the name is spelled that way on all posts in which he is mentioned. Was that intentional or a mistake? He was taking away my house. Could you please answer the question? Yes, it was intentional. I called him Bondurant because he was not a good man. I could feel the sweat moving through my hair. The hidden Lisa was about to come out. Could you please read the next highlighted post, with the time? 2:18. They wouldn't let me see him again. So unfair. And now please read the next post and time. 2:21. Found his spot. I'm going to wait for him in the garage. The quiet in the courtroom was as loud as a train. Miss Trammel, did you wait for Mitchell Bondurant in the parking garage at Westland National on September 7th of last year? Yes, but not that long. I realized it was dumb, and he wouldn't even be out until the end of the day, so I left. Did you go back to that garage and wait for him on the morning of his murder? No, I didn't. I wasn't there. You saw him in the coffee shop. You became enraged and knew just where he would be, didn't you? You went to the garage and waited for him, and then— Objection! I yelled. You killed him with the hammer, didn't you? No, no, no! Trammel yelled. I didn't do it! She burst into tears, loudly moaning like some kind of cornered animal. Your Honor, objection! She's badgering the— Perry seemed to snap out of some reverie as he watched Trammel. Sustained! Freeman stopped. The courtroom was again silent, except for the sound of my client sobbing. The courtroom deputy came over with a box of tissues, and Lisa's tears finally subsided. Thank you, Your Honor, Freeman finally said. I have no further questions. I asked for an early morning break so my client could compose herself, and I'd have time to decide whether to continue on redirect. The judge granted the request, probably because he felt sorry for me. Lisa's tears did not undercut the fact that Freeman had been masterful in setting her trap. But all was not lost. The best thing about a set-up defense is that almost every piece of damning evidence or testimony, even when it comes from your own client, can become part of the setup. After the jury was let out, I walked up to the witness stand to console my client. I pulled 2 tissues out of the box and handed them to her. She took them and started dabbing her eyes. I cupped my hand over the microphone so as not to broadcast our conversation across the courtroom. I tried my best to control my tone. Lisa, why the hell am I finding out about Facebook now? Do you have any idea what this could do to our case? I thought you knew. I friended Jennifer. My Jennifer? Yes. Nothing like having both your junior associate and your client know more than you. But what about these posts from September? Do you know how damaging they are? I'm sorry. I totally forgot about them. They were so long ago. It looked like another cascade of tears was coming. I tried to head it off. Well, we're lucky. We might be able to make this work for us. She stopped dabbing at her face with the tissue and looked at me. Really? Maybe, but I need to go outside and call Bullocks. Who's Bullocks? Sorry, it's what we call Jennifer. You sit tight and pull yourself together. Am I going to be asked more questions? Yes, I want to do some redirect. Then can I go fix my face? That's a good idea. Just don't take long. I finally got out to the hallway and called Bullocks at the office. Did you see the entries on September 7th? I asked by way of a greeting. Just saw them. If Freeman— She already did. Shit. Yeah, well, it was bad, but there might be a way out. Lisa said you're her friend on Facebook? Yes, and I'm sorry. I knew she had a page. It never occurred to me to go back and look at previous posts on her wall. We'll talk about it later. Right now, I need to know if you have access to her list of friends. I'm looking at it right now. Okay, first, I want you to print out all the names. Give them to Lorna and have Rojas drive her over here with them. Right away. Then I want you and Cisco to start working the names yourselves. Find out who these people are. There's more than 1,000. You want us to run them all down? If you have to. I'm looking for a connection to Aparicio. Aparicio? Why would... Trammel was a threat to him, just like she was a threat to the bank. She was protesting fraud in foreclosure. The fraud was being committed by Aparicio's company. We know through Herb Dahl that she was on Aparicio's radar. It stands to reason that somebody in that company was checking on her through Facebook. Lisa just testified that she accepted anybody who asked to friend her. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a name we know. There was a silence, and then bullocks tumbled to what I was thinking. By tracking her on Facebook, they would know what she was up to. And they could have known that at one time she waited for Bondurant in the garage. And then they could have constructed his murder around that record. Bullocks, I hate to tell you this, but you're thinking like a defense lawyer. We'll get right on this. I could hear the urgency in her voice. Good, but first print that list and get it over to me. I start redirect in about 15 minutes. Tell Lorna to walk it right into me. Then if you and Cisco find something, text it to me right away. You got it. Chapter 42. Freeman was still swelling with pride over her morning victory when I got back to the courtroom. She sauntered over, folded her arms, and leaned her hip against the defense table. Holler, tell me that was just an act, you not knowing about the Facebook page. Sorry, I can't tell you that. She rolled her eyes. Uh-oh, sounds like somebody needs a client who isn't hiding things. Or maybe a new investigator who can find them. I ignored the taunt, hoping she would stop gloating and go back to her table. I started flipping through the pages of a legal pad, pretending I was looking for something. That was like manna from heaven last night when I got that printout and read those posts. You must have been very pleased with yourself. Which asshole reporter gave it to you? Wouldn't you like to know? I will know. Whichever one breaks out the next exclusive from the DA's office will be the one who helped you out. They'll never get so much as a no comment from me. She chuckled. My threat had nothing to do with her. She had gotten the posts out before the jury, and nothing else mattered. I finally looked up at her and squinted. You don't get it, do you? Get what? That the jury now knows your client was previously at the scene of the crime? Proving that she had knowledge of where to find the victim? No, I completely get that. I looked away and shook my head. You'll see. Excuse me. I stood up and headed toward the witness stand. Lisa Trammel had just returned from the restroom. She had redrawn the makeup on her eyes. When she started to speak, I cupped the microphone again. What were you doing talking to that bitch? She's a horrible person, she said. A bit stunned by the unbridled anger, I looked back at Freeman, now sitting at the prosecution table. She's not horrible, and she's not a bitch, okay? She's just doing... Yes, she is. You don't know. I leaned close to her and whispered. And what, you do? Look, Lisa, don't go bipolar on me. You've got less than a half hour of testimony still to go. Let's just get through it without cluing the jury into your issues. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's very hurtful. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to defend you, and it doesn't help me to have to find out about things like Facebook when you're being cross-examined by the prosecution. I told you I'm sorry, but your associate knew. Yeah, well, I didn't. Look, you said before that you might be able to make this work in our favor. How? Simple. If someone was going to set you up, this Facebook page would have been a damn good place to start. Talk about manna from heaven. Her eyes looked upward, and pure relief colored her face as she came to understand the tactic I was about to employ. The anger that had darkened her expression only a minute before was now completely gone. It was just then that the judge entered the courtroom, ready to go. I nodded to my client and went back to the defense table as the judge instructed the deputy to bring in the jury. Once everyone was situated, the judge asked if I wished to question my client on redirect examination. I jumped up from my seat like I had been waiting 10 years for the opportunity. It cost me. A jolt of pain moved like lightning across my torso. The ribs may have mended, but the wrong move still lit me up. Just as I walked to the lectern, the rear door of the courtroom opened and Lorna came in. Perfect timing. Carrying a file and a motorcycle helmet, she walked swiftly down the center aisle to the gate. Your Honor, could I have a moment with my associate? Make it fast, please. I met Lorna at the gate and she handed over the file.
That's the list of all her Facebook friends, but as of when I left, Dennis and Jennifer hadn't found any connection to you-know-who.
It was strange hearing Cisco and Bullocks referred to by their real names. I looked down at the helmet she carried. I whispered, "You rode Cisco's motorcycle over here?"
"You wanted it quick, and I knew I could park up close."
"Where's Rojas?"
"I don't know. He didn't answer his cell."
"Great. Listen, I want you to leave Cisco's bike where it is and walk back to the office. I don't want you riding that suicide machine."
"I'm not your wife anymore. I'm his."
Just as she whispered this, I looked over her shoulder and saw Maggie McFierce sitting in the gallery. I wondered if she was there for me or for Freeman. "Look," I said, "that's got nothing to do with—" "Mr. Haller," the judge intoned from behind me. "We're waiting." "Yes, Your Honor," I said loudly, without turning around. Then in a whisper to Lorna, I said, "Walk back." I returned to the lectern, opening the file. It contained nothing more than raw data, 1,000+ names, listed in 2 columns per page. But I looked at it as if I had just been given the Holy Grail. "Okay, Lisa, let's talk about your Facebook page. You testified earlier that you have more than 1,000 friends. Are all of these people personally known to you?"
"No, not at all. Because so many people know about me through Flag, I just assume that when someone wants to friend me, they are supportive of that cause. I just accept them."
"So then the posts on your wall are open to a significant number of people who are Facebook friends, but in reality complete strangers to you, is that right?"
"Yes, that's correct."
I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. "So any one of these strangers who is interested in your movements, past or present, could just go to your Facebook page and see the posts on your wall, am I right?"
"Yes, that's right."
For example, someone could go to that page right now and scroll through your updates and see that back in September of last year, you hung out in the garage at Westland, waiting for Mitchell Bondurant, correct?
"Yes, they could."
I pulled my phone out of my pocket and, using the lectern as a blind, brought it up and put it down on the work surface. While using one hand to leaf through the printout of names, I used the other to open the text I had just received. The message was from Bullocks. 3rd page, right column, 5th from bottom. Don Driscoll. "We have a Donald Driscoll as former aloft in IT. We're working on it." Bingo. Now I had something I could hit out of the park. "Your Honor, I would like to show the witness this document. It is a printout of the names of people who have friended Lisa Trammel on Facebook." Freeman, seeing her victorious morning in jeopardy, objected, but the judge overruled without argument from me, saying Freeman had opened this door herself. I gave my client the list and returned to the lectern. "Can you please go to the 3rd page of the printout and read the name that is 5th up from the bottom in the right side column?" Freeman objected again, stating that the list was unverified. The judge advised her to challenge it on recross if she thought I was introducing a bogus exhibit. I told Lisa she could read the name.
"Don Driscoll."
"Thank you. Now, is that name familiar to you?"
"Not really, no."
"But he is one of your Facebook friends."
"I know, but like I said, I don't know everybody who friends me. There are too many."
"Well, do you recall if Don Driscoll ever contacted you directly and identified himself as working for a company called Aloft?" Freeman objected and asked for a sidebar. We were called to the bench. "Judge, what's going on here? Counsel can't just throw names around. I want an offer of proof that he isn't just throwing darts at the list and picking out a name." Perry nodded thoughtfully. "I agree, Mr. Haller." My phone was still on the lectern. If I'd gotten any updates from Bullocks, they weren't going to help me now. "Judge, we could go into chambers and get my investigator on the phone if you wish, but I would ask the court for some leeway here. The prosecution opened up this Facebook issue just this morning, and I'm trying to respond. We can hold things up for an offer of proof, or we can wait until the defense calls Don Driscoll to the stand, and Miss Freeman can have at him and see if I'm mischaracterizing who he is." "You are going to call him?" "I don't think I have any choice, in light of the state's decision to pursue my client's old Facebook posts." "Very well. We'll wait for Mr. Driscoll to testify. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Haller. And come into court and say you changed your mind. I won't be happy if that happens." "Yes, Your Honor." We returned to our places, and I asked Lisa the question again. "Did Don Driscoll ever contact you on Facebook or anywhere else and say he worked for a loft?" "No, he didn't." "Are you familiar with the loft?" "Yes. That is the name of the foreclosure mill that banks like Westland use to file all the paperwork on their foreclosures." "Was this company involved in the foreclosure of your home?" "Yes, totally." "Is a loft an acronym? Do you know what it stands for?" A. Lewis Aparicio Financial Technologies. That's the name of the company. Now, what would it mean to you if this person, Donald Driscoll, who was one of your friends on Facebook, was employed by a loft? It would mean that somebody from a loft was getting all my posts. So essentially, this person, Driscoll, would know where you've been and where you're going, correct? That's correct. He would have been privy to your posts from last September that said you had found Mr. Bondurant's parking spot at the bank and that you were going to wait for him, correct? Yes, correct. Thank you, Lisa. I have nothing further. On my way back to my seat, I had to steal a glance at Freeman. She was no longer beaming. She was staring straight ahead. I then looked out into the gallery for Maggie, but she was gone. Chapter 43. The afternoon belonged to Shamiram Arslanian, my forensics expert from New York. I had used Shami to great effect in previous trials, and that was again the plan here. She had degrees from Harvard, MIT, and John Jay, was currently a research fellow at the latter, and had a winning and telegenic personality. On top of that, she had an integrity that shone through on the witness stand with every word of testimony. She was a defense lawyer's dream. No doubt she was a gun for hire, but she took the job only if she believed in the science and in what she was going to say on the stand. What's more, there was a bonus for me in this case. She was the exact same height as my client. During the lunch break, Arslanian had set up a mannequin in front of the jury box. It was a male figure, standing exactly 6'2.5" tall, the same height as Mitchell Bondurant in his shoes. It wore a suit similar to the one Bondurant was wearing on the morning of his murder, and the exact same shoes. The mannequin had joints that allowed for a full range of natural human motion. After court resumed, and my witness took the stand, I took my time going through her voluminous bona fides. I wanted the jurors to understand this woman's accomplishments, and to like her offhand manner of answering questions. I also wanted them to realize that her skills and knowledge put her on a different plane than the state's forensic witnesses, a higher plane. Once the impression had been made, I got down to the business of the mannequin. Now, Dr. Arslanian, I asked you to review aspects of the murder of Mitchell Bondurant. Is that true? Yes, you did. And in particular, I wanted to examine the physics of the crime. True? Yes. You basically asked me to find out if your client could have actually done the crime in the way the police said she did. And did you conclude that she could have? Well, yes and no. I determined that, yes, she could have done it, but it wouldn't have been in the manner the detectives out here were saying. Can you explain your conclusion? I would rather demonstrate, using myself in the place of your client. How tall are you, Dr. Arslanian? I'm 5'3" in my stocking feet. Same height that I was told Lisa Trammel is. And did I send you a hammer that was a duplicate of the hammer recovered by police and declared to be the murder weapon? Yes, you did, and I brought it with me. She held the duplicate hammer up from the shelf at the front of the witness box. And did you get photos from me depicting the gardening shoes that were seized from the defendant's unlocked garage and later found to have the victim's blood on them? Yes, you did that too, and I was able to procure an exact duplicate pair on the internet. I'm wearing them now. She kicked one leg out from the side of the witness box, showing off the waterproof shoe. There was a polite round of laughter in the courtroom. I asked the judge to allow my witness to conduct the demonstration of her findings, and he agreed over objection from the prosecution. Arslanian left the witness box with the hammer and proceeded with her demonstration. The question I was asking myself was, could a woman the defendant's height, which is 5'3" like mine, have struck the fatal blow on the crown of the head of a man who is 6'2.5" in his work shoes?
Now the hammer, which adds about an extra 10 inches in reach, is helpful in this regard, but is it enough? That was my question. Doctor, if I can interrupt, can you tell us about your mannequin and how you prepared it for your testimony? Of course. Everybody, this is Manny, and I use him all the time when I testify in trials and when I conduct tests in my lab back at John Jay. He has all the joints like a real human being, and he comes apart if I need him to, and the best thing is he never talks back or says I look fat in my jeans. Again, she scored some polite laughter. Thank you, Doctor, I said quickly, before the judge could tell her to keep it serious. If you could go on with your demonstration? Sure. Well, what I did was use the autopsy report and the photos and drawings to exactly locate the spot on the skull of the mannequin where the fatal blow was struck. Now, we know because of the notch in the striking face that Mr. Bondurant was struck from behind. We also know, by the even depth of the depression fracture to the skull, that he was struck evenly on the top of the head. So, by attaching the hammer at a flush angle like so... Climbing onto a short stepladder next to Manny, she was able to place the strike face of the hammer against the crown of the skull, and then hold it in place with 2 bands that went under the faceless mannequin's chin. She then stepped down and gestured to the hammer and its handle, which was extending at a right angle and parallel to the floor. So as you can see, this doesn't work. I'm 5'4" in these shoes, the defendant is 5'4" in these shoes, and the handle is way up here. She reached up to the hammer. It was impossible for her to grasp it properly. What this tells us is that the fatal blow could not have been struck by the defendant with the victim in this position, standing up straight, head level. Now, what other positions are available that do work with what we know? We know the attack was from behind. So if the victim was leaning forward, say he dropped his keys or something, you see that it still doesn't work because I can't reach the hammer over his back. As she spoke, she manipulated the mannequin, bending it over at the waist, and then reaching toward the hammer's handle from the rear. No, doesn't work. Now, I worked at this for 2 days between classes, and the only way I could make it work was if the victim was on his knees or crouched down for some reason, or if he happened to be looking up at the ceiling. She manipulated the mannequin again and stood it up straight. She then bent the head back at the neck, and the handle came down. She grasped it, and the position looked comfortable, but the mannequin was looking almost straight up. Now, according to the autopsy, there were significant abrasions on both knees, and one even had a cracked patella. These were described as impact injuries coming from Mr. Bondurant's fall to the ground after he was struck. He dropped to his knees first and then fell forward, face first. What we call a dead fall. So with that kind of injury to the knees, I rule out that he was kneeling or crouched close to the ground. That leaves only this. She gestured toward the mannequin's head, angled sharply back with the faceplate up. I checked the jury. Everybody was watching intently. It was like show and tell in first grade. Okay, doctor. If you put the angle of the head back to even, or just slightly elevated, did you come up with a range of heights for the real perpetrator of this crime? Freeman jumped up and objected in a tone of complete exasperation. Your Honor, this isn't science. This is junk science. This whole thing is smoke and mirrors. And now, he's asking her to give the height of someone who could have done it? It is impossible to know exactly what posture or neck angle the victim of this horrible... Your Honor, closing arguments are not till next week, I interjected. If the state has an objection, then counsel should state it to the court, instead of speaking to the jury and trying to sell... All right, the judge said. Both of you, stop it. Mr. Haller, you've been given wide latitude with this witness, but I was beginning to agree with Ms. Freeman until she got on her soapbox. Objection sustained. Thank you, Your Honor, Freeman said, as though she had just been rescued from abandonment in a desert. I composed myself, looked at my witness and her mannequin, then checked my notes and finally nodded. I'd gotten what I could. I have no further questions, I said. Freeman did have questions, but try as she might to shake Shami Arslanian from her direct testimony and conclusions, The veteran prosecutor never got the veteran witness to concede an inch. Freeman worked her on cross for nearly 40 minutes, but the closest she got to scoring a point for the prosecution was to get Arslanian to acknowledge that there was no way of knowing for sure what happened in the garage when Bondurant was murdered. The judge had announced earlier in the week that Friday would be a short day because of a district-wide judges' meeting planned for late in the afternoon. So there was no afternoon break, and we worked until almost 4 before Perry recessed the trial for the weekend. We moved into the 2-day break with me feeling like I had the upper hand. We had weathered the state's case by potshotting much of the evidence, then closed out the week with Lisa Trammel's denial and claim to be the victim of a setup, and my forensic witness's supposition that it was physically impossible for the defendant to commit the crime. Unless, of course, she happened to strike the fatal blow to the victim while he was looking straight up at the ceiling of the parking garage. I believed these were powerful seeds of doubt. Things felt good to me, and when I finished packing my briefcase, I lingered at the defense table, looking through a file for something that wasn't really there. I was half expecting Freeman to come over and beg me to sell my client a plea bargain. But it didn't happen. When I looked up from my phony busy work, she was gone. I took the elevator down to 2. The judges might all be getting off early for a meeting on the eroding rules of courtroom decorum, but I figured the DA's office was still working until 5. I asked at the counter for Maggie McFierce and was allowed back. She shared an office with another deputy DA, but luckily he was on vacation. We were alone. I pulled the missing man's chair away from his desk and sat down in front of Maggie. "I came by court a couple of times today," she said. "Watched some of your direct with the lady from John Jay. She's a good witness." "Yeah, she's good. And I saw you there. I didn't know who you were there for, me or Freeman." She smiled. "Maybe I was there for myself. I still learn things from you, Holler." Now I smiled. "Maggie McFierce learning from me? Really?" "Well, no, don't answer that." We both laughed. "Either way, I'm glad you came by," I said. "What's going on this weekend with you and Hay?" "I don't know. We'll be around. You have to work, I guess." I nodded. "We have to track somebody down, I think, and Monday and Tuesday are going to be the biggest days of the trial. But maybe we can do a movie or something." "Sure." We were silent for a few moments. I had just come off one of my best days in court ever, yet I felt pierced by a growing sense of loss and sadness. I looked at my ex-wife. "We're never going to get back together, are we, Maggie?" "What?" It just kind of hit me. You want it the way it is now. There when one of us really needs it, but never what it was. You won't ever give me that. Why do you want to talk about this now, Michael? You're in the middle of a trial. I'm in the middle of my life, Megs. I just wish there was a way to make you and Haley proud of me." She leaned forward and reached out. She put her hand against my cheek for a moment and then pulled it back. "I think Haley is proud of you." "Yeah? What about you?" She smiled, but it was sort of in a sad way. "I think you should go home and not think about this or the trial or anything else just for tonight. Let your mind clear of the clutter. Relax." I shook my head. "Can't. I have a meeting at 5 with a snitch." "On the Trammel case? What snitch?" "Never mind, and you're just trying to change the subject. You'll never completely forgive and forget, will you? It's not in you, and maybe it's what makes you such a good prosecutor." "Oh, I'm so good, all right. That's why I'm stuck out here in Van Nuys filing armed robberies." "That's politics. Has nothing to do with skills and dedication." "It doesn't matter, and I can't have this conversation now. I'm still on the clock, and you need to go see your snitch. Why don't you call me tomorrow if you want to take Haley to a movie? I'll probably let you take her while I run errands or something." I stood up. I knew a losing cause when I saw one. "Okay, I'm leaving. I'll call you tomorrow, but I hope you'll come with us to the movie." "We'll see." "Right." I took the stairs down for a quick exit. I crossed the plaza and headed north on Sylmar toward Victory. I soon came to a motorcycle parked at the curb. I recognized it as Cisco's, a prized 63 HD panhead with a black pearl tank and matching fenders. I chuckled. Lorna, my second ex-wife, had actually done what I had told her to do. It was a first. She had left the bike unlocked, probably figuring it was safe in front of the courthouse and adjoining police station. I steered it away from the curb and walked it down Sylmar. I must have been quite a sight, a man in his nicest Corneliani suit pushing a Harley down the street, briefcase propped on the handlebars. When I finally got back to the office, it was only 4:30, a half hour before Herb Dahl was scheduled to come in for a briefing. I called for a staff meeting and tried plugging back into the case as a means of pushing out thoughts about the conversation with Maggie. I told Cisco where I had parked his bike, and I asked for an update on the list of our client's Facebook friends. First of all, why the hell didn't I know about her Facebook account? I asked. It's my fault, Aronson said quickly. Like I told you earlier, I knew about it and even accepted her friend request. I just didn't realize the significance of it. I missed it too, Cisco said. She friended me too. I looked and didn't see anything. I should have looked harder. Me too, Lorna added. I looked at their faces. It was a unified front. Great, I said. I guess all four of us missed it, and our client didn't bother to tell us. So the bunch of us, I guess we're all fired. I paused for effect. Now, what about this name you came up with? This Dawn Driscoll. Where did that come from, and do we know anything more? Freeman could have unwittingly dropped the key to the whole case in our laps this morning, people. What have we got? Bullocks looked at Cisco, deferring. As you know, he said, Aloft was sold in February to the Lemaire Fund, with Aparicio still in place to run it. Because Lemaire is a publicly traded company, everything about the deal was monitored by the Federal Trade Commission and made public to shareholders, including a list of employees that would remain at Aloft following the transition. I have the list, dated December 15th. So we started cross-referencing the Aloft employees to the list of Lisa's Facebook friends, Bullock said. Luckily, Donald Driscoll was early in the alphabet. We came up with him pretty quickly. I nodded, impressed. So who is Driscoll? In the FTC docs, his name was in a group listed under Information Technology, Cisco said. So what the hell? I called IT at Aloft and asked for him. I was told that Donald Driscoll used to work there, but his employment contract expired on February 1st and it wasn't extended. He's gone. You've started the trace? I asked. We have, but it's a common name, and that's slowing us down. As soon as we have something, you'll be the first to know. Running names from the private sector always took time. It wasn't as easy as being a cop and simply typing a name into one of the many law enforcement databases. Don't let up, I said. This could be the whole game right here. Don't worry, boss, Cisco said. Nobody's letting up. Chapter 44. Donald Driscoll, 31, formerly employed by Aloft, lived in the Belmont Shore area of Long Beach. On Sunday morning, I rode down with Cisco to tag Driscoll with a subpoena, the hope being that he would talk to me before I had to put him on the witness stand blind. Rojas agreed to work on his day off to help make up for his misdeeds. He drove the Lincoln, and we sat in the back, Cisco updating me on his conclusions regarding his latest investigations of the Bondurant murder. There was no doubt that the defense case was coming together, and Driscoll just might be the witness who could cap it all off. You know, I said, we could actually win this thing if Driscoll cooperates and says what I think he's going to say. That's a big if, Cisco replied. And look, we have to be prepared for anything with this guy. For all we know, he could be the guy. Do you know how tall he is? 6'4". Has it on his driver's license. I looked over at him. Which I wasn't supposed to see, but happened to get access to, he said. Don't tell me about any crimes, Cisco. I'm just saying I saw the info on his license, that's all. Fine, leave it at that. So what do you suggest we do when we get down there? I thought we were just going to knock on the door. We are, but you still have to be careful. I'll be standing behind you. Yeah, you're a true friend. I am, and by the way, if I put you on the stand tomorrow, you're going to have to come up with a shirt that has sleeves and a collar. Make yourself presentable, man. I don't know how Lorna puts up with your shit. So far, she's put up with it longer than she ever put up with yours. Yeah, I guess that's true. I turned and looked out the window. I had 2 ex-wives who were probably also my 2 best friends.
but it didn't go past that. I'd had them, but couldn't hold them. What did that say about me? I lived in a daydream that one day Maggie, my daughter, and I would live together again as a family. The reality was, it was never going to happen. "You all right, boss?" I turned back to Cisco. "Yeah, why?" "I don't know. You're looking a little shaky there. Why don't you let me go knock on the door, and if he'll talk, I'll give you a bump on the cell and you come in." "No, we do it together." "You're the boss." "Yeah, I'm the boss." But I felt like the loser. I decided right at that moment that I was going to change things and find a way to redeem myself. Right after the trial. Belmont Shore had the feel of a rustic beach town, even though it was part of Long Beach. Driscoll's residence was a 2-story 1950s-style apartment building of aqua blue and white off of Bayshore near the pier. Driscoll's place was on the 2nd floor, where an exterior walkway ran along the front of the building. Apartment 24 was halfway down. Cisco knocked, and then took a position to the side of the door, leaving me standing there. "Are you kidding?" I asked. He just looked at me. He wasn't. I took a step to the side. We waited, but nobody answered even though it was before 10 on a Sunday morning. Cisco looked at me and raised his eyes as if to ask, "What do you want to do?" I didn't answer. I turned to the railing and looked down at the parking lot in front. I saw some empty spaces and they were numbered. I pointed. "Let's find 24 and see if his car is here." "You go," Cisco said. "I'll check around up here." "What?" I didn't see anything to check around for. We were on a 5-foot-wide walkway that ran in front of every second-floor apartment. No furniture, no bikes, just concrete. "Just go check the parking lot." I headed back downstairs. After ducking to look under the front of 3 cars to get the number painted on the curb, I realized that the parking slot numbers did not correspond to the apartment numbers. It was a 12-unit building, apartments 1 through 6 on the bottom, and 21 through 26 up top. But the parking lot spaces were numbered 1 through 16. I took a guess that under that number scheme, Driscoll had numbered 10 if each apartment got 1 space, which stood to reason since there were only 16 spots, and I saw that 2 were labeled as guest parking and 2 were marked for handicapped parking. I was in the middle of turning these numbers in my head and looking at the 10-year-old BMW parked in slot 10 when Cisco called my name from the walkway above. I looked, and he waved me up. When I got back up there, he was standing in the open door of apartment 24. He waved me in. He was asleep, but he finally answered. I walked in and saw a disheveled man sitting on a couch in a sparsely furnished living room. His hair was sticking up in frozen curls and knots on the right side. He huddled with a blanket around his shoulders. Even so, I could tell he matched a photo Cisco had pulled off Donald Driscoll's own Facebook account. "That's a lie," he said. "I didn't invite him in. He broke in." "No, you invited me," Cisco said. "I have a witness." He pointed to me. The bleary-eyed man followed the finger and looked at me for the first time. I could see recognition in his eyes. I knew then that it was Driscoll and that we were on to something here. "Hey, look, I don't know what this—" "Are you Donald Driscoll?" I asked. "I'm not telling you shit, man. You can't just break—" "Hey!" Cisco yelled loudly. The man jumped in his seat. Even I startled, not having expected Cisco's new interviewing tactic. "Just answer the question," Cisco continued in a calmer voice. "Are you Donald Driscoll?" "Who wants to know?" "You know who wants to know," I said. "You recognized me the moment you looked at me. And you know why we're here, Donald, don't you?" I walked across the room, pulling the subpoena out of my windbreaker. Driscoll was tall, but slightly built and vampire white, which was strange for a guy living a block from the beach. I dropped the folded document in his lap. "What is this?" he said, slapping it onto the floor without even unfolding it. "It's a subpoena, and you can throw it on the floor and choose not to read it, but that doesn't matter. You've been served, Donald. I have a witness, and I am an officer of the court.
You don't show up tomorrow at 9 to testify and you'll be in jail on a charge of contempt by lunchtime. Driscoll reached down and grabbed the subpoena. Are you fucking kidding me? You're going to get me killed. I glanced over at Cisco. We were definitely onto something. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that I can't testify. If I come anywhere near that courthouse, they'll kill me. They're probably watching this place right fucking now. I looked again at Cisco, and then back down at the man on the couch. Who is going to kill you, Donald? I'm not saying. Who the fuck do you think? He threw the subpoena at me, and it bounced off my chest and fluttered to the ground. He jumped from the couch and started to break for the open door. The blanket fell, and I saw he was wearing only gym shorts and a t-shirt. Before he made it 3 strides, Cisco hit him with his body like an outside linebacker. Driscoll caromed into the wall and fell to the floor. A framed poster of a girl on a surfboard slid down the wall, and the frame broke on the floor next to him. Cisco calmly bent down, pulled Driscoll up, and walked him right back to the couch. I stepped over to the door and closed it, just in case the wall banging brought out a curious neighbor. I then came back to the living room. You can't run from this, Donald, I said. You tell us what you know and what you did, and we can help you. Help me get killed, you assholes. And I think you fucking broke my shoulder. He started working his arm and shoulder like he was warming up to pitch 9 innings. He grimaced. How's it feel? I said. I told you, it feels broken. I felt something give. You wouldn't be able to move it, Cisco said. Cisco's voice had a threatening tone to it, as if there would be further consequences if the shoulder actually was broken. When I spoke, my voice was calm and welcoming. What do you know, Donald? What would make you a danger to Aparicio? I don't know anything, and I didn't say that name. You did. You have to understand something. You have been served with a valid subpoena. You show up and you testify, or you stay in jail until you do. But think about this, Donald. If you testify about what you know about Aloft and what you did, then you're protected. Nobody will make a move against you because it would be obvious where it came from. It's your only move here. He shook his head. Yeah, obvious if they did it now. What about in 10 years, when nobody remembers your stupid-ass trial, and they can still hide behind all the money in the world? I didn't really have an answer to that one. Look, I've got a client on trial for what amounts to her life. She's got a little boy, and they're trying to take everything away from her. I'm not going to... Fuck off, man. She probably did it. We're talking about 2 different things here. I can't help her. I have no evidence. I've got nothing. Just leave me the hell alone, would you? What about my life? I want to have a life, too. I looked at him and sadly shook my head. I can't leave you alone. I'm putting you on the stand tomorrow. You can refuse to answer questions. You can even take the 5th if you've committed crimes. But you'll be there, and they'll be there. They'll know they've got a continuing problem with you. Your best bet is to spill it all, Donald. Put it out there and be protected. 5 years, 10 years, they'll never be able to do a damn thing to you because there will be a record. Driscoll was staring at an ashtray full of coins on the coffee table, but he was seeing something else. Maybe I should get an attorney, he said. I gave Cisco a look. This was exactly what I didn't want to have happen. A witness with his own attorney was never a good thing. Sure, fine. If you've got a lawyer, bring him. But a lawyer is not going to stop the forward progress of this trial. That subpoena is bulletproof, Donald. A lawyer will charge you $1,000 to try to knock it down, but it won't work. It will only make the judge mad at you for making him take time out of the trial. My phone started to buzz in my pocket. It was early enough on a Sunday to be unusual. I pulled it out to check the display. Maggie McFierce. Think about what I said, Donald. I have to take this, but I'll be quick. As I answered, I walked into the kitchen. Maggie, everything all right? Sure, why not? I don't know. It's kind of early for a Sunday. Is Haley still asleep? Sunday was always my daughter's catch-up day. She could easily sleep past noon if not roused. Of course. I'm just calling because we didn't hear from you yesterday, so I guess that makes today movie day. I vaguely remembered promising a movie outing when I had been in Maggie's office Friday afternoon. "You're busy." The tone had entered her voice. The judgmental, "you are full of shit" tone. "I am at the moment. I'm down in Long Beach talking to a wit." "So, no movie? Is that what I should tell her?" I could hear both Cisco's and Driscoll's voices from the living room, but was too distracted to hear what was said. "No, Maggie, don't tell her that. I'm just not sure when I'm going to be out of here. Let me finish here and I'll call you back, before she even wakes up, okay?" "Fine, we'll wait on you." Before I could respond, she disconnected. I put the phone away and then looked around. It appeared that the kitchen was the least used room in the apartment. I went back to the living room. Driscoll was still on the couch, and Cisco was still standing close enough to prevent another escape attempt. "Donald was just telling me how he wanted to testify," Cisco said. "Is that right? How come you changed your mind, Donald?" I moved past Cisco, so that I stood right in front of Driscoll. He looked up at me and shrugged, then nodded in Cisco's direction. "He said you've never lost a witness, and that if it comes down to it, he knows people who can handle their people without breaking a sweat. I kind of believe him." I nodded, and momentarily had a vision from the dark room at the Saints clubhouse. I quickly shut it out. "Yeah, well, he's right," I said. "So are you saying you want to cooperate?" "Yeah. I'll tell you everything I know." "Good. Then why don't we start right now?" Chapter 45. At the start of the trial, Andrea Freeman had successfully kept my associate Jennifer Aronson off the defense table as my second chair by challenging her listing as a defense witness as well. On Monday morning, when it was time for Aronson to testify, the prosecutors sought to prevent her testimony, challenging it as irrelevant to the charges. I couldn't prevent the first challenge from succeeding, but I felt I had the legal gods on my side for the second. I also had a judge who still owed me after towing the prosecution's line on 2 critical decisions earlier in the trial. "Your Honor," I said, "this can't really be a sincere objection by counsel. The state has set before the jury a motive for the defendant supposedly having committed this crime. The victim was engaged in taking her house away. She was angry and frustrated, and she killed. That's their case in its entirety. So now, to object to a witness who will provide the details of that inciting action, the foreclosure, on grounds of relevance, is specious at best, and at worst, pure hypocrisy." The judge wasted no time in his response and ruling. "Objection to the witness is overruled. We will now bring in the jury." Once the jury was in place, and Aronson was in the witness's seat, I proceeded with my direct examination, starting with a clarification of why she was the defense expert on the foreclosure of Lisa Trammel's home. "Now, Ms. Aronson, you were not counsel of record on the Trammel foreclosure, were you?" "No, I was associate counsel to you." I nodded. "As such, you really did all the work while my name was on the pleadings, correct?" "Yes, correct. Most of the documents in the foreclosure file were prepared by me. I was intimately involved in the case." "Such is the life of a first-year associate, correct?" "I guess so." We shared a smile. From there, I walked her step by step through the foreclosure proceedings. I don't ever say you have to talk down to a jury, but you do have to talk in ways that are universally understandable. From stockbrokers to soccer moms, there are 12 minds on the jury, and they've all been marinated in different life experiences. You have to tell them all the same story, and you only get one chance. That's the trick. 12 minds, one story. It's got to be a story that speaks to each of them. Once I established the financial and legal issues my client was facing, I moved on to how the game was played by Westland and its representative, Aloft. "So when you were given the file on this matter, what was the first thing you did?" "Well, you had told me to make a practice of checking all the dates and details. You said to make sure with every case that the petitioner actually has standing, meaning that we needed to make sure that the institution making the claim of foreclosure actually had standing to make such a claim. But wouldn't that have been obvious in this case, since the Trammels had been making mortgage payments to Westland for almost 4 years before their financial difficulties changed things?" "Not necessarily, because what we were finding was that the mortgage business exploded in the middle of the decade. So many mortgages were made and then repackaged and resold that in many instances the conveyances were never completed. It didn't really matter in this case who the Trammels made their mortgage payments to. What mattered was what entity legitimately held the mortgage. Okay, so what did you find when you checked dates and details on the Trammel foreclosure? Freeman objected again on relevance, and she was again overruled. I didn't need to ask Aronson the question again. When I reviewed the dates and details, I found discrepancies and indications of fraud. Can you describe these indications? Yes, there was irrefutable evidence that conveyance documents were forged, giving Westland false standing to seek the foreclosure. Do you have those documents, Miss Aronson? Yes, I do, and we are able to display them in our PowerPoint presentation. Please do. Aronson opened a laptop on the shelf in front of her and started the program. The document in question appeared on the overhead screens, and I sought further explanation from Aronson. What are we looking at here, Ms. Aronson? If I could explain. 6 years ago, Lisa and Jeff Trammel bought their house, obtaining a mortgage through a broker called CitiPro Home Loans. CitiPro then grouped their mortgage in a portfolio with 59 other mortgages of similar value. The entire portfolio was bought by Westland. It was up to Westland at that point to make sure the mortgage for each of those properties was properly conveyed through legal documentation to the bank. But that never happened. The assignment of mortgage in the case of the Trammel home was not done. How do you know that? Isn't this the conveyance right here in front of us? I stepped out from behind the lectern and gestured toward the overhead screens. Aronson continued. This document purports to be the assignment of mortgage, but if you go to the last page... She hit the down arrow button on her computer and flipped through the document to the final page. It was the signing page, with the signatures of an officer of the bank and a notary, as well as the notary's required state seal. 2 things here, Aronson said. According to the notarization, you see that the document was purportedly signed on March 6, 2007. This would have been shortly after Westland bought the mortgage portfolio from CitiPro. The signing officer listed here is Michelle Monet. We have so far been unable to find a Michelle Monet who is or was an employee of Westland National in any capacity at any bank branch or location. The second issue is if you look at the notary seal, the expiration date is clearly seen here as 2014. She stopped there, just as we had rehearsed, as if the fraud involving the notary seal was obvious to all. I held a long moment, as if waiting for more. Okay, what's wrong with the expiration being 2014? In the state of California, notary licenses are awarded for 5 years. This would mean that this notary seal was issued in 2009. Yet the date being notarized on this document is March 6, 2007. This notary seal had not been issued in 2007. This means that this document was created to falsely convey the mortgage note on the Trammel property to Westland National. I stepped back to the lectern to check my notes and let Aronson's testimony float in front of the jury a little longer. I stole a quick glance at the box and noticed several of the jurors were still staring up at the screens. This was good. So what did this tell you when you discovered this fraud? That we could challenge Westland's right to foreclose on the Trammel property. Westland was not the legitimate holder of the mortgage. It still remained with CitiPro. Did you inform Lisa Trammel of this discovery? On December 17th of last year, we had a client meeting which was attended by Lisa, you, and myself. She was informed then that we had clear and convincing evidence of fraud in the foreclosure filing. We also told her that we would use the evidence as leverage to negotiate a positive outcome to her situation. How did she react to this? Freeman objected, saying I was asking a question requiring a hearsay answer. I argued that I was allowed to establish the defendant's state of mind at the time of the murder. The judge agreed, and Aronson was allowed to answer. She was very happy and positive. She said it was an early Christmas present, knowing that she wasn't going to lose her house anytime soon. Thank you. Now, did there come a time when you wrote a letter to Westland National for my signature? Yes, I wrote a letter for your signature that outlined these findings of fraud. It was addressed to Mitchell Bondurant. And what was the purpose of this letter? This was part of the negotiation we told Lisa Trammel about. The idea was to inform Mr. Bondurant of what Aloft was doing in the bank's name. We believed that if Mr. Bondurant was concerned about the bank's exposure on this, it would help facilitate a negotiation beneficial to our client. When you wrote that letter for my signature, did you know or intend that Mr. Bondurant would forward it to Louis Aparicio at Aloft? No, I did not. Thank you, Ms. Aronson. I have no further questions. The judge called for the morning break, and Aronson took the defendant's seat when Lisa and Herb Dahl left to stretch their legs in the hallway. Finally, I get to sit here, she said. Don't worry, after today, you're there. You did great, Bullocks. Now comes the hard part. I glanced over at Freeman, who was staying at the prosecution table during the break, finishing her plan for the cross-examination. Just remember, you are entitled to take your time. When she asks the tough ones, you just take a breath, compose yourself, and then answer if you know the answer. She looked at me as if questioning whether I really meant it. You mean tell the truth? I nodded. You'll do fine. After the break, Freeman went to the lectern and spread open a file containing notes and her written questions. It was just a show for the most part. She did what she could, but it is always a challenge to cross-examine an attorney, even a new one. For nearly an hour, she tried to shake Aronson on her direct testimony, but to no avail. Eventually, she went in a different direction, using sarcasm whenever possible, a sure sign that she was frustrated. So, after that wonderful happy client conference you had before Christmas, when was the next time you saw your client? Aronson had to think for a long moment before answering. It would have been after she was arrested. Well, what about phone calls? After the client conference, when was the next time you talked to her on the phone? I'm pretty sure she spoke to Mr. Haller a number of times, but I did not speak to her again until after her arrest. So during the time between the meeting and the murder, you would have no idea what sort of state of mind your client was in. As instructed, my young associate took her time before answering. If there had been a change in her view of the case and how it was going, I think I would have been informed of it by her directly or through Mr. Haller, but nothing like that occurred. I'm sorry, but I didn't ask you what you think. I asked what you directly know. Are you telling this jury that based on your meeting in December, you know what your client's state of mind was a whole month later? No, I'm not. So you can't sit there and tell us what Lisa Trammel's state of mind was on the morning of the murder, can you? I can tell you only what I know from our meeting. And can you tell us what she was thinking when she saw Mitchell Bondurant, the man who was trying to take away her home, that morning at the coffee shop? No, I can't. Freeman looked down at her notes and seemed to hesitate. I knew why. She had a tough decision to make. She knew she had just scored some solid points with the jury, and now had to decide whether to try to scrape up a few more or let it end on the high note. She finally decided she'd gotten enough and folded her file. I have nothing further, Your Honor. Cisco was scheduled to come up next, but the judge broke for an early lunch. I took my team over to Jerry's famous deli in Studio City. Lorna was waiting there, in a booth near the door that led to the bowling alley behind the restaurant. I sat next to Jennifer and across from Lorna and Cisco. So, how did it go this morning? Lorna asked. Good, I think, I answered. Freeman scored some points on cross, but I think overall we came out ahead. Jennifer did very well. I don't know if anybody had noticed, but I had decided I would no longer be calling her Bullocks. In my estimation, she had outgrown the nickname with her performance on the witness stand. She was no longer the young lawyer from the department store school. She had made her bones on this case with her work in and out of the courtroom. And now she gets to sit at the big table, I added. Lorna cheered and clapped. And now it's Cisco's turn, Aronson said, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Maybe not, I said. I think I need to go to Driscoll next. How come? Aronson said. Because this morning in chambers, I informed the court and the prosecution of his existence and his addition to my wit list. Freeman objected, but she was the one who brought up Facebook, so the judge called Driscoll fair game. So now I'm thinking that the faster I get to him, the less time Freeman will have to prepare. If I stick with the plan and put Cisco on, Freeman can work him all afternoon while her investigators are running down Driscoll. Only Lorna nodded at my reasoning, but that was good enough for me. "Shit, and I got all dressed up," Cisco exclaimed. It was true. My investigator was wearing a long-sleeved collared shirt that looked like it would burst at the seams if he flexed his muscles. I had seen it before, though. It was his testifying shirt. I ignored his complaint. "Speaking of Driscoll, what's his status, Cisco?" "My guys picked him up this morning and brought him up. Last I heard, he was shooting pool at the club." I stared at my investigator. "They're not giving him alcohol, right?" "Course not." "That's all I need, a drunk witness on the stand." "Don't worry, I told them, no alcohol." "Well, call your guys. Have them deliver Driscoll to the courthouse by 1. He's next." It was too loud in the restaurant for a phone call. Cisco slipped out of the booth and headed toward the door while pulling his cell. We watched him go. "You know, he looks good in a real shirt like that," Aronson said. "Really?" Lorna responded. "I don't like the sleeves." Chapter 46. I almost didn't recognize Donald Driscoll with his hair combed and a suit on. Cisco had placed him in a witness room down the hall from the courtroom. When I stepped in, he looked up at me from the table with scared eyes. "How was the Saints Club?" I asked. "I would have rather been somewhere else," he said. I nodded in false sympathy. "Are you ready for this?" "No, but I'm here." "Okay, in a few minutes, Cisco will come get you and bring you to the courtroom." "Whatever." "Look, I know it doesn't seem like it now, but you're doing the right thing." "You're right. About it not seeming like it now." I didn't know what to say to that. "All right. I'll see you in there." I left the room and signaled to Cisco, who was standing in the hallway with the 2 men who had been minding Driscoll. I pointed down the hall toward the courtroom and Cisco nodded. I proceeded on and entered the courtroom to find Jennifer Aronson and Lisa Trammel at the defense table. I sat down, but before I could say anything to either one of them, the judge entered the courtroom and took the bench. He called for the jury, and we quickly went back on the record. I called Donald Driscoll to the stand. After he was sworn in, I got right down to business. "Mr. Driscoll, what is your profession?" "I'm in IT." "And what does IT mean?" "Information technology. It means I work with computers, the internet. I find the best way to use new technologies to gather information for the client or employer or whoever it may be." "You are a former employee of Aloft, correct?" "Yes. I worked there for 10 months until earlier this year." "In IT?" "Yes." "What exactly did you do in IT for Aloft?" "I had several duties. It's a very computer-reliant business, a lot of employees, and a great need for access to information through the internet." "And you helped them get it?" "Yes." "Now, do you know the defendant, Lisa Trammel?" "I've never met her. I know of her." "You know of her from this case?" "Yeah, but also from before." "From before? How so?" "One of my duties at Aloft was to try to keep tabs on Lisa Trammel." "Why?" "I don't know why. I was just told to do it, and I did it." "Who told you to keep tabs on Lisa Trammel?" "Mr. Borden, my supervisor." "Did he tell you to keep tabs on anybody else?" "Yes, a bunch of other people." "How many is a bunch?" "I guess there were about 10. "Who were they?" "Other mortgage protesters like Trammel, plus employees of some of the banks we did business with." "Like who?" "The man who was killed, Mr. Bondurant." I checked my notes for a while and let that percolate with the jury. Now, by keeping tabs, what did that mean? I was to look for whatever I could find on these people online. Did Mr. Borden ever tell you why you had this assignment? I asked him once, and he said, because Mr. Aparicio wants the information. Is that Louis Aparicio, founder and president of Aloft? Yes. Now, were there any specific instructions from Mr. Borden in regard to Lisa Trammel? No, it was just sort of see what you can find out there. And when did this become your assignment? It was last year. I started working at Aloft in April, and so it would have been a few months after that. Could it have been July or August? Yeah, right about then. Did you give the information you got to Mr. Borden? Yes, I did. Did there come a time that you became aware that Lisa Trammel was on Facebook? Yes, it was sort of an obvious thing to check. Did you become her friend on Facebook? Yes. And this put you in a position to monitor her posts about the flag organization and the foreclosure of her home, correct? Yes. Did you tell your supervisor about this specifically? I told him that she was on Facebook and was fairly active, and that it was a good spot for monitoring what she was doing and planning for flag. How did he respond? He told me to monitor it and then summarize everything once a week in an email, so that's what I did. And did you use your own name when you sent Lisa Trammel your friend request? Yes, I was already on Facebook as, myself, so I didn't hide it. I mean, I doubted she knew who I was anyway. What sort of reports did you give Mr. Borden? Like if her group was planning a protest somewhere, I would tell them the date and time, that sort of stuff. You just said them. Were you giving these reports to someone other than Mr. Borden? No, but I knew he was forwarding them to Mr. Aparicio, because Mr. O would send me emails every now and then about the stuff I sent Mr. Borden. So I knew he was seeing the reports. In all of this, did you do anything illegal while snooping around for Borden and Aparicio? No, sir. Now, did one of your weekly summaries of Lisa Trammel's activities ever include reference to her posts about being in the garage at Westland National and waiting to talk to Mitchell Bondurant? Yes, there was one. Westland was one of the company's biggest clients, and I thought maybe Mr. Bondurant should know, if he didn't already, that this woman had waited for him out there. So you gave Mr. Borden the details of how Lisa Trammel had found Mr. Bondurant's parking spot and waited for him? Yes. And he said thanks? Yes. And this was all in emails? Yes. Did you keep a copy of the email you sent Mr. Borden? Yes, I did. Why did you do that? It's just kind of a general practice of mine to keep copies, especially when dealing with important people. Did you happen to bring a copy of that email with you today? I did. Freeman objected and asked for a sidebar. At the bench, she successfully argued that there was no way of legitimizing what purported to be a printout of an old email. The judge wouldn't let me introduce it, saying I would have to stick with Driscoll's recollections. Returning to the lectern, I decided I had made it clear to the jury that Borden knew Trammel had previously been in the garage, and that Borden was a conduit to Aparicio. The elements of a setup were right there. The prosecution would have them believe that the first time Lisa was in the garage was a dry run for the murder she would later commit. I would have them believe that whoever set Trammel up had all he needed to know thanks to Facebook. I moved on. Mr. Driscoll, you said that Mitchell Bondurant was one of the people you were asked to gather information on. Is that correct? Yes. What information did you gather on him? Mostly about his personal real estate holdings. What properties he owned, when he bought them, and for how much. Who held the mortgages, that sort of thing. So you supplied to Mr. Borden a financial snapshot. That's right. Did you come across any liens against Mr. Bondurant or his properties? Yes, there were several. He owed money around. And all of this information went to Borden. Yes, it did. I decided to leave it there on Bondurant. I didn't want the jury straying too far from the main point of Driscoll's testimony, that Aloft had been watching Lisa and had all the information needed to set her up for murder. Driscoll had been effective, and I would now close out his testimony with a bang. Mr. Driscoll, when did you leave your position at Aloft? February 1st. Was it your choice, or were you fired? I told them I was quitting, so they fired me. Why did you want to quit? Because Mr. Bondurant had gotten murdered in the parking garage, and I didn't know whether the lady who got arrested, Lisa Trammel, did it, or if there was something else going on. I saw Mr. Aparicio in the elevator the day after it was in the news and everybody in the office knew about it. We were going up, but when we got to my floor, he held my arm while everybody else got off. We went up to his floor alone, and he didn't say anything until the doors opened. Then he said, "Keep your fucking mouth shut," and got off, and the doors closed. Those were his words? Keep your fucking mouth shut? Yes. Did he say anything else? No. So this led you to quit your job? Yes. About an hour later, I gave 2 weeks' notice. But about 10 minutes after I did that, Mr. Borden came to my desk and told me I was out, fired. He had a box for my personal stuff, and he had a security guard come watch me while I packed up. Then they walked me out. Did they give you a severance package? As I was leaving, Mr. Borden gave me an envelope. It had a check in it for a year's salary. That was pretty generous, giving you a year's salary, considering you hadn't even worked there a full year and you had said you were quitting, don't you think? Freeman objected on relevance, and it was sustained. I have nothing further for this witness. Freeman took my place, arriving at the lectern with her trusty file, which she spread open. I had not put Driscoll on my witness list until that morning, but his name had come up during Friday's testimony. I was sure Freeman had done some prep work. I was about to find out how much. Mr. Driscoll, you don't have a college degree, do you? No. But you attended UCLA, did you not? Yes. Why didn't you graduate? I stood and objected, saying her questions were going way outside the scope of Driscoll's direct testimony. But the judge said I opened the door when I asked the witness about his credentials and experience in IT. He told Driscoll to answer the question. I didn't graduate because I was expelled. For what? Cheating. I hacked into a teacher's computer and downloaded an exam the night before it was given. Driscoll said it with an almost bored tone to his voice, like he knew this was going to come out. I knew this was in his background. I told him that if it came out, he had only one choice, to be absolutely honest. Otherwise, he would be inviting disaster. So, you are a cheater and a thief, correct? I was, and that was more than 10 years ago. I don't cheat anymore. There's nothing to cheat for. Really? And what about stealing? Same thing. I don't steal. Isn't it true that your employment at a loft was severed abruptly when it was discovered that you were systematically stealing from the company? That is a lie. I told them I was quitting, and then they canned me. Aren't you the one who is lying here? No, I'm telling the truth. You think I could just make this stuff up? Driscoll made a desperate glance toward me, and I wished he hadn't. It could be interpreted as collusion between us. Driscoll was on his own up there. I couldn't help him. As a matter of fact, I do, Mr. Driscoll, Freeman said. Isn't it true that you had quite a little business for yourself running out of a loft? No. Driscoll demonstrably shook his head in support of his denial. I read him as lying right there, and I realized I was in deep trouble. The severance package, I thought. The year's pay. They don't fire people and give them a year's pay if they've been stealing. Bring up the severance package. Were you not using a loft as a front to order expensive software, then break the security codes and sell bootleg copies over the internet? That's not true. I knew this would happen if I told anyone what I know. This time, he did more than look at me. He pointed at me. I told you this would happen. I told you these people don't— Mr. Driscoll, the judge boomed. You answer the question posed to you by counsel. You do not talk to defense counsel or anyone else. Trying to keep her momentum, Freeman swooped in for the kill. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with a document? You may. Are you going to mark it? People's Exhibit 9, Your Honor. She had copies for everybody. I leaned close to Aronson so we could read it together. It was a copy of an internal investigation report from a loft. Did you know about any of this? Aronson whispered. Of course not, I whispered back. I leaned forward to focus on the examination. I didn't want a first-year lawyer tisk-tisking me over a gigantic vetting failure. What is that document, Mr. Driscoll? Freeman asked. I don't know, the witness responded. I've never seen it before. It is an internal investigation summary from a loft, isn't it? If you say so. When is it dated? February 1st. That was your last day of work at a loft, wasn't it? Yes, it was. That morning, I gave my supervisor 2 weeks' notice, and then they erased my login and fired me. For cause. For no cause. Why do you think they gave me the big check at the door? I knew things, and they were trying to shut me up. Freeman looked up at the judge. Your Honor, could you instruct the witness to refrain from answering my questions with his own questions? Perry nodded. The witness will answer questions, not pose them. It didn't matter, I thought. He had gotten it out there. Mr. Driscoll, could you please read the paragraph of the report I have highlighted in yellow? I objected, stating that the report was not in evidence. The judge overruled, allowing the reading to proceed, subject to a later evidentiary ruling. Driscoll read the paragraph to himself, and then shook his head. Out loud, Mr. Driscoll, the judge prompted. But this is all complete lies. This is what they do to— Mr. Driscoll, the judge intoned grumpily. Read the paragraph aloud, please. Driscoll hesitated one last time, and then finally read. The employee admitted that he had purchased the software packages with a company requisition and then returned them after copying the copyrighted materials. The employee admitted he has been selling counterfeit copies of the software over the internet using company computers to facilitate this business. The employee admitted earning more than $100,000. Driscoll suddenly crushed the document with both hands into a ball and threw it across the courtroom. Right at me. You did this! He yelled at me, following his pitch with a pointed finger. I was fine in the world till you showed up! Once again, Judge Perry could have used a gavel. He called for order and for the jury to return to the deliberations room. They quickly filed out of the courtroom, as if being chased by Driscoll himself. Once the door was closed, the judge took further action, signaling the courtroom deputy forward. Jimmy, take the witness to the holding cell, while counsel and I discuss this in chambers. He got up and stepped off the bench and quickly slipped through the door to his chambers, before I could mount a protest over how my witness was being treated. Freeman followed, and I detoured to the witness stand. Just go, and I'll get this over. You'll be right back out. You fucking liar, he said, anger jumping in his eyes. You said it would be easy and safe, and now look at this. The whole world thinks I'm a fucking software thief. You think I'll ever find work again? Well, if I had known you were hijacking software, I probably wouldn't have put you on the stand. Fuck you, Holler. You better hope this is over, because if I have to come back here, I'm gonna make up some shit about you. The deputy was leading him toward the door that led to the holding cell next to the courtroom. As he went, I noticed Aronson standing at the defense table. Her face told the story. All her good work of the morning, possibly undone. Mr. Holler, the court clerk said from her corral. The judge is waiting. Yeah, I said. I'm coming. I headed toward the door. Chapter 47. Four Green Fields was always dead on Monday nights. It was a bar that catered to the legal crowd, and it usually wasn't until a few days into the week that lawyers started to need alcohol to dampen the burdens of conscience. We could have had our pick of the place, but we took to the bar, Aronson sitting between me and Cisco. We ordered a beer, a Cosmo, and a vodka tonic with lime, and without the vodka. Still smarting from the Donald Driscoll fiasco, I had called the after-hours meeting to talk about Tuesday, and because I thought my two associates could use a drink. There was a basketball game on the TV, but I didn't even bother to check who was playing or what the score was. I didn't care, and couldn't see much further than the Driscoll disaster. His testimony had ended after the blow-up and finger-pointing. In chambers, the judge had worked out a curative address to the jurors, telling them that both the prosecution and defense had agreed that he would be dismissed from giving further testimony. Driscoll, at best, had been a wash. His direct testimony certainly set up the defense contention that Louis Aparicio had brought about the demise of Mitchell Bondurant. But his credibility had been undermined during cross-examination, and his volatile behavior and enmity toward me didn't help. Plus, the judge was obviously holding me responsible for the spectacle, and that would probably end up hurting the defense. So, Aronson said, after her first sip of Cosmo, what do we do now? We keep fighting is what we do. We had one bad witness, one fiasco. Every trial has a moment like this. I pointed up to the TV. You a football fan, Jennifer? I knew she had gone to UC Santa Barbara for her undergraduate degree, then Southwestern. Not much in the way of collegiate football powers. That's not football, that's basketball. Yeah, I know, but do you like football? I like the Raiders. I knew it, Cisco said gleefully.
A girl after my own heart. Well, I said, when you're a defense lawyer, you have to be like a cornerback. You know you're going to get burned from time to time. It's just part of the game. So when it happens, you have to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and forget about it, because they're about to snap the ball again. We gave them a touchdown today. I gave them a touchdown. But the game's not over, Jennifer. Not by a long shot. Right, so what do we do? What we've planned to do all along. Go after Aparicio. It comes down to him. I've got to push him to the edge. I think Cisco's given me the firepower to do it, and hopefully his guard will be down, because we've had Dahl telling him it's going to be a walk in the park. Realistically, right now, I think the score is tied. Even with Driscoll blowing up, I'd say we're either tied, or maybe the prosecution's got a few points up on us. I've got to change that tomorrow. If I don't, we lose. A somber silence followed until Aronson asked another question. What about Driscoll, Mickey? What about him? We're done with Driscoll. Yeah, but did you believe him about all the software stuff? Do you think Aparicio's people set him up? Was all of that about him stealing software made-up lies? Because now it's out in front of the media. I don't know. Freeman did a smart thing. She coupled it with something he wouldn't or couldn't deny, stealing the test. So it all sort of flowed together. Anyway, it doesn't matter what I believe. It's what the jury believes. I think you're wrong. I think what you believe is always important. I nodded. Maybe so, Jennifer. I took a long sip of my anemic drink. Aronson then went in a new direction. How come you stopped calling me Bullocks? I looked at her, and then looked back at my drink. I shrugged. Because you did so well today. It's like you're all grown up or something, and you shouldn't be called by a nickname. I looked past her at Cisco and pointed. But him, with a name like Wojciechowski, he's got his nickname for life, and that's just the way it is. We all laughed, and it seemed to relieve some of the pressure. I knew alcohol could help with that, but it had been 2 years now, and I was strong. I wouldn't slip. What did you tell Dahl to go back with today? Cisco asked. I shrugged again. The defense is in disarray. They lost their best shot with Driscoll when Freeman destroyed him. Then the usual. We don't have anything on Aparicio, and testifying will be like cutting butter left out on the counter. He's supposed to call me after he talks to his handler. Cisco nodded. I continued in another direction. I'm thinking Aparicio is the way to end it. If I can get what Cisco has gotten for me to the jury in questions and his answers, and I push him to the nickel, then I think I'll just end it there. And Cisco, you won't testify. Aronson frowned, like she wasn't sure that would be a good move. Good, Cisco said. I won't have to wear the monkey suit tomorrow. He tugged at his collar like it was made of sandpaper. No, you have to wear it again, just in case. You have another shirt like that, don't you? Not really. I guess I'll have to wash this tonight. Are you kidding me? You only... Cisco made a low whistling sound and nodded toward the door behind me. I turned, just as Maggie McFierce slipped onto the open stool next to me. There you are. Maggie McFierce. She pointed to my drink. That better not be what I think it is. Don't worry, it's not. Good. She ordered a real vodka tonic from Randy the bartender, probably just to rub it in. So, drowning your sorrows without the drown. I did hear it was a good day for the good guys. Meaning the prosecution. Always. Maybe. You hired a sitter for a Monday night? No, the sitter offered to sit tonight. I take it when I can get it, because she's got a boyfriend now, so I've probably seen my last Friday and Saturday nights out on the town. Okay, so you get her tonight, and you go out to the bar by yourself? Maybe I was looking for you, Holler. Ever think of that? I turned on my stool so my back was to Aronson, and I was directly facing Maggie. Really? Maybe. I thought you could use some company. You're not answering your cell. I forgot. It's still off from court. I pulled the phone and turned it on. No wonder I hadn't gotten the call from Herb Dahl. You want to go to your place? She asked. I looked at her for a long moment before answering. Tomorrow's going to be the most important day of the trial. I have till midnight. I took a deep breath, but more air went out than came in. I leaned toward her and then tilted so that our heads were touching.
sort of like how they touch sabers before a fencing match. I whispered in her ear, "I can't keep doing things this way. We have to go forward or be done." She put her hand on my chest and pushed me back. I was afraid of what my life would be like with her completely gone from it. I regretted the ultimatum I had just set out because I knew that if forced to make a choice, she would pick the latter. "What do you say we just worry about tonight, Holler?" "Okay," I said so quickly that we both started laughing. I had dodged a bullet I had fired at myself, for now. I still have to get some work done at some point. "Yeah, we'll see about that." She reached to the bar for her drink, but took mine by mistake. Or maybe not by mistake. She sipped and then screwed up her face in disgust. "That tastes just awful without vodka. What's the point?" "I know. Was that some sort of test?" "No, just a mistake." "Sure." She drank from her own glass now. I turned slightly and looked back at Cisco and Aronson. They were leaning toward each other, engaged in a conversation and ignoring me. I turned back to Maggie. "Marry me again, Maggie. I'm going to change everything after this case." "I've heard that before, the second part." "Yeah, but this time it's going to happen. It already is." "Do I have to answer right now? Is it a one-time thing, or can I think about it?" "Sure, take a few minutes. I'm going to hit the head and then I'll be back." We laughed again, and then I leaned forward and kissed her and held my face in her hair. I whispered again, "I can't think of being with anybody else." She turned into me and kissed my neck, then pulled back. "I hate public displays of affection, especially in bars. Seems so cheap." "Sorry. Let's go now." She slid off the stool and took a last sip of her drink while standing. I pulled my cash and peeled off enough to cover everybody, including the bartender. I told Cisco and Aronson I was going. "I thought we were still talking about Aparicio," Aronson protested. I saw Cisco surreptitiously touch her arm in a "not now" signal. I appreciated that. "You know what?" I said. "It's been a long day. Sometimes not thinking about something is the best way to prepare for it. I'll be in the office early tomorrow before going to court, if you want to come by. Otherwise, I'll see you in court at 9. We said our goodbyes, and I walked out with my ex-wife. "You want to leave a car here or what?" I asked. "No, too dangerous to come back here after dinner and being in bed with you. I'll want to go in for one last drink, and then it might not be the last. I have the sitter to relieve and work tomorrow, too." "Is that how you view it? Just dinner and sex and getting home by midnight?" She could have really hurt me then. Said I was whining like a woman complaining about men. But she didn't. "No," she said. "I actually view it as the best night of the week." I raised my hand and clasped the back of her neck as we walked to our cars. She always liked that, even if it was a public display of affection. Chapter 48. You could feel the tension rise with each step as Louis Aparicio made his way to the witness stand on Tuesday morning. He wore a light tan suit with a blue shirt and maroon tie. He looked dignified in a way that bespoke money and power, and it was clear that he looked at me through contemptuous eyes. He was my witness, but obviously there was no love lost here. Since the start of the trial, I had pointed the finger of guilt at someone other than my client. I had pointed at Aparicio, and now he sat before me. This was the main event, and as such it had drawn the biggest crowd, both media and onlookers, of the trial. I started things out cordially, but wasn't planning to continue that way. I had one goal here, and the verdict was riding on whether I achieved it. I had to push the man in the witness box to the limit. He was there only because he had been cornered by his own avarice and vanity. He had ignored legal counsel, declined to hide behind the Fifth Amendment, and accepted the challenge of going one-on-one with me in front of a packed house. My job was to make him regret those decisions. My job was to make him take the Fifth in front of the jury. If he did that, then Lisa Trammel would walk. There could be no stronger reasonable doubt than to have the straw man you've been pointing at all trial long hide behind the Fifth, to refuse to answer questions on the grounds that he would incriminate himself. How could any honest juror vote guilty beyond a reasonable doubt after that? "Good morning, Mr. Aparicio. How are you?" "I'd rather be somewhere else. How are you?" I smiled. He was feisty from the start. I'll tell you that in a few hours, I answered. Thank you for being here today. I noticed a bit of a northeastern accent. Are you not from Los Angeles? I was born in Brooklyn 51 years ago. I moved out here for law school and never left. You and your company have been mentioned here during the trial more than a few times. It seems to hold the lion's share of foreclosure work in at least this county. Your Honor, Freeman interrupted from her seat. Is there going to be a question here? Perry looked down at her for a moment. Is that an objection, Miss Freeman? She realized she had not stood. The judge had instructed us in pre-trial meetings that we must stand to make an objection. She quickly stood up. Yes, Your Honor. Ask a question, Mr. Haller. I was about to, Your Honor. Mr. Aparicio, could you tell us in your words what it is that a loft does? Aparicio cleared his throat and turned directly toward the jurors when he answered. He was a polished and proficient witness. I had my work cut out for me. I'd be happy to. Essentially, a loft is a processing firm. Large loan servicers such as Westland National pay my company to handle property foreclosures from start to finish. We handle everything, from drawing up the paperwork to serving notices to appearing in court as necessary. All for one all-inclusive fee. Nobody likes to hear about foreclosures. We all struggle on some level to pay our bills and to try to keep our homes. But sometimes it doesn't work out, and foreclosure is required. That's where we come in. You say, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Over the past few years, it has been working out pretty good for you, though, hasn't it? Our business has seen tremendous growth in the past 4 years, and it has only now finally started to level off. You mentioned Westland National as a client. Westland was a significant client, correct? It was, and still is. About how many foreclosures do you handle for Westland in a year? I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but I think it's safe to say that with all of their locations in the western United States, we get close to 10,000 files from them in a year. Would you believe that over the past 4 years, you have averaged over 16,000 cases a year referred by Westland? It's in the bank's annual report. I held it up for all to see. Yes, I would believe that. Annual reports don't lie. What is the fee that a loft charges per foreclosure? On residential, we charge $2,500, and that's for everything, even if we have to go to court on the matter. So, doing the math, your company takes in $40 million a year from Westland alone, correct? If the figures you used are correct, that sounds right. I take it then that the Westland account was very big at a loft. Yes, but all our clients are important. So you must have known Mitchell Bondurant, the victim in this case, pretty well, correct? Of course I knew him well, and I think it's a terrible shame about what happened to him. He was a good man, trying to do a good job. I'm sure we all appreciate your sympathy. But at the time of his death, you weren't very happy with Mr. Bondurant, were you? I'm not sure what you mean. We were business associates. We had minor disputes from time to time, but that always happens in the natural course of business. Well, I'm not talking about minor disputes or the natural course of business. I'm asking you about a letter Mr. Bondurant sent to you shortly before his murder that threatened to expose fraudulent practices within your company. The certified letter was signed for by your personal secretary. Did you read it? I skimmed it. It indicated to me that one of my 185 employees had taken a shortcut. This was a minor dispute, and nothing about it was threatening, as you say. I told the person who had that particular file to fix it. That's all, Mr. Haller. But that wasn't all I had to say about the letter. I made Aparicio read it to the jury, and for the next half hour, I asked increasingly specific and uncomfortable questions about its allegations. I then moved on to the federal target letter and made the witness read that as well. But again, Aparicio was unflappable, dismissing the federal letter as a shot in the dark. I welcome them with open arms, he said. But you know what? Nobody's come in. All this time later, and not a word from Mr. Lattimore or Agent Vasquez or any other federal agent. Because their letter didn't pay off. I didn't run, I didn't sweat, I didn't cry foul or hide behind a lawyer. I said, I know you've got a job to do. Come on in and check us out. Our doors are open and we've got absolutely nothing to hide. It was a good and well-rehearsed answer, and Aparicio was clearly winning the early rounds. But that was okay, because I was saving my best punches. I wanted him to feel confident and in control. Through Herb Dahl, he had been fed a steady diet of no worries. He had been led to believe I had nothing but a few desperate hints of conspiracy that he could easily swat away as he was doing right now. His confidence was growing. But when he got too confident and complacent, I was going to move in and go for the knockout. This fight wouldn't go 15 rounds. It couldn't. Now, at the time these letters were coming in, you were engaged in a secret negotiation, were you not? Aparicio paused for the first time since I'd begun asking him questions. I was engaged at the time in private business discussions, as I am at almost all times. I would not use the word secret because of the connotation. Secrecy being wrong, when in fact keeping one's business private is a matter of course. Okay, then this private discussion was actually a negotiation to sell your company aloft to a publicly traded company, correct? Yes, that is so. A company called Lemur. Yes, correct. This deal would be worth a lot of money to you, would it not? Freeman stood and asked for a sidebar. We approached and she stated her objection in a forceful whisper. How is this relevant? Where are we going with this? He now has us on Wall Street, and that has nothing to do with Lisa Trammel and the evidence against her. Your Honor, I said quickly before he could cut me off. The relevance will become apparent soon. Ms. Freeman knows exactly where this is headed, and she just doesn't want to go there. But the court has given me the latitude to put forth a defense involving third-party guilt. Well, this is it, Judge. This is where it comes together, and so I ask for the court's continued indulgence. Perry didn't have to think too long before answering. Mr. Haller, you may proceed, but I want you to land this plane soon. Thank you, Judge. We returned to our positions, and I decided to move things along at a quicker pace. Mr. Aparicio, back in January, when you were in the midst of these negotiations with Lemur, you knew you stood to make a great deal of money if this deal went through, did you not? I would be generously compensated for the years I spent growing the company. But if you lost one of your biggest clients, to the tune of $40 million in annual revenues, that deal would have been in peril, correct? There was no threat from any client to leave. I draw your attention back to the letter Mr. Bondurant sent you, sir. Wouldn't you say that there is a clear threat from Mr. Bondurant to take Westland's business away from you? I believe you still have a copy of the letter there in front of you, if you want to refer to it. I don't need to look at the letter. There was no threat to me whatsoever. Mitch sent me the letter, and I took care of the problem. Like the way you took care of Donald Driscoll. Objection, Freeman said. Argumentative. I'll withdraw it. Mr. Aparicio, you received this letter smack dab in the middle of your deal-making with Lemur, correct? It was during negotiations, yes? And at the time you received this letter from Mr. Bondurant, you knew he was in financial straits himself, correct? I knew nothing about Mr. Bondurant's personal financial situation. Did you not have an employee of your company do financial background searches on Mr. Bondurant and other bankers you dealt with? No. That's ridiculous. Whoever said that is a liar. It was time for me to test Herb Dahl's work as a double agent. At the time Mr. Bondurant sent you that letter, was he aware of your secret dealings with Lemur? Aparicio's answer should have been, I don't know. But I had told Dahl to send back word through his handler that the Trammel legal team had found nothing on this key part of the defense strategy. He knew nothing about it, Aparicio said. I had kept all of our client banks in the dark while negotiations were ongoing. Who is Lemur's chief financial officer? Aparicio seemed momentarily nonplussed by the question and the seeming change in direction. That would be Sidney Jenkins. And was he the leader of the acquisition team you dealt with on the Lemur deal? Freeman objected and asked where this was going. I told the judge he would know shortly, and he allowed me to continue, telling Aparicio to answer the question. Yes, I dealt with Sid Jenkins on the acquisition. I opened a file and removed a document while asking the judge for permission to approach the witness with it. As expected, Freeman objected, and we had a spirited sidebar over the admissibility of the document. But just as Freeman had won the battle over presenting Driscoll with the internal investigation report from Aloft, Judge Perry evened the score, allowing me to introduce the document subject to his later ruling. Permission granted, I handed a copy to the witness. Mr. Aparicio, can you tell the jury what that document is? I can't tell for sure. Is it not a printout from a digital daybook? If you say so. And what name is on the top of the sheet there? Mitchell Bondurant. And what is the date on the page? December 13th. Can you read the appointment entry for 10 o'clock? Freeman asked for a sidebar, and once more we stood in front of the judge. Your Honor, Lisa Trammel is on trial here, not Louis Aparicio or Mitchell Bondurant. This is what happens when someone takes advantage of the court's goodwill when given leeway. I object to this line of questioning. Counsel is taking us far afield of the matter this jury must decide. Judge, I said, again, this goes to third-party guilt. This is a page from the digital diary turned over to the defense in discovery. The answer to this question will make it clear to the jury that the victim in this case was involved in subtly extorting the witness, and that is a motive for murder. Judge, that's enough, Ms. Freeman. I will allow it. We returned to our places, and the judge told Aparicio to answer the question. I repeated it for the sake of the jury. What is listed on Mr. Bondurant's calendar for 10 o'clock on December 13th? It says Sidney Jenkins, Lemur. So would you not take from that log line that Mr. Bondurant became aware of the Aloft Lemur deal in December of last year? I couldn't begin to know what was said at that meeting, or if it even took place. What reason would the man leading the acquisition of Aloft have for meeting with one of Aloft's most important bank clients? You would have to ask Mr. Jenkins that. Perhaps I will. Aparicio had developed a scowl in the course of the questioning. The Herb Dahl plant had worked well. I moved on. When did the deal on the sale of Aloft to Lemur close? The deal closed in late February. How much was it sold for? I'd rather not say. Lemur is a publicly traded company, sir. The information is out there. Could you save us the time and $96 million? Most of which, as sole owner, went to you, correct? A good portion of it, yes. And you got stock in Lemur as well, correct? That's right. And you remain president of Aloft, don't you? Yes, I still run the company. I just have bosses now. He tried a smile, but most of the working stiffs in the courtroom didn't see the humor in the comment, considering the millions he had taken out of the deal. So you are still intimately involved in the day-to-day operations of the company? Yes, sir, I am. Mr. Aparicio, was your personal take in the sale of Aloft $61 million, as reported by the Wall Street Journal? They got that wrong. How so? My deal was worth that amount, but it didn't come to me all at once. You got deferred payments. Something along those lines. But I don't really see what this has to do with who killed Mitch Bondurant, Mr. Holler. Why am I here? I had nothing to— Your Honor? Hold on a moment, Mr. Aparicio, the judge said. He then leaned forward over the bench and paused as if to contemplate something. We're going to take our morning break now, and counsel will join me in chambers. The court is in recess. Once more, we followed the judge back into chambers. Once more, I was going to be the one put on the spot. But I was so angry at Perry that I went on the offensive. I stayed standing while both he and Freeman took seats. Your Honor, with all due respect, I had a certain momentum going out there, and taking the morning break early is killing it. Mr. Holler, you may have had plenty of momentum, but it was taking you far away from this case. I have bent over backward to allow you to present a third-party defense, but I am beginning to feel I've been had. Judge, I was 4 questions away from bringing it all back home to this case, but you just stopped me. You stopped yourself, counsel. I can't sit up there and let this go on. Ms. Freeman's been objecting, now even the witness is objecting. And I'm looking like a fool. You're fishing. You told me, and you told those jurors, that you would not only prove that your client didn't commit the crime, but that you would prove who did. But we are now 5 witnesses into the defense case, and you are still fishing. Your Honor, I can't believe... Look, I am not fishing here. I am proving. Bondurant had threatened to cost that man out there $61 million. It is obvious, and anyone with common sense sees this. And if that is not motive for a murder, then I guess Motive isn't proof, Freeman said. It's not evidence, and you obviously don't have any. The defense's whole case is a charade. What's next? You name everybody Bondurant was foreclosing on as a suspect? I pointed down at her in the chair. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but the fact is, the defense case is not a charade, and if allowed to continue my examination of the witness, I will get to the evidence very quickly. Sit down, Mr. Haller, and please watch your tone when you are addressing me. Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. I sat down and waited while Perry brooded over the situation. Finally, he spoke. Ms. Freeman, anything else? I think the court is well aware of how the prosecution views what Mr. Haller has been allowed to do. I warned early and often that he would create a sideshow that had nothing to do with the case at hand. We are well past that point now, and I have to agree with the court's assessment that all of this makes the court look foolish and manipulated. She had gone too far. I could see the skin around Perry's eyes tighten as she stated that he looked like a fool. I think she'd had him in her hand, but then lost him. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Freeman. I think at this time, I'm inclined to go back out and give Mr. Haller one final chance to tie it all in. Do you understand what I mean by final chance, Mr. Haller? Yes, Your Honor. I will comply. You'd better, sir, because the court's patience has drawn thin. Let's go back now. Out at the defense table, I saw Aronson waiting by herself and realized she hadn't followed me into chambers. I sat down wearily. Where's Lisa? In the hallway with Dahl. What happened? I've got one more chance. I have to move things up and go in for the kill now. Can you do it? We'll see. I've got to run out to the facilities before we start again. Why didn't you come into chambers? No one asked me to, and I didn't know if I should just follow you in. Next time, follow me in. Courthouse designs are good at separating parties. Jurors have their own assembly and deliberation rooms, and there are aisles and gates to separate opposing parties and supporters. But the restrooms are the great equalizers. You step into one of these, and you never know who you will encounter. I pushed through the inner door of the men's room and almost walked right into Aparicio, who was washing his hands at the sink. He was bent over and looked up at me in the mirror. Well, Counselor, did the judge slap your hands a little bit? That's none of your business. I'll find another restroom. I turned around to leave, but Aparicio stopped me. Don't bother, I'm leaving. He shook his wet hands off and moved toward the door, coming very close to me and then suddenly stopping. You are despicable, Haller, he said. Your client is a murderer, and you have the balls to try to cast the blame on me. How do you look at yourself in the mirror? He turned and gestured toward the line of urinals. This is where you belong, he said. In the toilet. Chapter 49. It all came down to the next half hour, maybe an hour at the most. I sat at the defense table, composing my thoughts and waiting. Everyone was in their places except for the judge, who remained in chambers, and Aparicio, who was smugly conferring with his 2 attorneys in the front row of the gallery, where they had reserved seats. My client leaned toward me and whispered, so that not even Aronson could hear. You have more, right? Excuse me? You have more, don't you, Mickey? More to go after him with. Even she knew that what I had already trotted out was not enough. I whispered back, We'll know before lunch. We'll either be drinking champagne or crying in our soup. The door to the judge's chambers opened, and Perry emerged. He called for the jury and the witness to return to the stand before he was even seated on the bench. A few minutes later, I was back at the lectern staring down Aparicio. The restroom confrontation seemed to give him renewed confidence. He adopted a relaxed posture that announced to the world that he was home free. I decided that there was no sense in waiting. It was time to start swinging. Now then, Mr. Aparicio, continuing our discussion from before, you have not been completely truthful in your testimony today, have you? I've been completely honest, and I resent the question. You lied from the start, didn't you, sir, giving a false name when sworn by the clerk? My name was legally changed 31 years ago. I did not lie, and it has nothing to do with this. What is the name that is on your birth certificate? Aparicio paused, and I think I saw the first inkling or recognition of where I was going with this. My birth name was Antonio Luigi Aparicio. Like now, but spelled with an A. Growing up, people called me Lou or Louie because there were a lot of Anthonys and Antonios in the neighborhood. I decided to go with Louis. I legally changed my name to Anthony Louis Aparicio. I Americanized it. That's it. But why did you change the spelling of your last name, too? There was a professional baseball player at the time named Luis Aparicio. I thought the names were too close. Louis Aparicio and Luis Aparicio. I didn't want to have a name so close to a famous person's, so I changed the spelling. Is that okay with you, Mr. Holler? The judge admonished Aparicio to simply answer the questions and not ask them. Do you know when Luis Aparicio retired from professional baseball? I asked. I glanced at the judge after asking the question. If his patience was being stretched before, it was now probably as thin as the piece of paper a contempt citation would be printed on. No, I don't know when he retired. Does it surprise you to learn it was 8 years before you changed your name? No, it doesn't surprise me. But you expect the jury to believe that you changed your name to avoid a match to a baseball player long out of the game. Aparicio shrugged. It's what happened. Isn't it true that you changed your name from Aparicio to Aparicio because you were an ambitious young man and wanted to at least outwardly distance yourself from your family? No, untrue. I did want to have a more American-sounding name, but I wasn't distancing myself from anyone. I saw Aparicio's eyes make a quick dart in the direction of his attorneys. You were originally named after your uncle, were you not? I asked. No, that's not true, Aparicio answered quickly. I wasn't named after anyone. You had an uncle named Antonio Luigi Aparicio, the same name as on your birth certificate, and are you saying it was just coincidence? Realizing his mistake in lying, Aparicio tried to recover, but only made it worse. My parents never told me who I was named after, or even if I was named after someone. And a bright person like you didn't put it together? I never thought about it. When I was 21, I came west and was not close to my family anymore. You mean geographically? In any way, I started a new life. I stayed out here. Your father and your uncle were involved in organized crime, were they not? Freeman quickly objected and asked for a sidebar. When we got there, she did everything but roll her eyes back into her head as she tried to communicate her frustration. Your Honor, enough is enough. Counsel may show no shame in besmirching the reputations of his own witnesses, but this has to end. This is a trial, Judge, not a deep-sea fishing trip. Your Honor, you told me to move quickly, and that is what I am doing. I have an offer of proof that clearly shows this is no fishing trip. Well, what is it, Mr. Holler? I handed the judge a thick-bound document I had carried to the sidebar. There were several post-its of different colors protruding from its pages. That is the U.S. Attorney General's report to Congress on organized crime. It's dated 1986, and the AG at the time was Edwin Meese. If you go to the yellow post-it and open the page, the highlighted paragraph is my offer of proof. The judge read the passage, and then turned the book around so Freeman could read it. Before she was finished, he ruled on the objection. Ask your questions, Mr. Holler, but I'm giving you about 10 minutes to connect the dots. If you don't do it by then, I'm going to shut you down. Thank you, Judge. I went back to the lectern and asked the question again, but in a different way. Mr. Aparicio, were you aware that your father and your uncle were members of an organized crime group known as the Gambino family? Aparicio had seen me offer the bound book to the judge. He knew I had something to back my question. Rather than throw out a full denial, he went with the vague response. As I said, I left my family behind when I went off to school. I didn't know about them after that, and I was told nothing before. It was time to be relentless, to back Aparicio to the edge of the cliff. Wasn't your uncle known as Anthony the Ape Aparicio because of his reputation for brutality and violence? I wouldn't know. Didn't your uncle act as a father figure in your life while your own father spent most of your teenage years in prison for extortion? My uncle took care of us financially, but he was not a father figure. When you moved out west at age 21, was it to distance yourself from your family, or to extend your family's business opportunities to the West Coast? Now that's a lie. I came out here for law school. I had nothing, and brought nothing with me, including family connections. Are you familiar with the term sleeper, as it is applied in organized crime investigations? I don't know what you're talking about. Would it surprise you to learn that the FBI, starting in the 1980s, believed that the mob was attempting to move into legitimate areas of business by sending its next generation of members to schools and other locales so that they could sink roots and start businesses, and that these people were called sleepers? I am a legitimate businessman. No one sent me anywhere, and I put myself through law school working for a process server. I nodded, as though I expected the answer. Speaking of process servers, you own several companies, don't you, sir? I don't understand. Let me rephrase. When you sold Aloft to the Lemur Fund, you kept ownership of a variety of companies that contracted with Aloft, correct? Aparicio took his time thinking about an answer. He made another furtive glance toward his attorneys. It was a get-me-out-of-this look. He knew where I was going, and he knew I couldn't be allowed to get there. But he was on the witness stand, and there was only one way out. I have ownership and part ownership in a variety of different enterprises. All of them legal, all of them above board and legitimate. It was a good answer, but it was not going to be good enough. What kind of companies? What services do they provide? You mentioned process serving. That's one of them. I have a paralegal referral and placement company. There's an office staffing company and an office furniture supply entity. Do you own a courier service? The witness paused before answering. He was trying to think 2 questions ahead, and I wasn't staying in a rhythm he could pick up on. I'm an investor. I'm not the sole owner. Let's talk about the courier service. First of all, what's it called? Wingnuts Courier Service. And is that a Los Angeles-based company? Based here, but with offices in 7 cities. It operates all over this state and Nevada. Exactly how much of Wingnuts do you own? I am a partial participant. I believe I own 40% of it. And who are some of the other participants? Well, there are several. Some aren't people. They're other companies. Like AA Best Consultants of Brooklyn, New York, which is listed on corporate records in Sacramento as part owner of Wings? Aparicio was again slow to answer. This time, he seemed lost in a dark thought until the judge prompted him. Yes, I believe that is one of the investors. Now, corporation documents held by the state of New York show that the majority owner of AA Best is one Dominic Capelli. Are you familiar with him? No, I am not. You were saying that you were unfamiliar with one of your partners in Wingnuts, sir? AA Best invested. I invested. I don't know all the individuals involved. Freeman stood. It was about time. I had been waiting for her to object for at least 4 questions. I was spinning my wheels waiting. Your Honor, is there a point to all of this? She asked. I was beginning to wonder about that myself, Perry said. You want to enlighten us, Mr. Haller? 3 more questions, Your Honor, and I think the relevance here will be crystal clear to everyone, I said. I begged the court's indulgence for just 3 more questions. I had stared at Aparicio the whole time I'd said it. I was sending the message. Pull the plug now, or your secrets will be put out there in the world. Lemur will know. Your stockholders will know. The U.S. Attorney's Office will know. Everyone will know. Very well, Mr. Haller. Thank you, Your Honor. I looked down at my notes. Now was the time. If I had Aparicio right, now was the time. I looked back at him. Mr. Aparicio, would it surprise you to learn that Dominic Capelli, the partner you claim not to know, is listed by the New York... Your Honor? It was Aparicio. He had cut me off. On advice of counsel, and pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights and privileges granted by the Constitution of the United States and the State of California, I respectfully decline to answer this or further questions. There. I stood totally still, but that was only on the outside. Energy flooded through me like a scream. I was barely aware of the rumble of whispers that went through the courtroom. Then from behind me, a voice firmly addressed the court. Your Honor, may I address the court, please? I turned and saw it was one of Aparicio's attorneys, Martin Zimmer. Then I heard Freeman, her voice high and tight, calling an objection and asking for a sidebar. But I knew a sidebar wasn't going to do it this time, and so did Perry. Mr. Zimmer, you may sit down. We are going to break now for lunch, and I expect all parties to be back in court at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The jury is directed not to discuss the case with one another or to draw any conclusions from the testimony and request of this witness. Court broke loudly after that, with the members of the media talking among themselves. As the last juror was going through the door, I stepped away from the lectern and leaned down to the defense table to whisper in Aronson's ear. You might want to come back to chambers this time. She was about to ask what I meant when Perry made it official. I want counsel to join me in chambers, immediately. Mr. Aparicio, I want you to stay right there. You can consult with your counsel, but don't leave the courtroom. With that, the judge got up and headed back. I followed. Chapter 50. By now, I was intimately getting to know the wall hangings and furnishings and everything else in the judge's chambers, but I expected that this would be my last visit, and probably the most difficult. As we entered, the judge stripped off his robe and threw it haphazardly over the hat rack in the corner, rather than carefully put it on a hanger as he had on prior in-camera meetings. He then dropped into his seat and loudly exhaled. He leaned far back and looked up at the ceiling. He had a petulant look on his face, as though his concerns over what would be decided here were more about his own reputation as a jurist than about justice for a murder victim. Mr. Haller, he said, as though he was releasing a great burden. Yes, Your Honor? The judge rubbed his face. Please tell me that it was not your plan all along, and from the beginning, to force Mr. Aparicio into taking the fifth in front of the jury. Judge, I said, I had no idea he was going to take the fifth. After the motion to quash hearing we had, I thought there was no way he would. I was pushing him, sure, but I wanted the answers to my questions. Freeman shook her head. You have something to add, Ms. Freeman. Your Honor, I think defense counsel has treated the court and the justice system with nothing but contempt from the start of this trial. He didn't even answer your question just now. He didn't say it wasn't his plan, Your Honor. He just said he had no idea. Those are two separate things, and they underline the fact that defense counsel is sneaky and has tried to sabotage this trial from the start. He has now succeeded. All along, Aparicio was a fifth witness, a straw man he could set up in front of the jury and then knock down when he took the fifth. That was the plan, and if that is not a subverting of the adversarial system, then I don't know what is. I glanced at Aronson. She looked mortified, and maybe even swayed by Freeman's statement. Judge, I said calmly, I can only say one thing to Ms. Freeman. Prove it. If she's so sure this was some kind of master plan, then she can try to prove it. The truth is, and my young idealistic colleague here can back me on this, we did not even become aware of Aparicio's organized crime connections until just recently. My investigator literally stumbled across them while tracking back all of Aparicio's holdings as listed in his SEC filings. The police and prosecution had the opportunity to do this, but either chose to ignore it or came up short of the mark. I think counsel's upset largely extends from that, not what tactics I employ in court. The judge, who was still leaning back and looking at the ceiling, made a waving gesture with his hand. I didn't know what it meant. "Judge?" Perry swung the chair around and leaned forward, addressing all three of us. "So what do we do about this?" He looked at me first. I glanced at Aronson to see if she had something to offer, but she looked frozen in place. I turned back to the judge. "I don't think there is anything that can be done. The witness invoked the Fifth. He's done testifying. We can't go on with him selectively using the Fifth whenever or wherever he wants. He's invoked. He's done. Next witness. I have one more, and then I'm done too. I'll be ready to give my closing tomorrow morning." Freeman could no longer take it sitting down. She stood up and started pacing a short pattern near the window. "This is so unfair and so much a part of Mr. Holler's plan. He brings out the testimony he wants on direct, then pushes Aparicio into the Fifth, and then the state gets no cross, no redress at all. Is that even remotely fair, Your Honor?" Perry didn't answer. He didn't have to. Everybody in the room knew the situation was unfair to the state. Freeman now had no opportunity to question Aparicio. "I'm going to strike his entire testimony," Perry declared. "I'll tell the jury not to consider it." Freeman folded her arms across her chest and shook her head in frustration. "That's a hell of a big bell to unring," she said. "This is a disaster for the prosecution, Judge. It's completely unfair." I said nothing because Freeman was right. The judge could tell the jurors not to consider anything Aparicio had said, but it was too late. The message was delivered and was floating around in all their heads, just as I had intended. "Sadly, I see no alternative," Perry said. "We'll take lunch now, and I'll be thinking further on the issue. I suggest you three do the same. If you come up with something else before 1, I will certainly entertain it." No one said anything. It was hard to believe it had come to this. The end of the case in sight, and things falling just as planned. "That means you can all leave now," Perry added. "I'll tell the deputy that Mr. Aparicio is relieved as a witness. He probably has the whole media throng in the hallway waiting to devour him. And he probably blames you for that, Mr. Holler. You might want to steer clear of him while he's in the courthouse." "Yes, Your Honor." Perry picked up the phone to call the deputy as we headed toward the door. I followed Freeman out and down the hallway to the courtroom. I was expecting it when she turned on me with nothing but pure and piercing anger in her eyes. "Now I know, Holler." "Now you know what?" "Why you and Maggie will never get back together again." That put a pause in my step, and Aronson walked right into me from behind. Freeman turned back around and kept going. "That was a low blow, Mickey," Aronson said. I watched Freeman go through the door to the courtroom. "No," I said. "It wasn't." Chapter 51. My last witness was my trusty investigator. Dennis Cisco Wojciechowski took the witness stand after lunch, after the judge told the jurors that all of Louis Aparicio's testimony was stricken from the record. Cisco had to spell his last name twice for the clerk, but that was expected. He was indeed wearing the same shirt from the day before, but no jacket and no tie. The fluorescent lighting in the courtroom made the black ink chains that wrapped his biceps clearly visible through the stretched sleeves of the pale blue shirt. "I'm just going to call you Dennis, if that is okay," I said. "It will be easier on the court reporter." Polite laughter rolled through the courtroom. "That's fine with me," the witness said. "Okay, now, you work for me, handling investigations for the defense. Is that correct, Dennis?" "Yes, that's what I do." "And you worked extensively for the defense on the Mitchell Bondurant murder investigation, correct?" "Correct. You could say that I piggybacked my investigation on the police investigation, checking to see if they missed anything, or maybe got something wrong." "Did you work from investigative materials that were turned over to the defense by the prosecution?" "Yes, I did." "Included in that material was a list of license plate numbers, correct?" "Yes. The garage at Westland National had a camera positioned over the drive-in entrance. Detectives Curlin and Longstreth studied the recording from the camera and wrote down the plate number of every car that entered the garage between 7, when the garage opened, and 9, when it was determined that Mr. Bondurant was already dead. They then ran the plates through the law enforcement computer to see if any of the owners had criminal records or should be further investigated for other reasons. And were any further investigations generated from this list? According to their investigative records, no. Now, Dennis, you mentioned you piggybacked on their investigation. Did you take this list and check these plate numbers out yourself? I did, all 78 of them, as best I could without access to law enforcement computers. And did any merit further attention, or did you reach the same conclusion as Detectives Curlin and Longstreth? Yes, one car merited more attention, in my opinion, and so I followed up on it. I asked permission to give the witness a copy of the 78 license plate numbers. The judge allowed it. Cisco pulled his reading glasses out of his shirt pocket and put them on. Which license plate did you want to further check out? WNUT Z9. Why were you interested in that one? Because at the time I looked at this list, we were already far down the road in our other avenues of investigation. I knew that Louis Aparicio was part owner in a business called Wingnuts. I thought maybe there was a connection to the vehicle that carried that plate. So what did you find out? That the car was registered to Wingnuts, a courier service that is partially owned by Louis Aparicio. And again, why was that worthy of attention? Well, as I said, I had the benefit of time. Curlin and Longstreth put this list together on the day of the murder. They did not know all the key factors or individuals involved. I was looking at this several weeks down the road. And at that point, I knew that the victim, Mr. Bondurant, had sent an incendiary letter to Mr. Aparicio, and... Freeman objected to his description of the letter, and the judge struck the word incendiary from the record. I then told Cisco to continue. From our viewpoint, that letter cut Aparicio in as a person of interest, and so I was doing a lot of background work on him. I connected him through Wingnuts to a partner named Dominic Capelli. Capelli is known to law enforcement in New York as an associate of an organized crime family run by a man named Joey Giordano. Capelli has various connections to other unsavory... Freeman objected again, and the judge sustained it. I put on my best show of frustration, acting as though both the judge and prosecutor were keeping the truth from the jury. Okay, let's go back to the list and what it means. What did it show occurred at the garage involving a car owned by Wingnuts? It showed that the car entered the garage at 8:05. And what time did it leave? The exit camera showed it leaving at 8:50. So this vehicle entered the garage before the murder and left after the murder. Do I have that right? That's correct. And the vehicle was owned by a company that was owned by a man with direct ties to organized crime. Is that also right? Yes, it is. Okay. Did you determine if there was a legitimate business reason for a vehicle belonging to Wingnuts to be in that garage? Of course. The business is a courier service. It is used regularly by a loft to deliver documents to Westland National. But what was curious to me is why the car entered at 8:05 and then left before the bank even opened at 9. I looked at Cisco for a long moment. My gut said I had gotten all I needed to get. There was still chicken on the bone, but sometimes you just have to push the plate away. Sometimes leaving the jury with a question is the best way to go. I have nothing further, I said. My direct examination had been very precise in scope to include only testimony about the license plates. This left Freeman little to work with on cross. However, she did score 1 point when she elicited from Cisco a reminder to the jury that Westland National only occupied 3 floors of a 10-story building. The courier from Wingnuts could have been going somewhere other than the bank, thus explaining his early arrival in the garage. I was sure that if there was a record of a courier delivery to an office in the building other than the bank, then she would produce it, or Aparicio's people would magically produce it for her, by the time she could put on rebuttal witnesses. After a half hour, Freeman threw in the towel and sat down. That was when the judge asked if I had another witness to call. No, Your Honor, I said. The defense rests. The judge dismissed the jury for the day and instructed them to be in the assembly room by 9 the next morning. Once they were gone, Perry set the stage for the end of the trial. asking the attorneys if they would have rebuttal witnesses. I said no. Freeman said she wanted to reserve the right to call rebuttal witnesses in the morning. Okay, then we will reserve the morning session for rebuttal, if there is any rebuttal, Perry said. Closing arguments will begin first thing after the lunch break, and each side will be limited to 1 hour. With any luck and no more surprises, our jury will go into deliberations by this time tomorrow. Perry left the bench then, and I was left at the defense table with Aronson and Trammel. Lisa reached over and put her hand on top of mine. "That was brilliant," she said. "The whole morning was brilliant. I think that the jurors finally get it as well. I was watching them. I think they know the truth." I looked back at Trammel and then at Aronson. 2 different expressions on their faces. "Thank you, Lisa. I guess it won't be long before we find out." Chapter 52. In the morning, Andrea Freeman surprised me by not surprising me. She stood before the judge and said she had no rebuttal witnesses. She then rested the state's case. This gave me pause. I had come to court fully prepared to face at least one final tilt with her. Testimony explaining the Wingnuts car in the bank garage, or maybe Driscoll's supervisor putting the boots to him. Even a prosecution foreclosure expert to contradict Aronson's assertions. But nothing. She folded the tent. She was going with the blood. Whether I had robbed her of her bolero crescendo or not, she was going to make her stand on the one incontrovertible aspect of the entire trial: the blood. Judge Perry recessed court for the morning so the attorneys could work on their closing arguments, and he could retreat to chambers to work on the jury charge, the final set of instructions jurors would take with them into deliberations. I called Rojas and had him pick me up on Delano. I didn't want to go back to the office. Too many distractions. I told Rojas just to drive, and I spread my files and notes out in the back seat of the Lincoln. This was where I did my best thinking, my best prep work. At 1 o'clock sharp, court reconvened. Like everything else in the criminal justice system, closing arguments were tipped toward the state. The prosecution got to speak first and last. The defense got the middle. It looked to me like Freeman was going with the standard prosecutorial format. Build the house with the facts on the first swing, and then pull their emotional strings on the second. Block by block, she outlined the evidence against Lisa Trammel, seemingly leaving out nothing presented since the start of the trial. The discourse was dry but cumulative. She covered means and motive, and she brought it all home with the blood. The hammer, the shoes, the uncontested DNA findings. "I told you at the beginning of this trial that blood would tell the tale," she said, "and here we are. You can discount everything else, but the blood evidence alone warrants a vote of guilty as charged. I am sure you will follow your conscience and do just that." She sat down, and then it was my turn. I stood in the opening in front of the jury box and addressed the 12 directly. But I wasn't alone in the well. As previously approved by the judge, I brought Manny out to stand with me. Dr. Shamiram Arslanian's erstwhile companion stood upright with the hammer attached to the crown of his head. His head snapped back at the unusual angle that would have been necessary if Lisa Trammel had struck the fatal blow. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," I began, "I've got good news. We should all be out of here and back to our normal lives by the end of the day. I appreciate your patience and your attentiveness during this trial. I appreciate your consideration of the evidence. I'm not going to take up a lot of time here because I want you to get home as soon as possible. Today should be easy. This is a quick one. This case comes down to what I call a 5-minute verdict. A case where reasonable doubt is so pervasive that a unanimous verdict will undoubtedly be reached on your very first ballot." From there, I highlighted the evidence the defense had brought forth and the contradictions and deficiencies in the state's case. I asked the unanswered questions. Why was the briefcase open? Why did the hammer go so long without being found? Why was Lisa Trammel's garage found unlocked? And why would someone who is clearly going to succeed in defending her foreclosure case lash out against Bondurant? It eventually brought me to the centerpiece of my closing, the mannequin. The demonstration by Dr. Arslanian alone puts the lie to the state's case. Without considering another single part of the defense case, Manny here gives you reasonable doubt. We know from the injuries to the knees of the victim that he was standing when struck with the fatal blow. And if he was standing, then this is the only position that he could have been in for Lisa Trammel to have been the killer. Head back, face to the ceiling. Is that possible? You must ask yourself. Is that likely? What would make Mitchell Bondurant look up? What was he looking up at? I paused there, hand in one pocket, adopting a casual and confident pose. I checked their eyes. All 12 of them were locked in on the mannequin. I then reached up to the handle of the hammer and slowly pushed it up, until the plastic face came down to a normal level, and the handle stood out at a 90-degree angle, too high for Lisa Trammel to grasp. The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is that he wasn't looking up, because Lisa Trammel didn't do this. Lisa Trammel was driving home with her coffee, while someone else carried out the plan to eliminate the threat that Mitchell Bondurant had become. Another pause to let it sink in. Mitchell Bondurant had poked the sleeping tiger with his letter to Louis Aparicio. Whether intended or not, the letter was a threat to the two things that give the tiger its strength and fierceness: money and power. It threatened a deal that was bigger than Louis Aparicio and Mitchell Bondurant. It threatened commerce, and therefore it had to be dealt with. And it was. Lisa Trammel was chosen as the fall guy. She was known to the perpetrators of this crime. Her movements had been monitored by them, and she came with what appeared to be a credible motive. She was the perfect patsy. No one would believe her when she said, "I didn't do this." No one would give it a second thought. A plan was set in motion and carried out brazenly and efficiently. Mitchell Bondurant was left dead on the concrete floor of a garage, his briefcase pilfered on the floor right next to him, and the police showed up and went right along for the ride. I shook my head in dismay, as though I carried the disgust of all society. The police had blinders on, like those blinders put on horses so they stay on track. The police were on a track that led to Lisa Trammel, and they would look at nothing else. Lisa Trammel, Lisa Trammel, Lisa Trammel. Well, what about a loft, and the tens of millions of dollars that Mitchell Bondurant was threatening? Nope, not interested. Lisa Trammel, Lisa Trammel, Lisa Trammel. The train was on the track, and they rode it home. I paused and paced in front of the jury. For the first time, I looked about the courtroom. It was filled to capacity, with even some people standing in the back. I saw Maggie McFierce standing back there, and next to her was my daughter. I froze in mid-step, but then quickly recovered. It made my heart feel good as I turned back to the jury and brought my case to an end. But you see what they didn't see or refused to see. You see that they got on the wrong track. You see that they were cleverly manipulated. You see the truth. I gestured to the mannequin. The physical evidence doesn't work. The circumstantial evidence doesn't work. The case doesn't bear scrutiny in the light of day. The only thing this case adds up to is reasonable doubt. Common sense tells you this. Your instincts tell you this. I urge you to set Lisa Trammel free. Let her go. It is the right thing to do. I said thank you and returned to my seat, patting Manny on the shoulder as I passed. As we had previously planned, Lisa Trammel grabbed and squeezed my arm once I sat down. She mouthed the words, "Thank you," for all on the jury to see. I checked my watch under the defense table and saw I had only taken 25 minutes. I started to settle in for the second part of the state's closer when Freeman asked the judge to have me remove the mannequin from the courtroom. The judge told me to do so, and I got back up. I carried the mannequin to the gate, where I was met by Cisco, who had been in the audience. "I got it, boss," he whispered. "I'll take him outside." "Thanks." "You did good." "Thanks." Freeman moved to the well to deliver the second part of her summation. She wasted no time in attacking the contentions of the defense. "I don't need any props to try to mislead you. I don't need any conspiracies or unnamed or unknown killers. I have the facts and the evidence that prove well beyond any reasonable doubt that Lisa Trammel murdered Mitchell Bondurant. And it went from there. Freeman used her entire allotment of time, hammering the defense case while bolstering the evidence the state had shown. It was a fairly routine Joe Friday closing, just the facts, or the supposed facts, delivered like a steady drumbeat. Not bad, but not all that good either. I saw the attention of some of the jurors wandering through parts of it, which could be taken two ways. One, they weren't buying it, or two, they had already bought it and didn't need to hear it again. Freeman steadily amped it up until her big finish, a standard summing of the power and might of the state to cast judgment and exact justice. The facts of this case are unalterable. The facts do not lie. The evidence clearly shows that the defendant waited behind the pillar in the garage for Mitchell Bondurant. The evidence clearly shows that when he stepped out of his car, the defendant attacked. It was his blood on her hammer and his blood on her shoe. These are facts, ladies and gentlemen. These are undisputed facts. These are the building blocks of evidence. Evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Lisa Trammel killed Mitchell Bondurant. That she came up behind him and brutally struck him with her hammer. That she even hit him again and again after he was down and dead. We don't know exactly what position he was in or she was in. She is the only one who knows that. But we do know that she did it. The evidence in this case points to one person. And of course, Freeman had to point the finger at my client. Her, Lisa Trammel. She did it, and now through the tricks of her attorney, she asks you to let her go. Don't do it. Give Mitchell Bondurant justice. Find his killer guilty of this crime. Thank you. Freeman took her seat. I gave her closing a B, but I had already awarded myself an A, egotist that I am. Still, usually all it took was a C for the prosecution to triumph. It's always a stacked deck for the state, and often the defense attorney's very best work is simply not good enough to overcome the power and the might. Judge Perry moved directly into the jury charge, reading his final instructions to them. These were not only the rules of deliberations, but also instructions specific to the case. He gave great attention to Louis Aparicio and warned again that his testimony was not to be considered during the deliberations. The charge ended up being nearly as long as my closing, but finally, just after 3, the judge sent the 12 jurors back to the assembly room to begin their task. As I watched them file through the door, I was at least relaxed, if not confident. I had put the best case forward that I could. I had certainly bent some rules and pushed some boundaries. I had even put myself at risk. At risk based on the law, but also something more dangerous. I had risked myself by believing in the possibility of my client's innocence. I looked over at Lisa as the door to the deliberations room closed. I saw no fear in her eyes, and once again I bought in. She was already sure of the verdict. There wasn't a doubt on her face. "What do you think?" Aronson whispered to me. "I think we've got a 50-50 shot at this, and that's better than we usually get. Especially on a murder. We'll see." The judge recessed court after making sure the clerk had contact numbers for all parties and urging us to stay somewhere no more than 15 minutes away should a verdict come in. My office was in that range, so we decided to head back there. Feeling optimistic and magnanimous, I even told Lisa she could invite Herb Dahl along. I felt it would be my obligation to eventually inform her of her guardian angel's treachery, but that conversation would be saved for another day. As the defense party walked out into the hallway, the media started to gather around us, clamoring for a statement from Lisa or at least me. Behind the crowd, I saw Maggie leaning against a wall, my daughter sitting on a bench next to her while texting away on her phone. I told Aronson to handle the reporters, and I started to slip away. "Me?" Aronson said. "You know what to say. Just don't let Lisa talk, not till we have a verdict." I waved off a couple of trailing reporters and got to Maggie and Haley. I made a quick feint one way and then went the other, kissing my daughter on the cheek before she could duck away. "Dad!" I straightened up and looked at Maggie. She had a small smile on her face.
You pulled her out of school for me? I thought she should be here. It was a major concession. Thank you, I said. So what did you think? I think you could sell ice in Antarctica, she said. I smiled. But that doesn't mean you're going to win, she added. I frowned. Thanks a lot. Well, what do you want from me? I'm a prosecutor. I don't like to see the guilty go free. Well, that won't be a problem in this case. I guess you have to believe what you have to believe. I was back to smiling. I checked my daughter and saw she was back to texting, oblivious to our conversation as usual. Did Freeman talk to you yesterday? You mean about you pulling the fifth witness move? Yes. You don't play fair, Holler. It's not a fair game. Did she tell you what she said to me after? No. What did she say? Never mind. She was wrong. She knitted her eyebrows. She was intrigued. I'll tell you later, I said. We're all going to walk over to my office to wait. You two want to come? No, I think I need to get Haley home. She's got homework. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it and took a look. The screen said L.A. Superior Court. I took the call. It was Judge Perry's clerk. I listened and then hung up. I looked around to make sure Lisa Trammel was still nearby. What is it? Maggie asked. I looked back at her. We already have a verdict. A 5-minute verdict. Part 5. The Hypocrisy of Innocence. Chapter 53. They came in droves, pouring in from all over Southern California, all brought by the siren song of Facebook. Lisa Trammel had announced the party the morning after the verdict, and now on Saturday afternoon, they were 10 deep at the cash bars. They waved the stars and stripes and wore red, white, and blue. Fighting foreclosure with the nearly martyred leader of the cause was now more American than ever before. At every door to the house and spaced at intervals in the front and backyards were 10-gallon buckets for donations to defray Trammel's expenses and keep the fight going. Flag pins for $1, cheap cotton t-shirts for 10, and posing with Lisa for a photo required a minimum $20 donation. But nobody complained. Fired in the kiln of false accusation, Lisa Trammel had emerged unscathed and appeared to be about to make the jump from activist to icon, and she wasn't unhappy about it. The rumor was that Julia Roberts was in talks to play the part in the movie. My crew and I were stationed in the backyard at a picnic table with an umbrella. We had come early and gotten a spot. Cisco and Lorna were drinking canned beer, and Aronson and I were on bottled water. There was a slight tension at the table, and I picked up enough innuendo to understand that it had something to do with how late Cisco had stayed at 4 Green Fields with Aronson back on Monday night after I'd left with Maggie McFierce. Geez, look at all of these people, Lorna said. Don't they know that a not guilty verdict doesn't mean she's innocent? That's bad etiquette, Lorna, I said. You're never supposed to say that, especially when it's your own client you're talking about. I know, she frowned and shook her head. You're not a believer, Lorna? Well, don't tell me you are. I was glad I was wearing sunglasses. I didn't want to reveal myself on this one. I shrugged like I didn't know, or it didn't matter. But it did. You have to live with yourself. Knowing that there was a solid chance that Lisa Trammel actually deserved the verdict she got made things a whole lot better when I looked in the mirror. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Lorna said. Our phone hasn't stopped ringing since the verdict came in. We're back in business big time. Cisco nodded approvingly. It was true. It seemed as though every accused criminal in the city wanted to hire me now. This would have been great if I had wanted things to continue the way they were going. Did you check out the closing price on Lemur yesterday on NASDAQ? Cisco asked. I gave him a look. You following the street now? Just wanted to see if anybody was paying attention, and it looks like they were. Lemur dropped 30% of its value in 2 days. Didn't help that the Wall Street Journal ran a story connecting Aparicio to Joey Giordano and questioning how much of that $61 million he got went into the mob's pocket. Probably all of it, Lorna said. So, Mickey, Aronson said, how'd you know? Know what? That Aparicio would take the nickel. I shrugged again.
I didn't. I just figured that once it became apparent that his connections were going to come out in open court, he would do what he had to do to stop it. He had one choice, the fifth. Aronson didn't look as though my answer appeased her. I turned away and looked across the crowded yard. My client's son was at a nearby table with her sister. They both looked bored, as if forced to be there. A large group of children had gathered near the terraced herb garden. A woman in the middle of the circle was handing out candy from a bag. She was wearing a red, white, and blue top hat like Uncle Sam's. "How long do we need to stay, boss?" Cisco asked. "You're not on the clock," I said. "I just thought we should put in an appearance." "I want to stay," Lorna said, probably just to spite him. "Maybe some Hollywood people will show up." A few minutes later, the main attraction of the day came out the back door, followed by a reporter and a cameraman. They picked a location with the crowd in the background, and Lisa Trammel stood for a quick interview. I didn't bother to try to listen. I'd heard and seen the same interview enough over the past 2 days. After Lisa finished the interview, she broke away from the media, shook some hands, and posed for some photos. Eventually, she made her way to our table, stopping to ruffle her son's hair on the way. "There they are, the victors. How's my team doing today?" I managed to smile. "We're good, Lisa. And you look good, too. Where's Herb?" She looked around, as if looking for Dahl in the crowd. "I don't know. He was supposed to be here." "Too bad," Cisco said. "We'll miss him." Lisa didn't seem to register the sarcasm. "You know, I need to talk to you later, Mickey," she said. "I need your advice on which show to do. Good Morning America or Today. They both want me next week, but I have to pick one because neither will take seconds." I flipped my hand, as if the answer didn't matter. "I don't know. Herb can probably help you with that. He's the media guy." Lisa looked back at the gathering of children and started to smile. "Oh, I have just the thing for those children. Excuse me, everybody." She hurried off and went around the corner of the house. "She's sure loving it, isn't she?" Cisco said. "I would be too," Lorna said. I looked at Aronson. "Why so quiet?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I'm not so sure I like criminal defense anymore. I think if you take on some of those people who have been calling, I'll stick with the foreclosures, if you don't mind." I nodded. "I think I know what you're feeling. You can do the foreclosure work if you want to. There's going to be plenty of that for a while, especially with guys like Aparicio still in business. But that feeling you've got does go away. Believe me, Bullocks, it does." She didn't respond to the return of her nickname or anything else I had said. I turned to look across the yard. Lisa was back, and she had rolled out the helium tank from the garage. She told the children to gather around and started filling balloons. The TV cameraman moved in to get the shot. It would be perfect for the 6 o'clock news. "Now, is she doing that for the kids or for the camera?" Cisco asked. "You really have to ask?" Lorna responded. Lisa pulled a blue balloon off the tank and expertly tied it off with a string. She handed it to a girl of about 6, who grabbed the string and let the balloon shoot 6 feet above her head. The girl smiled and turned her face up to gaze at her new toy. And in that moment, I knew what Mitchell Bondurant was looking up at when Lisa hit him with the hammer. "She did it," I whispered under my breath. I felt the burn of 1,000,000 synapses firing down my neck and across my shoulders. "What did you say?" Aronson asked me. I looked at her, but didn't answer, and then looked back at my client. She filled another balloon with gas, tied the knot, and handed it to a boy. The same thing happened again. The boy held the string and turned his cheery face up to look at the red balloon. An instinctive, natural response. To look up at the balloon. "Oh my God," Aronson said. She had put it together too. "That's how she did it." Now Cisco and Lorna had turned. "The witness said she was carrying a big shopping bag on the sidewalk," Aronson said. "Big enough to hold a hammer, yes, but also big enough to hold balloons." I took it from there. She sneaks into the garage and puts the balloons up over Bondurant's parking space. Maybe there's a note on the end of each string, so he's sure to see them. Yeah,
Cisco said. Like, here's your balloon payment. She hides behind the pillar and waits, I said. And when Bondurant looks up at the balloons, Cisco concluded. Bang! Right on the back of the head. I nodded. And the 2 pops somebody thought were gunshots, but were dismissed as backfire, were neither, I said. She popped the balloons on the way out. A dreadful silence fell over the table, until Lorna spoke. Wait a minute, you're saying she planned it that way? Like she knew if she hit him on the top of the head it would throw the jury? I shook my head. No, that was just luck. She just wanted to stop him. She used the balloons to make sure he paused and she could come up behind him. The rest was just dumb luck. Something that a defense lawyer knew how to use. I couldn't look at my colleagues. I stared off at Lisa filling balloons. So, we helped her get away with it. It was a statement from Lorna, not a question. Double jeopardy, Aronson said. She can never be tried again. As if on cue, Lisa looked over at us while she tied off the end of a white balloon. She handed it to another child, and she smiled at me. Cisco, how much are they charging for the beer? $5 a can. It's a rip-off. Mickey, don't, Lorna said. It's not worth it. You've been so good. I pulled my eyes away from my client and looked at Lorna. Good? Are you saying I'm one of the good guys? I got up and left them there and headed toward the backyard bar, where I took my place in line. I expected Lorna to follow me, but it was Aronson who came up next to me. She spoke in a very low voice. Look, what are you doing? You told me not to grow a conscience. Are you telling me you did? I don't know, I whispered. All I know is that she played me like a fucking fiddle, and you know what? She knows I know. She just gave me that smile. I saw it in her eyes. She's proud of it. She pulled the tank into the yard so I would see it, and I would know. I shook my head. She had me wired from day one. Everything was part of her plan. Every last... I stopped as I realized something. What? Aronson asked. I paused as I continued to put it together. What, Mickey? Her husband wasn't even her husband. What do you mean? The guy calling me, the guy who showed up. Where is he now for the big payday? He's not here because that wasn't him. He was just part of the play. Then where is the husband? That was the question. But I had no answer. I didn't have any answers anymore. I'm leaving. I stepped out of the line and headed toward the back door. Mickey, where are you going? I didn't answer. I quickly passed through the house and out the front door. I had arrived early enough to catch a curb slot only 2 houses down. I was almost to the Lincoln when I heard my name called from behind. It was Lisa. She was walking toward me in the street. Mickey, you're leaving? Yes, I'm leaving. Why? The party's just starting. She came up close to me and stopped. I'm leaving because I know, Lisa. I know. What do you think you know? That you used me like you use everybody, even Herb Dahl. Oh, come on. You're a defense lawyer. You'll get more business out of this than you've ever had before. Just like that, she acknowledged everything. What if I didn't want the business? What if I just wanted to believe something was true? She paused. She didn't get it. Get over yourself, Mickey. Wake up. I nodded. It was good advice. Who was he, Lisa? I asked. Who is who? The guy you sent me, who said he was your husband. Now, a small, proud smile curled her bottom lip. Goodbye, Mickey. Thank you for everything. She turned and started walking back toward her house, and I got in my Lincoln and drove away. Chapter 54. I was in the back seat of the Lincoln, cruising through the 3rd Street tunnel, when my phone started to buzz. The screen said it was Maggie. I told Rojas to kill the music, it was Clapton's latest, and took the call. Did you do it? She asked first thing. I looked out the window as we broke clear of the tunnel and into the bright sunlight. It fit with the way I was feeling.
It had been 3 weeks since the verdict, and the further I got away from it, the better I felt. I was on the road to something else now. I did. Wow. Congratulations. I'm still the longest long shot you'll ever see. The field is full, and I've got no money. Doesn't matter. You're a name in this town, and there's a certain integrity about you that people see and respond to. I know I did. Plus, you're an outsider. Outsiders always win, so don't kid yourself. The money will come. I wasn't sure integrity and me belonged in the same sentence, but I'd take the rest, and besides, it was the happiest I'd heard Maggie McFierce in a long, long time. Well, we'll see, I said, but as long as I have your vote, I don't care if I get another. That's sweet, Holler. What's next? Good question. I have to go open a bank account and assemble a... My phone started beeping. I had another call coming in. I checked the screen and saw that it was blocked. Mags, hold on a second. Let me just check this call. Go ahead. I switched over. This is Michael Holler. You did this. I recognized the angry voice. Lisa Trammel. Did what? The police are here. They're digging up the garden looking for him. You sent them. I assumed the him she referred to was her missing husband, who never quite made it to Mexico. Her voice had the familiar shrill tone it took on when she was on the edge of losing it. Lisa, I need you here. I need a lawyer. They're going to arrest me. Meaning that she knew what the police would find in the garden. Lisa, I'm not your lawyer anymore. I can recommend a... No! You can't abandon me! Not now! Lisa, you just accused me of sending the cops. Now you want me to represent you? I need you, Mickey. Please. She started crying. That long, echoing sob I had heard too many times before. Get somebody else, Lisa. I'm done. With any luck, I might even get to prosecute you. What are you talking about? I just filed. I'm running for district attorney. I don't understand. I'm changing my life. I'm tired of being around people like you. There was no response at first, but I could hear her breathing. When she finally spoke, her voice had a flat, emotionless tone to it. I should have told Herb to have them maim you. That's what you deserve. Now I was silent. I knew what she was talking about. The Mack brothers. Dahl had lied to me and said Aparicio had ordered the beating. But that didn't fit with the rest of the story. This did. It had been Lisa who wanted it done. She was willing to have her own attorney attacked if it would deflect suspicion and help her case. If it would help me believe in other possibilities. I managed to find my voice and say my final words to her. Goodbye, Lisa, and good luck. I composed myself and switched back over to my ex-wife. Sorry, it was a client, a former client. Everything all right? I leaned against the window. Rojas was just turning on Alvarado and heading to the 101. I'm good. So you want to go somewhere tonight and talk about the campaign? You know, while I was on hold, I was thinking, why don't you come to my place? We can eat with Haley and then talk while she does her homework. It was a rare invite to her home. So a guy has to run for DA to get invited over to your place? Don't press your luck, Holler. I won't. What time? 6. See you then. I disconnected and stared out the window for a little while. Mr. Holler? Rojas asked. You run for DA? Yeah. You have a problem with that, Rojas? No, boss. But do you still need a driver? Sure, Rojas. Your job is safe. I called the office, and Lorna answered. Where is everybody? They're here. Jennifer is using your office for a new client interview, a foreclosure, and Dennis is doing something on the computer. Where have you been? Downtown, but I'm heading back. Make sure nobody leaves. I want to have a staff meeting. Okay, I'll tell them. Good. See you in about 30. I closed the phone. We were coming up the ramp onto the 101. All 6 lanes were clogged with metal, moving at a steady but slow pace. I wouldn't have had it any other way. This was my city, and this was the way it was supposed to run. At Rojas's command, the black Lincoln cut through the lanes and around the traffic, carrying me toward a new destiny. Acknowledgements. The author wishes to thank several people for their help during the writing of this novel. They include Asya Muchnick, Bill Massey, Terrell Lee Langford, Jane Davis, and Heather Rizzo. Special thanks also go to Susanna Brahm, Daniel Daly, Roger Mills, Jay Stein, Rick Jackson, Tim Marcia, Mike Roche, Greg Stout, John Houghton, Dennis Wojciechowski, Charles Hounshell, and last but not least, Linda Connolly. This is a novel. Any errors of fact, geography, or legal canon and procedure are purely the fault of the author. This has been an Hachette audio production of The Fifth Witness by Michael Connolly. Read by Peter Giles. Executive producer, Michelle McGonigal. Produced and directed by Linda Korn. Recorded by Wes Dewberry at the Invisible Studios. Post-production by Dion Audio. The Fifth Witness is also available in print and as an ebook from Little Brown and Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2011 by Hieronymus Inc. Audio production copyright 2011, Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Hello, this is Linda Korn, and I'm speaking with Michael Connolly, best-selling author of The Fifth Witness, the latest in his Mickey Holler series. Hi, Michael.
Hello.
In The Fifth Witness, Holler, in tough economic times, has been standing up for the many victims of foreclosure. Did you feel a particular sensitivity towards this aspect of the recent economic crisis?
I think the reason that I went into this form of the law, foreclosure defense, was really because one of the attorneys who has inspired Mickey Holler and has helped me since the beginning has gone into this direction himself. So I'm really kind of piggybacking on his own experience. And what I found was that in the economic downturn, there's not a lot of paying clients for criminal defense. And so this attorney had to find another way of making a living. And so he kind of did some retraining and started pursuing foreclosure defense because within the law, it's really the only growth industry. And so watching him in work and spending a lot of time interviewing him, that kind of led to the sensitivity of this issue. And there's a line that hopefully is discussed or looked at in the book of whether these people are victims, are they underdogs of society, or are they people gaming the system? You know, it's an individual thing and you can make arguments either way. And hopefully that is covered in the book.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so current that you really capture the time and then get into this incredibly creative crime that takes place. So I'm wondering who or what inspired the character of this woman, Lisa Trammel, accused of murdering the bank officer.
Well, I guess there's not a real inspiration for Lisa Trammel in this book. It's just part of my continuing efforts to be accurate, to kind of bring a realism to my books. The attorneys that I deal with in terms of research for these stories have often told me that the relationships with their clients are not always good, especially when you're in the world of criminal defense. You often deal with people who have various levels of behavioral issues and psychological issues. So I was just looking for a way of bringing that into this story, and that would further cloud the question of did she do it or did she not do it? I mean, just because someone has a disagreeable personality doesn't necessarily mean they're guilty of a crime. And so I just kind of throw these things in there to make it a little bit harder to figure it out for the reader or listener.
It was interesting to me that you chose a woman to be in this position, and it was very interesting that she ended up being separated and left with this house. Was that based on a real event, or did you specifically choose that scenario?
The scenario with the defendant being a woman coming into this through a foreclosure case is purely fictional. I'm kind of in a box. I found that you kind of get hemmed in when you're doing a series involving a criminal defense attorney, because there's only so many different themes you can have to a crime. Did they do it? Did they not do it? Did they get away with it? Those kind of things. And I've written 3 other stories featuring Mickey Haller, and in each of those, the defendant was male. So it was purely a question of, try something new, try to get into a character of a female. I've done that in the past in other books unrelated to Mickey Haller, so I just felt instinctively that it was time to go in that direction. But Lisa's not really based on any real case that I came across in the research.
Mickey Haller, Bosch, Lisa Trammel. Nobody has too many happy marriages in the book.
That is a repetitive theme in my books, I guess, and it's not necessarily a theme about marriage. It's more a theme about happiness and pursuit of happiness and searching, looking for something. I think it's leaning against the crutch, but it's certainly easier to draw characters that have a missing part and are looking for it, who have that, at the end of the day when they come home to an empty house, or they come home to a difficult relationship. It certainly makes, I think, the drama of the fiction a lot easier to draw, and maybe that's why I've fallen into that. I think, though, hopefully, Mickey's moving towards some happiness. He makes some progress in this book of trying to restore his family. There's a setup towards the end of the book for the next story where hopefully that will be in place.
When you began this series with, I think, the Lincoln Lawyer, right?
Yes.
Did you know where Mickey Haller was headed, or has he really evolved with the times?
He definitely has evolved, I think, over time. I don't really put too much planning into of what's going on with him in the future because, this book hopefully is seen as very contemporary, the idea of him working in foreclosure defense. So there's no way, I think, 4 or 5 years ago, actually it was 6 years ago now, when I wrote The Lincoln Lawyer, that I could foresee this. And that's what usually happens to me with my books. I hold back, don't plan too much of the future. I just know that I like this character and I want to come back to him. I'm trying to keep this character alive, and the best way to keep the character alive is to have them change all the time. And you can't just change cases. You have to change your character. A character has to evolve. And so this is the 4th time I've written about Mickey Haller. And so I just felt it was time to go into a new direction. And so the end of the book does have a big setup for what could possibly be that new direction. As I said before, I don't plan a whole lot about the future till it's time to write this story. But I certainly set something up in this book that I can grab onto next time I feel it's time to write about Mickey.
Right, and we'll certainly be looking forward to that time. Just to discuss, there is a movie being made of The Lincoln Lawyer, is that right?
Yeah, it's already made.
And have you been much involved with that?
Well, I was involved in that. I wrote the book it was based on, but after that, I was not too involved. They were very cordial and welcoming to me. I was allowed to go to the set whenever I wanted. I watched a lot of it get made. I've already seen a screening of the film, and I'm very happy with it. They did a really good job. Matthew McConaughey plays Mickey Haller, and when I wrote the book, I didn't picture him. But once he started playing him, I just thought he nailed him. He nailed it. He just really has I don't know how to put it into words, but basically he's a guy who's looking at all the angles. He's looking for an angle, and that's what Mickey does. And I think Matthew portrays that with just his eyes alone in this film. So I think he did a really good job, and the whole film I was pretty happy with.
Well, congratulations on that. It's going to be very exciting. And I'm wondering if there's anything you'd like to say to your audiobook fans out there.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the support of my work in any form, whether you're reading or listening. It's storytelling, and I get a lot of responses from people who listen to the books, and it's very fulfilling. I just hope it continues and people continue to enjoy my stuff.
Well, thank you so much for talking with us, Michael, and we certainly look forward to all that's to come next.